Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to City Hall and to Council Chambers. This morning, our invocation will be given by, not Pastor Rob, by Joshua Frederick.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm kind of a last-minute substitute here.
Thank you.
But I do appreciate the opportunity, and I hope the other pastor gets the opportunity soon as well. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here today. Bow your heads if you'd like to. Remain standing. Do whatever it is that makes you feel comfortable. Let's just give thanks to the lovely council and city staff members that are here, and hope that today is going to be a day full of wisdom and guidance from them. No matter who your God, your deities, or whatever higher authority you pray to, even if it's just the higher authority of a big government, I hope that it guides you today and gives you the wisdom to bring our city forward and be as progressive as we can be. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by William Pyle. He is a 12th grader at Richard King High School, a member of ASL Honor Society, and a member of Youth Odyssey. William?
Thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, William. Good luck in your studies.
Go Mustang.
That's right. City Secretary, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay, City Manager Peter Zanoni, would you like to give us your update on city operations?
Yes, the city manager report. Good morning, members of the council. This is our first meeting for the new year, and so I thought it'd be good to remind us of some of the work that we're going to be doing with the council, the departments, and the community. And so we put together a list of what we're calling policy items for the second quarter of the fiscal year, and that's the months January, February, and March. And these items that will be coming to City Council, and in some cases the community will be engaged. And this is just for the first quarter of this year. So there's 15 items here. I'm going to just give a brief overview of each one momentarily, but you can see the list here includes the bond program, a bond 26 program. Let me just see if this thing, is this on our screen here?
Yes.
Let's see, okay. The budget process for the next fiscal year, the crime control, prevention, and district renewal, the health district food services permit fees. We met with the council on that in December. We do need to talk to you about residential streets funding. Beach permits is something we'll talk to you about. Amendments to the trust funds or replacement with impact fees is something the council will decide in the coming months. TERS number 7 creation, that's a new TERS. TERS creation policy, so that as the requests for new TERS come in, we'll have a policy framework to assess that request. We have sales tax implementation to talk to the council about from the last sales tax election. The project finance zone for the Hilliard Center that the legislature approved for us, a housing needs assessment, and then water supply projects, the water conservation plan, and the level 1 water emergency. So I'm just going to flip through a few slides here for you to give you a little more context, beginning with the bond program. And so bond 26 is something that the council will decide if we want to do. We're in a cycle of doing a bond program every 2 years, and bond 26 would be on the ballot this November if the city council chose to do that. We would recommend funding consistent with what we've done in the past couple of bond programs. That includes the basics: streets, parks, public safety facilities, and other facilities as well. So one thing we know already as we work with our financial advisor is that this bond program will be smaller than the last one. The last one was $175 million. We don't have the financial capacity due to reductions in our property tax assessed value, doubling the homestead exemption, lower growth. So it will be less than $175 million. We're going to recommend a bond program, though, just to continue the work. We know that in this bond program, several projects are in design, including streets in District 5. We have a library that's in design. We have police substations and fire stations in design. Just a forewarning, we're not going to be able to do all of these given the reduction in the size of the bond program. But we're going to recommend continuing some of these projects. And so that's part of the conversation that'll begin in this next quarter. Okay, and the budget for '27, that's really more towards the third quarter, the early summertime. But as we promised this council, we're going to get the community engaged early on. And so in February, we'll bring the comprehensive budget calendar to the council. That'll show that in April, we're going to begin community engagement before even the council workshop on the budget. And so that community engagement will be forums in the community, listening to the community in person. We'll also do what we did last year, which is a survey that was real helpful in determining the council's sentiment when it comes to the budget. So the '27 budget process will continue. Now, the crime control prevention in district has been something that this city has had funded from sales tax for many years, and it is up for renewal. And so we're going to begin that conversation with the council and the community. The crime control district goes back to 1997 when voters first approved it, and then it was renewed again in 2016. It is 1/8 cent of a sales tax, and it generates about $9.3 million. And today that's used for 78 police officers, vehicles, overtime, and a few other supplies for the police department. But we have to have the conversation with the council about, do we want to renew it? And what do we want it to look like? Do we want it to focus on the basics, police officers, or is there an alternative? And so we'll begin that work with a schedule. We'll show council, and then we'll begin some early dialogue on the crime control district renewal. So this is once in a couple of decades that a council gets to talk about this. And so that's coming up as well. Now, just before the break, we did talk to the council about the food service permit fees. This item that Dr. Kurian presented to council is due to the legislative session last legislature. They put some minimums, and they changed some of the ways we issue permits and how we charge. And so we have a little bit of flexibility in terms of the rate on some of these fees and permits, and we heard from council the last meeting. But we need to continue that work so that we get these changed and approved by a point in time. I think it's April or March is what we want to have them implemented in March. And so we have two more meetings with the council to discuss the fees. We'll do some one-on-ones to answer council questions as well, so that we'll have something that's adoptable by the council when it comes to food inspection and permit fees for this. So we have our first reading February 24th, and then March 2nd is the plan for the second reading. Okay, now this one here, we're going to spend a lot of time with the council on. This is something we've talked about for the past 3 budgets, which is our street funding. But we're running out of choices and options to keep it at level funding. You may recall that in fiscal year '24, 3 fiscal years ago, the city council let the street fee sunset. They didn't renew it. In that same fiscal year, we also doubled the senior homestead exemption, or doubled the general homestead exemption and increased the senior homestead exemption. So we took kind of a double hit in our revenues. One, we eliminated a steady stream of about $12 million in street funding through that street user fee. And then we forego now about $12 million in property tax revenue that was used to help fund streets in the budgets that I presented. So over the past 3 fiscal years, through one-time revenues, canceling certain capital projects, and then in the last bond program, including money for streets, we were able to backfill that. But our options are running out. And so this chart here shows you, there's a lot of columns, but if you look at the column called adopted FY26 budget, Today, we have $93 million for streets by our two general fund funding streams that have dedicated revenues for streets. And then the bond program had a $35 million package. This 27 shown here is the remainder. We already spent some last fiscal year. So $93 million, the fiscal cliff, or the street funding cliff, can be seen in that column called the forecast for 27. It's a 47% reduction in available funding because we don't have any more one-time revenues, we don't have any more fund balance, we don't have the street fee, and we have less property tax revenue. There's a zero in there for the bond program, but that's some of the policy we'll talk about with the council. I'm going to probably be recommending a package in the bond program that would almost consume a big part of that bond program just for residential streets. So we can keep funding somewhat close to 93 million. If we did not do that, the base would be 44 million, which is nearly 50% less. And this is a reality that we've talked to the councils about many times in our budget development processes. But it's no pun intended, but the rubber's meeting the road at this point. So we'll be talking more with council about it as we go through these next couple of months. Okay, then another item that also was like once in a decade is our beach permit. And so in our Gulf beaches back in 2002, the city of Corpus Christi, Nueces County, and Port Aransas signed an interlocal agreement to do a beach parking permit on the beaches. It's $12. It hasn't changed since that time. Port Aransas and the county want to increase the fee, and so if they want to, we all have to do it together. That's how the agreement works with the state. And so Michael Dice may have briefed some of you. I know we sent a memo already. The plan is to recommend to this city council increasing the fee from $12 to $20, and that would be in 2027. It wouldn't take effect until 2027. The action would be coming up, though, in these coming months. And if you took $12 since 2002 and applied inflation to it every year, it would be $20 today. So it sounds like maybe a lot, 12 to 20, but it takes the $12 and escalates it with inflation. These dollars will be used to help keep our beaches clean. And again, all three entities have to be in concert with this. Otherwise, it can't be done. And so we just talked about partnership earlier in our TERS meeting, but we don't want Port Aransas or the county to try to go it alone, and then there's all these different permits on the beach. So this is something that's coming back to City Council in February. And then I talked about it earlier, but the impact fees and trust funds. So this thing, I was double checking these dates here, but this project is almost, I guess, 6 years old. This council and this community, or this organization, with some of the council members, have been working on this question since 2019. And so in 2019, 2020, the city council directed staff to look at the trust funds and look at alternative funding mechanisms to bring in money for when developers build new subdivisions to generate revenues to pay for infrastructure, wastewater, water, roads, stormwater. So in a new subdivision, those funds have to come from somewhere. And so right now, trust funds are used. It's really unique to Corpus. I think we found one other city that might use a trust fund, or impact fees, which is a more commonly used revenue generating practice. And so the council and the community, the development community, Moses Mastagachi, we need to thank him. He's been the chair of what's known as the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. Over the past 5 years, they held almost 29 to be exact, meetings. They had 6 subcommittee meetings and 19 updates to the city council. The city council has not taken the vote yet on, are we going to fix the trust funds, or are we going to switch over to impact fees? And so again, this is like a decade. This is pretty unique for this council. You'll be making history here. The council has to decide. We're going to be bringing this back to council in the March timeframe. And what's the last action that happened from the council is the council told the SEAC, that committee, to what would it take to improve the trust funds so that they would be on the same footing with an impact fee, generate the same amount of money. And the SEAC did that, and so they're going to present those recommendations to this council. They'll be presenting them first to the Planning Commission, And then the council will have a choice, which is we can take the trust funds and make these amendments to them to generate enough money. And on today's agenda, there's a couple of items where we're using the trust funds. Or we can switch over to what is commonly used across Texas and the country, which is impact fees. And so that's coming to this council. The TERS 7 creation is a policy item too, and this is again just stuff that we're working on, 15 different things in this next really 2.5 months because January is half over. So TERS number 7, there's an item on the agenda today to approve the TERS, but in the coming weeks, the council still has to make board appointments. The TERS will have a first board meeting. The TERS will develop interlocal agreements, so the city will with Nueces County and Del Mar College. And then there'll be some conversation on the PID instrument, the Public Improvement District, for the Marabella project. So this TERS is somewhat new in how it's being used. We support it, and we think it's going to be for smart, good growth in the south side. So that'll be coming to council. And then the TERS creation policy, we do not have one. So we have a PID policy that Councilman Hernandez to help champion. But when we want to create a TERS, we just kind of do it. And so several on the council have asked, let's have a policy that gives us a framework for how do we assess the request for a TERS. And so we have to develop that framework. And this is extreme policy, so only the council can approve the guiding principles here. And so that is going to be coming to council. I believe we hired a consultant to help us. And that you're going to see some of this coming in these next couple of months in front of the council. Okay, now this one is very important. The last election we had, general election in November of 24, the voters approved the renewal of 2 of our 1/8 cent sales tax venues, known as a Type A, Type B. And the first 1/8 cent was for facilities. It was for the Hilliard Center and the assets behind it, the museums and the water garden. And then in that same 1/8 cent, half of it goes for those C district facilities. The other half is for streets. And then they also approved a 1/8 cent sales tax entirely for the seawall, the downtown seawall, and other flood control. So it's a 20-year tax. Each of those 1/8 cent generates about $200 million. And so we have to bring to council, how do we want to allocate this money? What do we want to invest it in? Do we want to do pay-as-you-go? Do we want to issue debt and get some big projects done now rather than over 20 years? We don't have the answer yet today to recommend to you, but this is extreme work, and this is another very unique. This is only 1 in 20 years does the council get a chance to do this. So we'll be bringing this back to council in these next 3 months. And then similar, on the same sideline, concept here, the Hilliard Center will benefit from the project finance zone that we were unique in getting amended here recently at the last legislative session. So only a few cities have this. This is where the state will reimburse to us state hotel occupancy tax, state tax, and mixed-use beverage over a 30-year period in this zone around the Hilliard Center. The issue in the past was there was a circular circumference, and half our zone was in the bay. So in this last legislative session, they allowed us to just draw it differently to capture as many hotels as we could. So we have to bring the map back to City Council. We also have to bring back the project. What is it that we're going to do? Because you got to do something with the state money, and it's not general maintenance. It has to be some type of extreme enhancement to the Hilliard Center, some type of remodel or slight enhancement or expansion, I should say, because we can use all the state's money to pay for this, but we got to define the zone and define the project and then get approval from the state. And so that's something we're working on in these next 3 months. Housing's important. We've seen several things in the news on affordable housing during the break, but the City Council approved, along with the Housing Corporation and Housing Authority, a housing needs assessment. And so we're hiring a consultant to do that. We had an RFP out in November. We had 8 companies put in a request to do this work for us. And so we're in the process of reviewing those proposals. The one professional firm that we recommend to council and that council approves, or if you approve an alternate, will study our housing needs here in the community and help us identify what type of housing do we need, how much affordable housing, what percentage of the AMI, what type of housing, where. And so this will be a good tool that we don't have today, but the policy issue for the council will be making sure the scope in that housing needs assessment, and I know I talked to Councilwoman Paxton on generally the scope to begin with, but the council needs to be in agreement with the scope, and then ultimately you're going to pick the firm as well, or approve the firm's contract, I should say, as well. And then our water supply, we have several things on the agenda on this today, so I won't belabor these here, but water supply projects are going to be still front and center. This probably should have been number one on the list because it's number one in all of our work processes here, but we will be talking to council about some of our projects. Still, a lot of decisions have to be made on Evangeline, on our new ACES groundwater wells, on effluent reuse as an item on today's agenda, on the Inner Harbor seawater desalination, and then even on Harbor Island, we may have some additional work there. Barney Davis, Councilman Hernandez, and both Paxton have asked me just in the last couple of days to get some information going there. So those are projects that will be coming to you in policy form over the next 3 months. And also in that is the far field model. We don't have a slide for it, but in that, oh yeah, okay, here it is, we do have one. So the far field model also is important. We have 2 committees that were formed through the Christmas break with the council's help. Total of 18 individuals on each of the committees. The first one is on the far field model work that will be done for the Inner Harbor project, and their first meeting, that committee's completely convened. Their first meeting for the far field model, I want to make sure I get this right here, is February 24th. And so all of our committee meetings will be here at City Hall on the 6th floor. And they're also going to be broadcast live on like YouTube or Facebook. So we want this to be the most transparent process ever. And so we're going to broadcast every one of these meetings live. We're also going to have all the minutes transcribed, and the minutes will be available, everything that's said in those meetings. We're not picking any firm until the committee meets. The committee is going to help us pick the firm to do the far field modeling. And then similarly on the water conservation plan, we want that to be very transparent as well. 18 individuals there will help us update our water conservation plan. We do have one, but it has to be updated. And the council did appoint 9 members there, and I appointed 9 as well. Mine focused mostly on these smaller, I shouldn't say smaller, but the communities around Corpus Christi that we supply water to. And so many of the cities like Portland, Ingleside, I think we have one from north as well, will be working. Their first meeting is January 22nd. And those meetings will also be here on the 6th floor. They'll be open to the public, open to the council. We do encourage the council to go, especially to the far field one. I had a couple council members ask me that during my one-on-one meetings with you recently. And I would encourage you to go to all of them if you can. And if you can't, watch at least some of it on YouTube or read some of the highlight minutes that we're going to have available, both of that and the conservation plan. And then not to end on something that's pretty significant, but the level 1 water emergency policy will be coming to council too in these next 2.5 months. So we've never been in a water situation like this where curtailment is being discussed. So I don't have any book I can just open up and say, okay, this is how the last city manager did it. So we got to create it. We got to create, and Nick has a draft plan already, and things like what is it? What's it? What is curtailment? What does it mean? How do we reach it? I just told one news reporter that really the only way it's going to happen is if we have to get into it, is by a regional commitment amongst ourselves to work together to get through it. So we're hoping, as Councilwoman Paxton knows and others know, that we don't have to get into curtailment. We're bringing on more water than we ever had through different supplies, groundwater supplies, including in Nueces County and Evangeline and San Patricio County. But we'd be foolish if we weren't ready, just in case if we did have to go into curtailment. And so we have to have the conversation with the city council and the region so they can be ready just in case. We'd be foolish not to be ready just in case. So that's something that we'll be talking to the council about as well. So on this last slide here, these are them. These are the 15, and these are just the big policy items I just went through. There's several others as well that we could have put on the list, but these are the ones that impact the community, and especially will take the attention of the city council and the city professional team over the next 2.5 months. So the bond program, the budget, crime control, health inspection, food, permit fees, streets funding, our beach permit, amendments to the trust funds or the replacement, the TERS 7 creation, TERS policy, sales tax implementation recommendations, the project finance zone, our housing needs, water supply, water conservation, and level 1 water emergency. So since this is the first meeting, Mayor, I thought it'd be good to share that with you. I've talked to several council members in my one-on-one meetings with the council as well early last week, but I thought it'd be good to show the council and the community, and that concludes my report. So I'm here, and some of the executives are here as well if we have any detailed questions
Okay.
that the council might have.
Thank you, Peter. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point this out, Peter. I'm very disappointed with you on the Far-Field Advisory Board because of the fact that I think the council directed you to make sure that this committee is not that big. I don't think 18 people are going to agree. I mean, it's going to be just arguing back and forth. I mean, the people that you have on here, I mean, it's just, I would thought, at least 12 people, or something like that, but 18 people, I mean, I just don't think it's going to be as good as we wanted it to be. So just wanted to throw my opinion out there, and then you just, I think you made a comment about waiting for them to meet to decide who's going to do the far-field study. Have we have any bids that came in?
Yeah, so we didn't put a request for bid out. We have about 7 firms that do this that we know through our own knowledge and then through consultant knowledge. And so those 7 firms are will be presented to the committee.
Is one of the 7 the same firm that did it for the Port of Corpus
Yes,
Christi?
it sure is, yeah. It is, and on the panel itself, Councilman, we had hoped that the council would pick some of the appointees I put on there, like somebody from the Hart Institute, somebody from the UT Marine Science Institute, somebody from the Texas State Aquarium, somebody from Hillcrest, somebody from North Beach. So my appointees kind of filled in what we verbally had talked to the council about, but the council didn't pick anybody from those institutions or neighborhoods. But we will have a professional consultant, Councilman.
Okay.
And so I think, I hear your concern.
What's our budget on that? Like, what are we paying for this consultant? What are we?
Yeah, it's going to be a couple $100,000, for.
Consultant?
Because we have 2, we have 2 consultants. We have one that's going to help us do the scope of work. That was plumber, and then we're going to have one.
I mean, with all respect, Peter, do we have a consultant to figure out what toilet paper we have to buy? I mean, we have all
this
these
is bigger than toilet paper,
consultants.
yeah.
And I mean, Jesus, we just pay consultants and consultants. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
ridiculous. I mean, that's.
Well, this is important for you and the community, and so the desal project is, that baseline project was $757 million, so we want to make sure, yeah.
That's just crazy.
That's a high number, that's a high estimate, but we're going to have, let me tell you, we're going to have.
So the consultant is going to figure out what?
So we're going to have
Who we're
2.
gonna
What's that?
Are they going to pick who we're going to use?
No, I just said they're not going to pick. So who's going to pick is the committee of 18, and the city staff will be advising. So the one consultant has to draft the scope of work, like what is it that we're doing, and have enough detail professionally that a consultant will know what to do for work. The other consultant we'll have is one that'll help manage the meetings.
But we couldn't discuss that with the contractor that we were going to have them do, like tell them we want a far-field study? I mean, I'm just trying to save money here. I mean, we don't have money for a lot of things you guys say, and we're just spending money left and right. I mean, it bothers me, and I just don't understand why we have to get a consultant every single time for something like this.
Yeah.
If we're going to pay good money for a far-field study, they should be able to tell us what kind of far-field study we need to get.
Well, they will, but so the 7 firms, right, that we have on the list right now, we could get 7 different opinions on what we need. And so we have to, in the procurement process, there has to be an understanding of what do you want.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. But we'll try to bring that price down. That's, again, the highest estimate.
Okay, thank you.
And then, yeah.
Councilman Cantu, I'm sorry, Hernandez.
Councilman Cantu, I think the consultants to figure out the far-field model are going to be more expensive than the actual far-field model.
Well, I think that's included in there too, Councilman, so thank you for, that's all in.
All right.
It's 3 consultants, actually, so thank you. You get one to help us draft what is the scope of work, and they're going to actually stay on retainer through the whole project. as an owner's agent. Then we're going to have the Farfield modeler, which we know is 50 to 100,000, which the council asked for. So we're doing what you asked for. And then the last consultant is one to help have meaningful meetings, a facilitator. So we want this to be good.
Okay, Peter. We'll leave it at that. You'd mentioned that you had a slide on streets during your presentation about how much funding is available for it, but you also included Type B funding for arterials and commercial streets. That was funding that we would have had from different programs. Is that going to be included in your overall assessment on how much we spend on streets? Because it's not included in this. This is just for residential streets.
Right, yeah, that's correct, Councilman. Yes.
So are we replacing any of the commercial streets or arterial streets that we're doing through our normal maintenance program with Type B funding that we've assigned to it for this year? Because it kicks in this year.
Right, it does. Yeah, it's already kicked in. So January 1, we began collecting that money.
Okay, so is any of that, can we move any of that money that we were going to spend on arterials into residential?
I believe we can, Councilman. I'm trying to remember if it was dedicated to collector and arterials, but I believe we can. So it's
Okay, so
4.5 million.
I think we need a bigger picture than just the isolation of the residential street program.
Yeah.
So when you bring the streets program to us, make sure you bring us the entire picture of all the programs associated and all the funding sources.
Okay.
I think this gives us a wrong impression of how much money is actually available for streets.
It's pretty close, Councilman, of what's available. So
Okay, just-
the only thing not in there right now is the 4.5 million for the sales
Just
tax.
give us the full,
Yeah.
the full picture.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I also want to correct something on the SEAC. It's not just the trust funds versus impact fees. They also did a lot of work on master plans for the city and
Right.
consolidating and digitalizing that. And a good portion of what they were doing was on master plans, which was sorely needed. And the reason why I voted to spend the funding in order to create those master plans. So I want to make sure that it's not something that we did that didn't produce some sort of viable results, because it did. The master plans were sorely needed to consolidate it throughout the city.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm just for brevity.
I'm just highlighting it.
Okay, good, yeah.
Just want to make sure we're
Right.
not giving the impression that we didn't get any value for that work.
Okay, that's good.
Timeframe.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You had mentioned hiring a consultant to do a housing study. What I asked our Dan and Jennifer Buxton to give us a list of all the low-income housing programs and the value of all that across all formats, ourselves, the Housing Authority, everything that's in existence. And it seems like there's quite a bit that's in existence where there's tax-subsidized housing programs. And I think that needs to be upfront when we're talking about this, not just from a baseline of nothing and saying we need more housing. We need to understand what's in existence, and that should be a large part of what is available. I know we're going to be talking about a 9% housing tax credit program that's receiving some funding from Type B, but we have to understand how much money has been put into it already, and it goes back decades. It's not just in the last 10 years.
Right.
I mean, we just redid one that was done 30 years ago. So I want to make sure that, we get the full picture on anything that you bring to council, that it's not just what's in front of us, it's the entire 50,000-foot
Okay.
view.
We can do that.
Okay? Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Just want to clarify. The 200,000 is for consultants, and it is also for the Farfield study.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, it's the most important and probably most expensive cost in that number I gave Councilman Cantu is for the actual study.
Okay.
So we can't do it. We don't have people that know how to do
No.
a Farfield model. We got to hire a consultant.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. it. I don't like the price either, but this is probably one of the most important decisions we're going to make on this desal.
Right.
So we want to make sure the Farfield study, and we do it right.
Correct.
Okay, just want to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also just want to clarify that we are here again because, after we initially voted this down, here we are again. I call it the zombie project. I call it what it is because it was killed, and now we're still wasting more money. As a matter of fact, I just received an email in regards to the core mix, the core mix sample, and was also very flawed and does not show that we should have gone forward on this project. So again, throwing money at this is just ridiculous. So, I of course was appointed a person because, if you're not sitting at the table, hello, you know what happens. So again, I just want to say this is just money out the toilet. I mean, it's just terrible.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Zanoni, does that conclude your report?
That concludes my report, yes.
All right, thank you. So as we begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address that this council chambers is a place for public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity. We will not tolerate violations of decorum. We're here to do the people's work, so let's proceed in that spirit. If you want to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, you don't need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item. At that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. And I'll ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum, which will be displayed on the television screens for our audience's reference.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. Please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage the allotted time. If you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking, and she will hand it out to us. So at this time, we're going to move on to section G, which is our board and committee appointments. Do we have any public comment on these board or committee appointments? Today, we have the Island Strategic Action Committee and the Landmark Commission. Okay, there being no public comment on these appointments, we'll go ahead and move forward with that. Ms. Huerta.
Okay. The first board is the Island Strategic Action Committee. There are 2 vacancies representing the following preferred but not required categories: 1 residential property owner and 1 Padre Isles property owner.
Okay, we have Terry Brown and Ms. Muse. Any other nominations? Okay. I'll move to approve the 2. Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, next we have the Landmark Commission. There's 1 vacancy representing the preferred but not required category of real estate.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Mayor, I suggest that we table this to get more applications. There was only 2, and one of them didn't even have any kind of qualifications on it. And since the preferred category is real estate, there was nobody that submitted that has any real estate background for that board. And considering this is, determining whether or not a building gets, historical identification, I think we need to have somebody with real estate experience on this board. I recommend that we table it for more applications.
I agree with that, but I'd like to know what would we do different to try to gain more traction or interest?
Well, from my perspective.
No, I mean to Ms. Huerta, because she would be the one reposting, et cetera.
Yeah, this one, it's a very specific type of board, right, because of what it does. It promotes the use of historical and cultural landmarks for the culture, prosperity, education, and general welfare of the people of the city. So it's just it's a specific sect of people, I guess, who would be interested in that type of board. We can go out and continue to do some recruitment. We've sent out recruitment on LinkedIn, and you can send it out to specific groups, architects,
Well, in this case,
historians, people like that, and see if we can gauge some interest there.
in this case, I think we should engage with the Realtors Association
Right.
to see if we can get
Right.
some aspects of
Yes,
this.
correct.
And like I just said, it's an, I think it's an important thing with regards to this, and I was very active in the ordinance that was updated with it to make sure that, we have a good set of eyes and good policies surrounding the Landmark Commission.
No, I agree. You want to make the motion to table?
Yes, I'll make a motion to table this for further recruitment.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Moving on to the consent agenda item. Before we go there, I want to let everybody know that per council request, we're pulling item number 21 from the agenda for this meeting, probably back the 27th of January. So consent agenda, would any council member like to pull an item 3 through 14 for individual discussion? Number 5 and number 6. Anyone else? Any requests from the public to make public comment on items 3 through 14? 11. You can come up. Item number 11 is one reading emergency ordinance approving the 12th amendment to the tax increment reinvestment zone, not to exceed $2 million to government agencies that participate in the TERS number 3 for demolition of the publicly owned buildings approved by the Board of Directors. Yes, ma'am.
So I heard the debacle this morning from the President, Rachel Caballero. Oh, it's New Year. Happy New Year. We forget the Rachel Caballero D1. I heard the transaction with Commissioner Mike Pusley this morning, and extortion is not the way that the government should be doing business. As far as I am aware, the TERS program is not meant for new development, but to help impoverished areas or areas that have not had economic development in a certain period of time, to put money back into those areas that have not been paid attention to. Well, I mean, the entire city could be TERS, but here we go. So the problem is that the county does not pay into TERS. They just allow for a portion of their taxes to go into TERS. But the county does not pay in to TERS. Now, when any small business comes here and asks for any type of monetary compensation, you have to provide a plan, you have to provide financials, you have to provide a schedule, and as of the TERS meeting a little while ago, none of that was available by Councilman Mike Pusley, or Commissioner Mike Pusley. Also, this $2 million is going to be taken from locally owned small business owners that is counting on TERS money to refurbish their buildings. So when a government entity goes to take taxes that they did not pay into, they are taking away from locally owned small businesses. So this is not supporting small businesses in Corpus Christi. It's actually taking from them. If the county would like this money for a project that they've known is going to exist for the last 10 years, they should budget for it. We need to get out of the business of extortion. We need to be a city that does the right thing, that looks out for our locally owned small businesses. The political environment is changing, and extortion and threats should no longer be acceptable by this council. I believe the Fab Five understands that, and I just hope the others will come on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll entertain, did you have a comment, Councilwoman Vaughn?
Mr. Sinoni. Will you clarify, because that was one of my questions, what she just said. I hate the word extortion because that's stealing. I don't think the county's trying to steal anything, and we are partners in this. Would you clarify that the demolition is in there? Because that was a question that I asked. Can they use the demolition for that money? Would you clarify?
Yeah, right. So the TERS, based on the project and finance plans, or more so the project plans of the existing TERS, demolition has been it has been for the 20 years, an eligible expense. Normally, it's partnered with a reconstruction. So the action today allows just for demolition because the county doesn't have a redevelopment plan right now. So it's consistent with what the TERS has been used for in the past. And you can do it can be a government building, correct? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So those are all guidelines that the council has prior approved, but they're also consistent with state law.
Okay, I think it's so important that when we get comments, that we need to say statement of fact and explain to them what is going on.
And the last part of that, for clarification, is didn't the law change where it is not only, you're not only able to utilize a TERS or create a TERS for a disadvantaged area? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
So the creation of the TERS, Chapter 311, is not only for redevelopment and helping existing buildings and businesses, but it certainly does include new development.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, in terms of economic development, the city of Hutto built a statue of a hippopotamus and were sued, but the Attorney General's office said it's not his place to determine what a community considers economic development. Now, we also have TERS do public infrastructure, which in some sense, this facility or the old courthouse is public infrastructure. It is blighted, for the lack of a better term, and it would be best for our community to have it removed. Now, I use the word because, and it might have been harsh, but that was intentional, because somebody's saying that we're not going to participate anymore, and we're going to pick up our toys and go home if you don't do this for us. I don't think that was appropriate, but ultimately the project itself is something that needs to be done. I understand the county's position. They're looking for money, and not participating in TERS would inject some money back into their tax base. Not a whole lot, but it would. I just think, you shouldn't hold the redevelopment and economic development of downtown and the C district under that kind of coercion, I guess is another word you could use. We could be working together as a partnership in doing this together, as opposed to saying that we're going to take our homes and take our toys and go home. That's why I use those terms, but ultimately the project is necessary. It's blighted. We need to get rid of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I will entertain a motion to approve the item as presented.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. I will also entertain a motion to approve consent agenda item with the exceptions of items 5 and 6. Do we have a motion? We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 5 is an ordinance authorizing the B Corporation's Texas State Aquarium parking lot project totaling up to $2 million from the B Corporation for TSA visitor parking lot infrastructure improvements. Councilwoman Vaughn, did you pull this one?
Yes, thank you. I've been reading up on this weekend because it's been a while since I understand the rules for Type B. So tell me, what is the purpose of the Type B funds? Is it economic development?
Yeah, this particular, Daniel McGinn, Assistant City Manager, this particular funding was, related to the economic development of the group. They also have affordable housing dollars and some of the money that's utilized for streets as well.
Okay, so tell me how this parking lot is an economic development. How does it qualify?
This project was presented to the Type B back in the summertime. At that time, they were going to have some construction of the demolition of the bridge, and so they had bought some property. And this was to kind of revitalize, it was kind of the western portion on the west side of the existing bridge. And so it was really just going to help them out because they're going to have parking that was going to be down during that time. Since the bridge demolition was delayed, they decided to move those dollars and put it in the parking lot that's under the bridge, that's currently under the bridge, and that bridge, of course, goes away. But I would say just that the parking lot was determined to meet the criteria, that it was supportive of the aquarium and all the visitors that are brought in. And those visitors are spending money at the restaurants, the bars, maybe they're spending the rest of the day, hopefully.
Okay, so what questions do you ask to determine, what questions does the Type B board ask to determine if that's an economic development? Because to me, I support the aquarium, but to me, this is not economic development. It should be hot tax or something else. CIP project, but that, to me, it's not, and we should be following the rules. I mean, I question some of the things they've approved before, and do we need to have the state comptroller to look at and see if we're using this stuff wisely and correctly? Because to me, there has to be an economic development use, and to me, there isn't for the aquarium.
Well, the threshold, as Mr. Hernandez mentioned, the hippo at Hutto, and I know Mr. Culbertson has brought that up numerous times over the last 10 years, that the determination of economic development is, the bar is not that high as far as making, the legal interpretation if it's a valid.
Well, what was the language that the voters approved? What was the language? Do you know what that was?
I might need some help from.
Yeah, the referendum, Miles, the voter's guide for this.
Well, I mean, the terminology was tracked in the ordinance, and the findings were made. It is within the authority of both the City Council and the Type B Corporation to determine that economic development is this particular type of assistance. The City Council also has the discretion, and this actually came out of the Hutto Hippo, the legislation that came out of the Hutto Hippo episode required city councils to authorize the programs and of the Type B and Type A corporations. So it's within the discretion of the City Council to determine either that the Type B corporation is permissible or impermissible.
That is such a salad talk to me, Miles. I love you, but that's such a salad talk. I do not see how in the world this is an economic development, how y'all can consider that that's what it is. I mean, let's see, I've got some questions here. Is there a specific economic development outcome? Is there a business or employer directly involved? Are we creating jobs? Any of those things we're not. Could this be done by general funds or bond instead or hot taxes? Yes, it could. To me, that's not what it is, and I don't think that's, I know when I voted, that's not what I voted on for these funds. I'm not going to support this today. I'm sure it'll pass because it always does. But to me, there ought to be hot funds used for that, and I'm not against the aquarium. I support it completely. But to me, there's funds they can use for some of this stuff instead of calling planned economic development. It's not. It's a parking lot. It's a structure. It's not economic development. We're getting nothing from this. Does anybody in here understand what I'm saying? Are y'all just okay with, I mean, I think we ought to look at some of the things we've done, like the water garden. That wasn't economic development. We've got to get back to what the plans were, and I think that the Type B board has kind of gone astray on some of this stuff. And when we can use some other funds, I think we should be using hot funds to do the parking lot. I want to do it, but use some other funds. Okay, that's my soapbox. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilwoman Campos.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. I have an issue with this as well because I've been pushing and asking for sidewalks for our residents, and so $2 million would go a long way. And if I'm looking at this as if we can build a parking lot for $2 million, would sidewalks then qualify as a economic development under this criteria? I'm just asking because if, and I love the aquarium. I mean, I was just there yesterday. They have great food, great venue. You know, kudos to them. And they're like the #1 attraction. But at the same time, I'm also trying to look out for our residents. So can you answer that question?
Well, I mean, these type B requests we work with our EDC, Mike Culbertson and his group, and, these come in, this came in during the summer. This project was approved by the council back in the summertime. It's just moved locations, but the project was vetted through the application. They determined, the request was valid based on some of the things that the aquarium does and the visitors that come in. I imagine we could process a request for a sidewalk. I don't know that it would score very well in looking at, an economic development return. But is it eligible? I don't know. I'd have to defer to Miles I don't know if that's a legal use.
The Attorney General has previously opined that a subdivision that a street within a subdivision was not the type of economic development that was permissibly funded by a type A. So we would need to examine that in more detail, depending on.
So it is possible. Is that your answer? Because we can't tell what you're actually saying, Miles. I mean, speak directly.
Well,
is it possible or not?
It depends. I'm saying that another attorney, the Attorney General, has opined that a similar project similar to a sidewalk, i.e. a street, within a subdivision was not economic development. Therefore, so a sidewalk essentially was determined not to be. So you would need additional facts in order to find that a particular sidewalk was economic development.
But a parking lot does qualify.
A parking lot for this aquarium, yeah, not just any parking lot. So the justification is we don't have the application there, and Mike Culbertson scores these and determines economic value and impact, but this will create space for more visitors at the Texas State Aquarium, which could result in more employment, could result in more sales tax revenue from sales at the aquarium, could have a ripple effect with more people spending time on North Beach, on the restaurants and other entities that are there. So that's how it qualifies for economic development.
But Peter, the same argument could be used for residents getting to their jobs, getting to wherever to spend more money because they can actually walk on the sidewalk. So yeah, I don't know about that argument.
Right. I'm not saying your sidewalk project is ineligible. I'm just finding how this one was determined or deemed to be. We can do more work on the sidewalk question. That's not this item. This item is specifically for the Texas State Aquarium. But we can do that analysis for you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, again, me too. I am conflicted only because what this project actually is. But I'd like to hear what the other council members have to say. Thanks.
Councilmember Cantu.
As well, I love the State Aquarium. I went there Sunday, spent like $200, had a good time. However, I do get what other council members are saying about the parking lot. I mean, I don't understand this type B funds. Why are we wasting money on parking lots and other stuff like the courthouse and whatever the case is? It should go to small businesses. They need the help. They really do. Did the State Aquarium pay for the land, or did the state give them the land?
The president's here, so can you come up? Yeah, I believe they paid for it, but I don't want to misspeak. Jesse Gilbert, the general.
Texas State Aquarium. The original request that happened in the summer, that land we did purchase, which was the old go-kart track and the associated parking lot. The plan was to create additional parking as the Harbor Bridge project moved along, and we lost the parking, which started actually about 2 weeks ago. Now we're shifting that because of the timeline of the Harbor Bridge change to the current parking lot that you might have parked in a couple of months ago. That will create more space, and so as we grow, and a lot of the plans that you all have seen, we anticipate some significant growth on the attraction side as well as some of the research and wildlife side. But the land that the current parking lot that this funding is requested for is actually owned by the port. Well, right now state, but it will go back to the port, and then we have that use agreement. So most of the property that the aquarium sits on is either city or port property, the vast majority of it.
Got you, okay. I seen the plans. I mean, the plans are beautiful. I mean, you guys are doing a lot of work in North Beach. You know, it needs a good facelift.
It does.
You guys
We're
are
planning
doing
on it.
majority of it, so I appreciate that. I just don't understand how, you know, we give all this type B funds to hotelers and aquariums and courthouses that, you know, should have been torn down years ago, but somebody wanted to keep it. I'm going to support it because of the fact that if we're giving money to hotelers, we're giving money to the courthouse, we're giving money to you. It's a fair thing to do until we fix the problem. And I really think we need to look into the board members on that board and figure out what we can do with them, because, I mean, they're just, like, just yesterday, you know, they killed a $1.8 million project on the west side of town for a sports complex. And they knew that we were going to talk about that issue today, and they killed it yesterday. So, you know, that's just, it's terrible. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember.
Board Member Barrera. I got knocked off. I'm sorry. I can wait. Or you can? Okay. I can wait. Board Member Scott.
Or Caleb. Oh, hey, might as well stay, Jesse.
Okay. Well,
Sorry. You weren't here earlier, but
Council Member, sorry.
I've been called a lot of things. And so far, all of them here are good today. So, so you weren't here for our TERS. And the reason I support this project is I've seen the development plan, and I believe in the development plan. I think this is part to get you to develop that plan. And that was my criticism of the courthouse was there's no development plan, right? And so, you know, I want to give $1. I want to vote to give a taxpayer dollar to help projects that develop plans that create new economic benefits to the area. Can you just kind of generally talk through the grand plan at the port?
I can, yeah. So,
Port,
yes.
sorry, the aquarium.
Yeah, late October, we released the plan to basically revitalize the entire south end of the North Beach Peninsula. There's a lot of work ahead, a lot of funding, a lot of hurdles, but we do believe we can do that. The expansion of the aquarium property north of our current campus really is around the wildlife and rescue side, the research side, and partnering with different state, federal agencies, higher education, as well as just can we create a zone for family tourism on North Beach, and that's kind of the plan. Later this year, probably sometime in May, we're going to open a brand new Children's Discovery Center that we think will increase attendance significantly. We are bringing manatees to the aquarium. We think that will, our data suggest, and we have firms that do this for us, suggest we could see a 20% increase in visitation, going from a 500,000 visitor a year facility to maybe up to 600,000. So this parking lot enhancement increases spaces to kind of hold that. We run out of parking today, or I should say in the summer. If you come to North Beach in July on the weekend, we're out of parking. The streets are clogged, and so what we're really looking at doing is not only redeveloping 60 acres of the south end of the peninsula, but also how do we improve the infrastructure? And so we're gonna take that on. Our board has been supportive of it, and we've got to get North Beach back to where it's a shining jewel.
Right. I wish you best of luck. Love the plan. Glad to support it. That's why I support this item. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is Arlene still here by chance?
Arlene?
Madrano. It's okay if she's not.
I can go look. Let me go look.
It's okay. Could I actually ask, I see we have some representation from the aquarium here.
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys have a count of, like a visitor count from out of town? I'm sure you do.
Oh, yeah. I would say depending on the year, 70 to 75% of our guests are from out of town.
Do you have like an actual number to quantify? Because
Quick math would be, we ended 2025 at 500,000, so I would say the better part of 400.
and those are visitors that are unique. They are not from this area. They've come here for this amenity.
That's correct.
So to me, I see Councilwoman Vaughn's concern, of course, but as someone who I really do value the things that we can do to keep us on that map. I mean, the Texas State Aquarium, we are the home to the State Aquarium. You can't just go to Galveston and see the State Aquarium. You can't just go to Houston. You come to Corpus Christi. And so that, to me, gives me that qualification under the economic development, because if they're coming to see the aquarium, they're going to eat here, they're probably going to stay here, they're going to spend other tax dollars in our district. So thank you for that. My other question would be $2 million for a parking lot does seem kind of high. That's, I know that this stuff and costs today is astronomical, but we have had to be incredibly alert and attentive to these costs. So is that a ballpark estimate? Is that something?
It's definitely higher. So our anticipation, we're actually meeting with the bridge contractors now to see if we can use their paving organization or their company that they've contracted with to decrease mobilization fees. So I feel we'll come in well under the $2 million. That was the original request as things have evolved, but we do believe we'll be well under $2 million.
Okay, so what your request would be up to the $2 million.
That's correct.
It could be lower.
I believe it will be. Yeah, there's a contingency line built into there, but we're getting some very favorable quotes back right now because we're going to just economy of scale. If we can get in on some of the paving that's already happening on the North Beach roads with the current contractor, they're already mobilized, the equipment's here. Let's just jump on that. So we actually talked to them right before the holidays.
Gotcha. And when would the project start roughly?
It really depends on the conclusion of demolition of the current bridge. So we're really concerned right now that we might not have parking for spring break. That's 70,000 visitors. So
yeah.
There's a real pinch right now to try to get this going.
Okay. All right. Well, I truly hope, and if there's anything we can do to help navigate those timelines, please let us know.
Will do.
Because I know these tourist peaks are very important to
They're
this.
peaks. And to speaking on the economic impact, the aquarium's economic impact in FY24 was about $200 million regionally. What we're doing the study now for 25, we'll probably release that in the next couple of weeks, I'd say.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Stick around. Councilmember Hernandez. Oh, I'm sorry.
Man, I get it. I
One of
screw
these
up.
days.
Yeah, there you go.
Councilmember
See, it's
Barretta.
not just you. First off, I think that one of the things that was echoed this morning was that what's the project, what's the upcoming project? And I think if you clarified, so obviously you have phases of rescue, research, and the facility. What sort of capital improvements are you going to invest in probably the next 10 years?
Land alone, we've invested north of $2 million just in the last 24 months. In fact, we're looking at more of that right now. When this project's said and done, we're probably looking at $100 million when it's all said and done. I think that's in today's dollars, so push that out 5-10 years. That's just what we have planned today. That doesn't include the full revitalization piece. We're actually going under contract with a master planner now to look at that entire 60 acres to see what the best use of that is. But it's going to be in the hundreds.
Yeah, and that's one thing I just really want to stress. I think it's not just a parking lot. It's a component basically of this great master plan where we're going to have all these capital improvements that obviously, once again, it's going to increase the value of North Beach in addition to the phased approach of which we're doing to the canal. Peter, how much is it that we put into the canal so far?
I think it's a little bit high. It's a little bit above 25 million.
So this is just another component to complement that. And once again, that's one of the things I spoke of. We just need to work on this holistically so that way we're looking at it overall. It's not, and dare I say, I don't want to sound condescending, it's not just a parking lot. It's basically part of this, $100 million facility that we just need to plan ahead so that way we get to a point and then we're going to come back and then the parking is going to be, because of the demand now is there, then the parking is going to be $4 million. So I think this is a good project, and I think maybe when we put the presentation together, it comes off as it's just a parking lot, and it's not. It's part of a grand plan, and you know, I just want to say, Jesse, since you and the team that you've put together, that you've come here, I mean, there's just been so much additional expansion. I think since you've been here, there's been additional construction. There's been a lot of changes made. It's just a great facility, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
Thank you. No, we're blessed to be in this community. It's supportive.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Okay, I want to give some historical perspective to this. This was originally brought to us under a bond project, which was inappropriate.
2024, I believe.
Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's correct.
Remember that?
I do.
And so we said we needed to refer to, an economic development program like the TERS or a Type B.
That's correct.
The aquarium was actually built through a TERS originally.
That I didn't know.
Yeah, that's correct.
It was TERS number 1.
Right.
So that was the first funding source for the aquarium as a whole. I thought we were going to go in that direction for this parking lot under the TERS, but I don't think there's enough money in there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So in terms of economic development, so I had a question here because I never asked this before. Are you is your property taxable?
No.
Do you pay property taxes?
No.
Okay, so here's the challenge, right, for these kind of things, is that we improve something, and you don't necessarily see the benefits of it from a city perspective on increased ad valorem taxes.
That's correct.
So that, however, you are improving North Beach as a whole from the blight that's there, okay? And, everything kind of north, I guess, east of where you're at is not in great shape.
I would agree.
Okay, so I think this is ultimately goes back to the argument with the Hutto Hippo. What is actually economic development? You are a beneficiary of a TERS originally. This is kind of economic development in some sense. It's kind of hard to explain it unless you look at it as a whole picture, understand the historical reference to it, understand that we rejected the bond package. It didn't make sense to put taxpayer investment into private property. That wasn't the appropriate mechanism. This is the what actually came about. Now, there's always kind of a gray area with what is economic development. We had the same issue with the courthouse. It's it's public infrastructure that they intend to sell and benefit the county. Is that really economic development?
Right.
A little bit of a gray area. We're having to deal with it, and it's ultimately a decision of the council. I think the aquarium is an important part of our landscape as a city of Corpus Christi. Is this the right mechanism? Maybe, maybe not. But ultimately, we need to support the tourism aspect that you bring to us. I think you serve an important purpose. You're expanding the Ocean Wildlife Institute, right? So I will support this project because what we're talking about is how do we make the improvements.
Yes, and to speak on that, if I may, Councilwoman Hernandez, we ask the same question. How are we? We do when we take property, it comes off the property tax rolls. That's very true. So when we started to look at the 60-acre development and then the revitalization plan, that's true when we use that land for mission-based operations. So if we acquire land and we build a wildlife disaster training center, then that is true. If we acquire that land, we still own it, and we sublease that to some other tourism activity that is not related to wildlife, then that does go back on the tax roll, and that's our plan. We don't need 60 acres for wildlife, so the plan is to get some of that back on the tax rolls.
Well, how much in sales tax do you generate?
Oh, I'd have to. We have the data. I don't know right off hand.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is that you said you had 500,000 visitors.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's some generation of sales tax associated with that.
There is. We have the data. I just don't know it off the top of my head. Yeah.
Is the aquarium economic development for the city of Corpus Christi? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Did y'all try and look for grants or state funding or anything?
Well, yeah, this one's been cumbersome because we knew that this day was coming with the Harbor Bridge demolition. And if you were to look at the lot today, so literally a big rib came off last night. The heavy equipment has torn up the lot. So we've been looking for, I mean, since we knew this project was in development, of how we would take care of the lot post Harbor Bridge demolition. And there really hasn't, there's just not, for parking infrastructure, it's not there. Yeah.
And I share the passion, just like everybody else does, for the aquarium. I love it, and I get it. It's not that I don't want to fund it. I think this is the wrong funding. And the difference between this and the courthouse is the voters voted for this. And Type B funds were approved by the voters for business-driven economic development. To me, a parking lot is a nonprofit attraction that doesn't meet that standard. And stretching the definition puts voter trust and integrity at risk. I think it blurs the line between economic development and general spending. If we want to fund tourism amenities, because this is what this is, we should do it transparently through the right funding tool, not by redefining what economic development is after the fact. And I think that's what we did. And I think we should use another fund for it. I wish they did a CIP, they did hot funding, something else. But to me, and I'm only going to vote for it no, because I don't think this is what this is for this Type B board. And we've got to get back to the guidelines and do what we said we were going to do. And to me, the integrity, the voters expected us to do it. And that's what I'm supporting right now, is the voters, what they voted for. But you're probably going to get the funding. Thank you.
Councilman Kintu.
Thank you, Mayor. Did you meet with all the council members and show them the
We have reached out
plans?
to everybody. I think we're still waiting on 2, but we've shown the plans. I will let you know, we were going to email all of you this week. We are hosting the North Beach Neighborhood Association in April, and we are going to bring the entire North Beach Neighborhood Association, all the business owners together and share that. You'll all be invited to that as well.
Okay, and then you guys are not on tax rolls, right?
That's correct. We're not.
All the property you guys own not on the tax rolls?
That is correct. And I would say of the entire campus that we sit on today, we own very little of it. Most of it is Corpus Christi and Portland. Yeah.
Is there another fund we could take this money from, Peter? For
we could cancel something and redirect it. So as Councilman Hernandez reminded us, this was a recommended project on the bond program. Under, I'm not sure what category we had it under, but the council said, can we move that off because we want to do, something else? And so we looked for alternate funding sources, and the Type B economic development funding was the one we recommended.
I'm just saying, from hotelers to courthouses to state aquarium. What about some kennels? Can we use this money for some kennels? I mean, Jesus, it is, you know what? I mean, can you guys build us some kennels? I mean.
We don't do domestics.
I just, okay, all right, just blows my mind, but, okay. I think that's it, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
This is really directed to Peter. Peter, we talked in the past, when we have these items that come forward that the Type B board's been involved in, like some of the hotel projects in the past, that we would have a member here either from the Type B or from economic development, because a lot of the questions that council has asked in terms of clarification and making sure how it fits, we can only assume what was in their mindset as they went through the process. And as we talk about some of these things and it comes up, I think in the future, again, I'm going to ask this again, I've asked this in the past, that we have them here as representation.
Yeah,
I think we could have avoided issues in the past if we would have had that.
Yeah, good reminder, and we'll make sure the next one we have somebody here from the AB, whether it's the board chair or the vice chair or somebody.
Thank you.
And Peter, I would add that we maybe do like a workshop or something so we understand fully what is eligible, what isn't, what do we call, economic development, and if one thing is economic development, because obviously, these are good perspectives, but we need to know or understand better what, how is Type B seeing it? They kind of live in that world where, to Councilman Roy's point, we get these projects before us and it's a presentation. And then that's it. We need a little 101 again, maybe on Type B. Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, so back to, type B. So once type B approves this project, it's not something we can go back and reverse, is that correct?
Miles will answer. Go ahead, Miles.
No, actually, as I explained, one of the reforms, the state law reforms after the Hutto Hippo debacles, is that city councils that create A or B corporations must approve all expenditures and programs of those A and B corporations. So it is completely within your discretion to say no. The city council has the right to determine that this is not that this is not a type B expenditure that should be made. And when I say should be made, I don't mean eligible. I mean, y'all can just decide that the expenditure simply should not be made, and you can decide not to approve it. It is completely within the city council's discretion.
Okay, so we can't, let's say, so we can overrule it and vote against it. So not overrule, but just vote against it. That's what you're saying. When the type B makes some recommend, no, I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but I'm just saying, I just wanted, you're right, we do need more clarification on, what the type B, by the time it comes to us, what is eligible as a project or not. So again, at the end of the day, as much as I want sidewalks, and people know that, I will be supporting this because, for one thing, the Harbor Bridge, the cars used to park there, right? And so, that is something that I'm aware of. And I also see that every time that somebody does park at the aquarium, you all actually charge.
Sure.
So, right now, I think it's $7, but thank goodness y'all gave me a coin and I didn't have to yesterday. I do believe in what the aquarium and their future is doing just for our whole state. And so at this point, I will be supporting it, but I just wanted to point that out, like what kind of projects do actually qualify in the Type B board. So obviously, we're going to be having that conversation, and the long version is thank you for bringing it up in another way. So I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll be voting yes.
Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you. Quick question. If this is to be approved, this partnership, do you guys charge for that parking lot?
We do. $7 a car.
$7 a car?
And that's a joint program between the aquarium and the USS Lexington. So we manage all of the surface street parking on North Beach. There have been some of the I wouldn't say they're lots, they're fields, and the people are parking there. But if it's a surfaced parking lot, it's managed jointly between the USS Lexington and the aquarium.
Listening to some sentiment here, which is not that we don't agree with the project, it's more thinking about other projects that we consistently have to say no that are very important. Do we have anything, or do you guys have anything in place where the community, like our local citizens, if we partner on building a paved parking lot, maybe our local citizens have some kind of break or some kind of access?
There's a program that runs in the off-season, it's actually running right now, where locals can get in for a discounted admission. So there's the details of that on the website. But yeah, we make sure, not in the summer season when we're at capacity, but yeah, there's a program that runs right now. In fact, I saw 40% of our makeup in January attendance was from that program and membership. So
Okay.
no, it's utilized.
Perfect, thank you. Maybe that's good information we'll put together with this type of thing. And then another question, Councilwoman Vaughn brought up the thought of utilizing hot tax funds.
Right.
What would that process look like if that was to be a request? I know in other cities, they sometimes do a complete application, a public application for that. What does that look like here?
Right, so we would, right now, if we look at the HUT fund budget, it's completely allocated to mostly the Hilliard Center. And then we fund some historic preservation and visitor and tourism program. So we would have to reduce funding in one of those already funded areas to reallocate it to the parking lot. So we would, as an example, one that I'm confident in saying is, instead of investing in new kitchen equipment or improving the Hilliard Center, we would forego that for a year and do the parking lot.
Does all that go through Economic Development Department?
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
Mhm,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one other thing, and it could be for either you or Peter. You know, there's this talk about helping small business, so I'm sure an economic impact study was done that determines how many of the small businesses we help on North Beach as a result of the 500,000 visitors.
We have an economic impact of the region. We could share that study with you. I don't know if it goes into specifics about the small businesses, but certainly the data, and we geofence with different technologies. Visitors come to the aquarium. We prefer they eat somewhere on North Beach. We don't have a lot of options. That's one of the things we're looking at. And then, you know, a lot of our visitors stay at the hotels there on North Beach, sure.
Yeah, because, I mean, you're looking at what, just in your receipts, it's $20 million alone.
That's correct. Yeah.
That's correct. So, I mean, that's the thing I'm saying. I mean, it's not the only place to eat. There's hotels out there. There's other facilities as well as people that come downtown. I mean, I think it does qualify for economic impact just simply because we know that the facility in itself, if you run a restaurant either for souvenirs, a place for souvenirs or a restaurant or some type of facility or run jet skis on North Beach, you know, it just adds to the experience. And so I think that's the one thing. I just want to say that there is a small business impact. So anyway, thank you very much, and I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Would anyone like to make public comment on item number 5?
Well, technically, you asked for public comment, right, at the beginning of consent. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So we're moving on to the vote. We did. So at the beginning, I asked for any public comment over I'm sorry, ma'am. You want to explain that so everybody understands?
So the mayor, at the beginning of her comments, she asks if any of the council members want to pull an item or if there's any public comment on any of the items. So that's how that's handled as a group at the beginning.
Ms. Caballero, if you have questions on it, we're happy if you'll come around and Ms. Huerta can address them when she's able to. Okay? Now, thank you. All right. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. And the last item pulled is item 6, which is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Corpus Christi, Texas, designating a contiguous geographic area within the extraterritorial jurisdictional limits of the city as a tax increment reinvestment zone. Councilwoman Vaughn, I believe you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, why are we doing it for 25 years? Why not 20? Why 25 years?
Daniel McGinn, interim assistant city manager. The 25 years, I think, was request with some of the bond that gives them a little more flexibility. Likely, this TERS will be a little bit different than some of the others, that it's going to assist the PID assessment of some of the subzones that are created. I think the 25 years just provides a little more flexibility in paying down that bond.
Yeah, it's a long time for a TERS, and we've got TERS sitting there like the Breezy Village that we've done nothing with, we need to look at. Okay, I'm for the project, but that just seems like a long time. Thank you.
Okay.
I move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries.
If at all possible, I know this is a public hearing, but I'd like to move to approve items 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay. These are all reimbursement agreements. Okay, so item 15 is an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement up to $252,720 with MPM Development related to Kings Landing Unit 12 subdivision. Item 16 is an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement up to $62,040 with MPM Development LP related to Kings Landing Unit 13 subdivision. Item number 17 is an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement up to $380,460 with MPM Development LP for a proposed Phase 2 residential development located off of Yorktown Boulevard, southeast of Starry Road, also known as Oso Creek Corner, Unit 3. And item number 18 is an ordinance authorizing a wastewater collection line extension construction and reimbursement agreement up to $227,100 with MPM Development, proposed Phase 2 residential development located off Yorktown Boulevard, southeast of Starry Road, also known as Oso Creek Corner, Unit 3.
And Mayor, just
Yes.
for the, just on the captions for the record, on item 17, there's an error only in this caption. Everything else, the ordinance and the memo is all correct. So the number 252,720 on the bottom of the caption should be 380,460.
Should match the
It should
reimbursement.
match, yeah. So
Okay.
we just want to make the statement here on record. Everything else is accurate. The ordinance is accurate. The memo is accurate.
Okay.
This is just one isolated incident of a typo.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So that correction is taken. Would anyone in the public, I'm going to open public comment on items 15, 16, 17, and 18. Would anyone like to make public comment on these items? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion. Well, I'm sorry, we have a motion for items 15, 16, 17, and 18, and we have a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Next, we go to section L, and that is individual consideration items, and items 19 through 26. Item 19 is an ordinance authorizing an agreement for the provision and sale of recycled water from the Greenwood Wastewater Treatment Plant to Valero Refining, Texas, LP.
Mayor, I move for approval.
A second? Okay, well, we have a motion and a second, but we can certainly get your question answered. Ms. Campos?
Well, I wanted to make an amendment to that. Instead of being a 25-year agreement, that we reduce it to 5 years on the recycled water. I mean, I'm all for the recycled water, but the other thing I just wanted to also mention is that as much as, Valero is investing in this project, I also want to remind the public that they are also still contesting their water rates with the city. So, I wish they would reconsider that. But again, I just want to make that amendment, reduce it to 5 years instead of the 25, or
30.
30 years,
30?
sorry. Yeah.
It's 30
It's a
years.
30-year agreement.
Yes.
So you would like to bring it down to 5 years?
Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn.
You know what I'd like for us to do? I'd like for us to show this to the public because a lot of them don't understand it. You always get complaints that industry does nothing. That's not true. They're stepping up and they're doing something. So I think we should take the time, Mayor, to explain it to the public.
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nick has a presentation
Yeah,
that we can
Nick has a
show, and I believe
presentation.
he handed it out to the council here
Yeah.
as well.
I got ahead of ourselves. Go
Let's
ahead.
go through the presentation, Nick.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. Again, this is an agreement between the City of Corpus Christi and Valero. It is an agreement for the provision and sale of recycled water. The agreement's initial phase is 3 million gallons a day, and then with a maximum amount of up to 8 million gallons a day. The agreement is for 30 years, as Councilwoman Campos said. Again, it's 3 million gallons a day of reclaimed water. That's from the Greenwood Wastewater Treatment Plant. The agreement provides for Valero to design, construct, and fully fund
all of the infrastructure needed to convey this effluent water from Greenwood to their facility. Those primary features include a 24-inch diameter conveyance line, a 10 million gallon storage tank located at the Greenwood facility, pump station, and then also they will be working along with the city. The city will be supportive of their acquisition of any easements and working through our right-of-way process. I do want to add that that 24-inch diameter line is oversized. It's oversized at the city of request. That is because that will open up other potential possibilities of the sale of effluent water to additional customers as well. Once all of that infrastructure is installed and accepted by the city, the ownership of that property will be conveyed to the city of Corpus Christi. It's a significant investment. It's estimated at between $70 and $100 million. The 30-year agreement of purchasing the effluent water, the purchase price will be at the city's established raw water rate. Currently, that's $1.18 per thousand. So that rate will go up each year as the city continues to invest in its raw water supply. Additionally, Valero will reimburse the city for operational costs that consist of the electric costs to operate the pumps, any chemicals utilized, or any other maintenance activities. Those costs will be tracked and monitored, and then it'll be reviewed with Valero, and like I said, they will reimburse us for those costs as well. I would like to say that this came together there's a lot of pressure for this to come together in a good time frame. The importance is that we offset our water supply demand, and one way to do that is by furnishing our existing customers with effluent water. As you can see, the initial phase of 3 million gallons a day, that's a significant number. You add another 5 to make it a total of 8 million gallons a day, that is a significant number as well. It's been a good team working together with Valero. I think they've been very cooperative in adhering to our requests and working together to meet this timeline. As you can see, there's a general layout or alignment of that conveyance line from Greenwood to their facility. But the key I do want to say is Valero they're investing more money just to upsize that line so that we could potentially provide additional effluent water to other large volume customers and take even more, reduce our demand even more. Again, it's an offsetting demand. The additional 5 MGD, just to clarify, how does that become available? That becomes available when the construction of the conveyance line from the OSO wastewater treatment plant to the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant. That design contract is with Ardura, and council approved that contract, I want to say about 6 weeks ago or so.
And Nick, so just to highlight, so Valero, with their own money, are spending about $100 million for the design and construction, and they're doing everything. We talk about, and Councilwoman, you and I talk about it a lot, that the staff is overburdened with work, right? So Valero's taking this on 100%. They're going to design it, they're going to construct it, $100 million investment, and then they're going to give it to the city, so that asset becomes ours. So we get a $100 million pipeline. And Nick, how many miles is it in total? Because it's not just like right down the street.
No, it's not. I think you're looking at 10 plus. I don't have the exact number.
Okay,
but
over 10 miles of pipe. Anybody in the pipe business knows that it's expensive. So, and then just to highlight, and then I'll turn it over to the council, but the $8 million is half of the total project that we have on the books now for the effluent reuse. In total, will be $16 million within 2 years, that essentially we're getting 16 million more in water that we can sell to current customers, potable water. Valero doesn't need potable water for their cooling and cleaning processes. So this is I think we're going to submit this somewhere for an award, because it's a great use of effluent that up to this point has just been discharged into the Gulf. Essentially, it goes to the Gulf. So we're basically creating 16 million gallons of fresh water for the demand that we have in our system, and Valero stepping up, partnering with us, investing $100 million to make that happen. And then not only are they doing that, but they're going to give us the $100 million asset. So.
Yeah. Okay, Councilman Cantu?
Thank you, Mayor. I support the project. I really do. I think it's a good deal. They're coming up to the plate, spending some money. I wish they could spend $1.2 billion, but 100 million is good enough, I guess. The only concern I have, two concerns, is one, whoever does these contracts I think should look out for the city more than look out for the other side. For example, I think Valero is, I don't know, suing us, or what are they, they're doing something with us about the water rates or something like that. You know, what Councilman.
Right, yeah, they're utilizing what's available to them, so that they can contest, anybody living outside the city limits.
I mean, are they really to like work with us and just drop that and just?
We can ask them. Flint Hills, one of the refiners, Flint Hills, did drop their PUC claim.
You know, and then the other thing was, for whatever reason, we don't deliver the water or something happens to the pipeline or to the system, they could come back and sue us for damages and loss of time and all. It's on the contract. I just don't feel like, you know, damages are allowed under law resulting from such failure. I mean, is there anything that we could do with this kind of language? I mean, it just opens up, like, you know.
I think what you're referring to, Councilman, is there is a provision where that conveyance line from Oso to Greenwood has to be constructed within a 5-year period. That's a conservative period. Of course, we're pushing our Durham their team quickly.
Say that one more time.
But that frees up the extra 5 million gallons a day, and if that doesn't happen, they get a proportional share in terms of rebate. But they're investing in designing for more than 8 million gallons a day. Their eventual take will be 8 million gallons a day. So the contract agreement, you know, I would, my opinion, it's a win-win. It's a win-win for the city. It's a win for Valero. It's been a pleasure working with them. We've worked with them as a partner, and they're here today, and we appreciate them.
Yeah, Nick, just a second. Explain it again. I don't think the listening council members understand it. So Valero is going to invest $100 million for a pipeline that ultimately gets 8 million. All we can get right now is 3 from Greenwood. So we're going to get the rest from Oso, and that project we're doing, we have to build a pipeline from Oso to Greenwood. So what the contract says is Valero saying if we're going to spend $100 million, then there has to be some guarantee we're going to get that $5 million. We can't enter into this. They spend $100 million, and then we say, we're just joking about the Oso pipeline. We're not going to do it. So that's what that is. It tells us we got 5 years to do that, which we're going to do it in 2, but it just gives some.
After how many years are we responsible for the pipeline? Like, once they build it, they're going to give it to us right away, or after 30 years?
No, as soon as it's constructed, as soon as the infrastructure is constructed and in place, the city will review and accept it. You know, we will review it, make sure it's built per standards, and then we will accept it immediately.
Okay.
Or take ownership of it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then we're responsible for maintaining it, correct?
Correct. However, the agreement does state that Valero will have to pay their proportional share of future required maintenance with that line for the extent of the 30-year agreement. So, for example, say that line we're moving 12 million gallons a day. Valero is taking 8. If there is a major significant maintenance required on that line, they would have to pay their 8 MGD proportional share for that maintenance.
And ETA for them to be online?
Well, so it is tough because there are right-of-ways. They have to install that line. What they've stated, and we're working with them, is hopefully it's 2 years or so.
2 years, 1 year for design, 1 year for construction, is the saying.
Can y'all do it by November, please?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
Sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I don't necessarily have an issue with the 30-year. They're investing quite a bit of capital, and they have to be able to amortize that expense over a period of time and to justify it for ensuring they have water. I just want to make sure that we have, they are going to be taking the reclaimed water, but they're also going to have access to our treated water currently, what they're currently using, right? So for whatever happens, we have an issue with our wastewater pipe or whatever happens, they still have access to accept treated water, correct?
That is correct.
And they're still going to be paying the treated water rates if they take that water?
That is correct.
Okay. So not only does this benefit us in terms of being able to, you know, sell water that we were just throwing away into the bay. It's a good song. But, you know, this is new revenue in a lot of ways. I understand that we're going to be losing some revenue from selling treated water, but ultimately that's a short-term issue. It's going to be a long-term gain because eventually we'll sell that water somewhere else. So I think this overall is a good thing. We should have done this a while back. I know decisions were made differently in the past. Ultimately, I'd like to see this, you know, this program expanded to other industrial partners. That way, we need to make sure that they have the water they need to perform the functions that they're doing. They provide economic development not only for us, but for Texas and for the United States. So it's important that we support this. I am supporting this fully. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, you know, industry does get criticized a lot, and they're very valuable to the community, and I think most of us understand that. But I just want to thank y'all for stepping up. I think you did that, and I think there's times when we need to thank industry, and you know, we've had public comment. They didn't step up, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. You are stepping up, and it's a big investment, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We've got Valero representation. Raise your hand. Thank you for the investment. And we're really glad that this is coming to fruition. If there's any way it can come prior to 2 years, as was mentioned earlier, please make it happen. But we appreciate it because this is really, it's smart and forward thinking. It really is. And we appreciate it. It strengthens our water supply. It reduces strain on our water system. And it's just a perfect piece to the puzzle right now. So we appreciate it. And I know we have more coming with other industry partners, and that's exciting as well.
Right, yes, ma'am. So the total project will be 16 million gallons of reuse.
Perfect, yeah. Wonderful. By November of 26. We're going to write that in before we pass this. There you go. Okay, all righty. Well, let's see here. Do we have public comment? I'm going to open public comment on item number 19. Please come forward.
Hi, Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. So the wastewater outflows are beneficial to the bay, to the environment, and I was just wondering if there were any assessments that were done to see what the effect would be for removing those outflows to our bays. I know Oso Creek, a lot of their flow is the effluent from the wastewater treatment plant. Y'all are talking about scaling this up, so I would just like to know what y'all are doing to assess the impacts from removing the effluent flows from the base.
Okay, well, we'll make sure.
We're not supposed to answer these questions, but it's important to get this out. So we have a consultant that's helping us, and we will discharge a level of water still into the bay and estuaries there. We're not taking it all away from the system. Right. We know that if you go down Ennis Jocelyn and the Oso wastewater treatment plant right across the way is that thriving ecosystem that was created by the city with the discharge. So we're determining what is the minimum amount to keep that ecosystem healthy, and that will be discharged still into the bay system there. And this review also of the Oso Creek, that won't have as much water obviously in it, but it'll have a minimal level to maintain the health of the creek system.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just concerned if you remove 90% of it, what's going to be the impact? It would be nice to see some sort of report or assessment that kind of details that kind of stuff.
And we'll have that for the community.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Anyone else?
Rachel Caballero, D1. Thank you to industry. I mean, the clock was ticking, and we appreciate them coming to the table. Darcy, good job. The concern that I have and why I'm speaking is because I rummaged through the contract of the 22-page, 21-page contract, and unfortunately, we may need to look at replacing our local attorneys because these contracts are made in favor of the opposing signers. They're never in favor of the community, one, or this city, two. Accordingly, Valero shall be entitled to seek and obtain specific performance of the city's delivery obligations and recover all damages allowed under law resulting from such failure without limitation to the pursuit of specific performance after notice and opportunity to cure. So monetary damages alone would be inadequate to compensate Valero for the city's failure to perform. So if you all don't perform, and mind you, we've been in a drought without water for how long? With no solutions, maybe a few now. And so we are not a good local government entity that actually completes things, completes them on time, under budget, and properly. And so now, monetary damages isn't going to be enough. You guys are going to have to figure out ways to supply them water should this not come to fruition. So maybe these contracts need to be reviewed a little more thoroughly by different people because our legal department is horrible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Anyone else?
Susie Luna Saldana. I do want to thank Valero for being the first one to step up. Thank you very much for what you're doing. And I want to thank our staff because they work very hard. It's easy to criticize, okay? And I do want our city protected. However, I want to make sure that we thank the people that are stepping up to the plate. And I hope that more of industry comes aboard and does the same thing. So a big thank you for the people of Corpus Christi for coming up to the plate.
Michael Miller, District 2. I think this is a good news story. I think this is a great project. I wish it had been done 12 years ago when it was first brought to the council. But, you know, it's never too late. But one of the reasons why it was explained to me why it was rejected the first time it came to council is pretty simple. It's an economics deal, right? So if you have a customer that's currently buying 8 million gallons per day from you at a certain cost, and all of a sudden that customer is now paying significantly less than that, though they're, you know, providing the infrastructure and everything to bring that water to them, then you have, you know, a cost of service that goes up. And because you're delivering the same amount of water, or you have the same fixed costs to deliver that water, but all of a sudden your customer is now paying a little bit less because they've made an investment into this effluent deal. So I just want to make sure that as we continue to bring on new water projects, that we have a good rate modeler on board that is constantly monitoring, you know, what is the cost of this project, how much water does it produce, how much is it going to cost to deliver that water, everything else, because I think we're in kind of a panic buy mode right now. I'm not talking about this project at all. I'm talking about some of the other projects that we have. And as we continue to, you know, evaluate and, you know, enter into these agreements on future water projects, we just need to make sure that we're understanding that we have to figure out a way to increase demand. Otherwise, you know, the price goes up. So just keep everything in mind, balance it all out. And I've talked to Mr. Zanoni about something that I'm concerned about. I think the time has come that Corpus Christi Water becomes a separate entity than the city of Corpus Christi. We have a lot of talks about credit ratings and things of that nature. And as we continue to take on debt, it's going to put us in a bind for every road, fire station, everything that we purchase moving forward. Just because that's what kind of happened at San Diego Water whenever they started building the desalination plant over there. their credit rating tanked to BBB minus while they were building that plant. And until the plant started producing water that they could sell, did their credit ratings recover. So that needs to be looked at very closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jim Klein. I live in District 2 here in Corpus Christi. I also think this is a good project. I do have some concerns about the length of it. I think Councilwoman Campos' comments are well taken. 30 years is a long time. I mean, look back the opposite direction. 30 years ago, the Dallas Cowboys won the Super Bowl. I think this could be done at 5 years and then potentially renewed, or 10 years as well and then renewed as well. I don't think that we need to be locked in for 30 years. That's the big concern I have about this. The other one I've got really echoes what Mr. Hale mentioned before, because those wastewater outflows do impact the salinity of the bays and estuaries in the area. And I want to make sure that if we're going to reduce the flow, the amount of fresh water being dumped into the bays and estuaries, that we're not going to unintentionally increase the salinity of those bays and estuaries as well. So I ask you to take that into consideration also. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. And I will entertain a motion to approve item number 19.
Well, there's an amendment, but there was no second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know, but there was no second.
There was no,
Oh, did you second it?
Yeah, there was a second.
no.
No, the amendment.
The amendment.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Okay, so the amendment dies. We have a motion and a second for the,
Yes,
as presented.
Motion as presented.
Please
yes,
present
ma'am.
your, I'm sorry, please
Ordinance
submit
as
your vote.
presented.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Okay, well, it's 1:28. We are going to go ahead and take a break. We're going to go, the council's going to go into executive session on items 29 through 33 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. And we will return. we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. Councilman Barrera?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move to authorize the city manager or designee to execute all documents necessary to settle all claims for which the city may be liable to Raul Alonso or related beneficiaries in an amount not to exceed $250,000.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. We're going to pick back up where we left off, which is Section L, individual consideration items, numbers 19 through 26. We took care of item 19, so now we're going to go to item 20, and this is discuss and consider possible action to require general public comment to begin at 12 noon exactly and allow all registered speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment regardless of residency effective January 27th, 2026, as requested by council members Eric Cantu, Carolyn Vaughn, and Sylvia Campos. And who of the three is, you want to speak on that, Councilman?
Mayor, I want to give you the opportunity and the respect to see what you want to do on this item because you're the leader of this council, and I want to know your thoughts on this. What kind of ideas do you want to do?
So, I mean, I agree with the 12. I think the 12 is good, and I think there's been some conversation about 12 noon, about we can discuss the time frame. I think there's been some discussion on the time frame.
Time frame for what?
Public comment?
Like 12:30, having that 12:30, or?
No, how long?
Oh, how long?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
about how long. So I'm open to any suggestions. I think the other issue was the non-residents. They have 1 minute now.
So what I wanted to do was move the public comment at 12 o'clock, wasn't how it was before. And then also give everybody an opportunity at a 3-minute comment, because I feel that there's people that come from Portland or Sinton to make public comment. I think 1 minute is not enough time for them to say what they want to say. And we also do provide water to those cities and stuff like that. So I think total of 3 minutes for every speaker is doable. As a time frame, like stopping public comment after hour and a half, I just don't think that's right. I think the public has a right to speak to us and voice the concerns. But that's my opinion. All I wanted to do was do it at 12 o'clock and do the 3 minutes for everybody.
Okay.
So any other suggestions and, ideas, that's fine. But,
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. Let's hear from others. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, this has been, going on, well, since I, got in council, and I think we see that the 5:30 is popular, it is. But the problem is that it's after we have already taken action. And so, because that was voiced to me after, we took that action, that's why I'm considering, going back to the 12 o'clock. The only thing I would love to suggest is if we could offer at least one evening or an additional evening so that we can have people that go to school or at work and can't make it to the 12 o'clock or during the day. But of course that would mean more time on, for us, for city council, but I wouldn't mind coming back another night. Actually, it would be, I guess, Monday night. And the other is the 3-minute allowance. I've been advocating that for a while now, because I do see people from Robstown and, our surrounding areas, Portland, whatever. We are the water providers for 500,000 customers, but yet we only give them 1 minute when they come in person. So I've never felt that was right or just. So I hope that we can change that. That's about it.
Anyone else? Councilman Roy.
I agree. Recently, a minute, you can't say much in a minute, and I don't have a problem with going to 3 minutes, because I do believe the majority of people that have spoken here that are not from this area either have some type of connection. They're not just up here, they have some type of connection, and I think 3 minutes, I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem with it.
Councilman Hernandez?
Has there been a motion on this yet?
No.
Okay. The reason we went to 1 minute for non-residents is we were getting because during the COVID period, we were getting phone calls from people from California, people from Austin, people from Houston, and it were taking up a lot of time and didn't have any real connection to this area. Now, that doesn't apply to people from Sinton or Portland or anybody that's local in the local area. So I would suggest that, well, when a motion is made, that we change this to all people that are in person get 3 minutes, not everybody that registered, because then we'll end up with people from California again, signing up and telling us, for 3 minutes, stuff that really is not relevant to our community and the people that are affected by our decisions. So I want to make sure that, I'll make that amendment when it comes out.
Okay. Yeah. Councilwoman Vaughn?
Rebecca, have you checked to see what other cities do?
Yes, ma'am. We did that research.
And what was it?
Oh, I don't have it in front of me right now.
Do you recall?
Specifically what question? About
Did they time? I know the county has a time limit.
Mm-hmm.
Did other cities time limit, or did they allow everybody 3 minutes, no matter how long it went?
I think a couple cities had rules about residents and non-residents, but most of them, I don't know if their councils may not have had that issue where a lot of non-residents show up. So I recall off the top of my head just a couple cities of the 10 that we did. About the 10 of the 10 cities that we polled.
They did what?
Yes, they just had one time limit for everybody.
And how much was the time limit, do you know?
It was up to 3. So I think one of them had 5, but that's very unusual. Yeah,
Up to
it was
3
3.
minutes. So they didn't have a time limit that said your public comment is from 12 to 1:30.
Oh, you mean for the session?
For the session.
I want to say 2 did, right? Wasn't it 1 or 2 cities?
Yeah, there were several that had a specific time frame.
Yeah, there were several cities that had a specific time frame.
Yeah, there were several cities that had a specific time frame, so they allowed anywhere between 60 to 90 minutes was common, and they would divide up the number of speakers by the number of minutes, usually with a not to exceed 3 minutes.
Okay. And the reason I ask this is, here's the memory, is the reason that we went to 5:30. And whenever I proposed it, I said we would come back in 2 or 3 months and review it and see if it worked. We went because the meetings got out of control with the audience up here. They were out of control, and we were spending 3 to 4 hours every meeting for public comment. And we were exhausted by the end of the day, and you can't make good decisions when you're tired. So that is the reason that we moved it for a trial basis. Now, I think we need to be real careful. I understand the 3 minutes. For out of town, 1 minute is definitely not enough. But we got to be really careful, Mayor, because we're getting ready to hit some hot topics coming up again. Desal will be coming up in February. We're going to have groundwater discussions. So we could have another area where we've got a line out of here where we're spending 3 to 4 hours. I'm fine with doing that if y'all want to do it, but we really need to think about what we're doing. So I'm open to all suggestions right now, but I'm with Gil on out of state. They do not need 3 minutes. And is 3 minutes too much for out of town? Do we put our priority for our residents that live in Nueces County? I think we have to think it through. And I think every council member needs to weigh in, because it affects all of us. And Mr. Sinoni, I would like to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, Mr. Zanoni.
Hi. Well, so when Councilwoman Vaughn, when we recommended moving it to 5:30, I agreed, because what was happening at that time is we want public comment, but there was long duration of public comment, which was exhausting the council, to where millions of dollars of business decisions were at a late hour with an exhausted set of board members, i.e. the council. So being here 7 years, I have heard a lot of people say they like that lunchtime time, because they can come in during their lunchtime and it's more convenient, although Councilwoman Compos's group that we've worked with likes the 5:30 because that's more convenient. So either way, some folks won't have convenience. Some people like the noon time because they can come in during their lunch break. Other people can't leave for lunch, and so they like the 5:30 time frame. I would support or recommend having a time limit. So if you say we have an hour and a half of total public comment, because this is a board meeting, like it or not, and I know some people don't like me saying that, but the city council is acting as the board of the city, and there's important business decisions that have to be made up here. And the council doesn't convene to listen exclusively to comments, because you can hear that anytime, anywhere, and we do. I take phone calls, I take texts, I take appointments, and the council should too. So the meeting format is not the only time we can ever listen to a resident, and it shouldn't be. But the council only has this one time a week, 3 times a month, to conduct extensive business for the community. And if you have a tired board of directors, i.e. council, we're not making good decisions for the community. So I do support some type of a limit on the amount of time given the council freshness and alertness to make big business decisions and governance decisions and quality of life decisions. So that would be my thought.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Councilman Cantu.
Me personally, I don't support a time limit. I think that's what we signed up for, to hear the public and hear their concerns. I know Peter said there's other ways to get a hold of us through text, phone, emails, but honestly, how many times do we really respond to the public through emails and texting people back? I do. In the beginning, I was really bad about reading emails and not responding. And then I learned real quick that I need to respond, and I respond to my emails every day. And they are very appreciative of that. But I really feel that we need to hear the people out. I don't think it's going to be all the time for hours. Maybe big issues like desal is going to be a big issue, and we're gonna have a long line here. But it's not going to be every single meeting, And I understand what Peter says. We're making a lot of big dollar decisions, but we got to hear these people out. That's what we signed up for. And even if we do it at 12 or 5:30, if it's 3-4 hours, it's 3-4 hours. I just feel like we have to do it. I agree with Hernandez and Vaughn about the limits of people from out of town. But what about, we keep it at 1 minute for people from out of town, however, but anybody that we provide water to, we hear them for 3 minutes. Whoever we provide water to, utility services, and keep it in Nueces County, but if it's somebody in San Pat County, give them 3 minutes. If they're from Kingsville, we don't provide anything in Kingsville, we give them 1 minute. I have no problem with that. My main concern is our residents of Corpus Christi and the surrounding areas that we provide water to. And water is a big issue in Corpus. So I think that's reasonable. But the time limit, I just feel that it's not good. We're gonna cut somebody off after an hour and a half. Hey, sorry, I don't have went out already, so you can't talk. That's just not right. That's not how it works. And I think they have rights and they need to be heard, and we need to fulfill our duties, that we promised the people when we got elected, and we need to do that. So I will make a motion. Do I have to make a motion, or does Gil make a motion about his?
Well, you got to make a motion on the actual item you have in there, and then we'll amend it afterwards.
Okay. Say it one more time, Gil.
Well, you have it as written, right?
Okay.
Which, if you read it, it's specifically, it's as it's written, discuss, consider possible action for general public comment to begin at 12 p.m. exactly, and allow for registered speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment, regardless of residency. And I want to add that in person.
Yeah.
If someone makes the effort to come to our council chambers to speak to us, I believe they deserve the right to get 3 minutes.
I agree with
If they're going to call from California, they get 1 minute.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Texas.
I thought it already had the language in
Yeah.
person, because that was my request as well. Okay.
Why don't we
So,
hear from everybody before you
what?
make the motion? Hear from
Yeah.
Got it. I'm just saying it because this is my last time to talk, so I don't want. Yeah, this is my second time.
Well,
Yeah. Huh?
you didn't make the motion yet, but you can.
Okay.
After, we've got 3 more people who have to hear from, and then we'll come back for the motion. Okay, Councilman Scott.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate moving it to noon. I would support a 60 to 90-minute cap. I'm okay with 3 minutes. I think the county, I guess, and the port has a cap, so I would just follow their process. I haven't heard, maybe I just missed it, but I haven't heard opposition or criticism to that process. I would just simply say everybody gets 3 minutes, non-residents gets 2 minutes. I hear what you're saying about whether they buy our water, although I think they technically buy water from a third party, although we provide water to the San Patricio Water District. So if you're asking me, noon, 60 or 90-minute cap, 3 minutes if there's enough people, or you change based on the number of people that sign up, and 3 minutes to non-residents.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. Councilwoman Campos.
Well, I just wanted to just state the fact that I thought that it was the in-person. When I said about the 3 minutes, it would be in-person. So, and it must be city-related. So, so that we just don't have anybody coming here and, I don't know, talking about religion or some other thing that is not appropriate for city council business. So I'd like to make the motion to approve this as proposed with the additional language of in-person.
I think, hold on, because I think Councilman was waiting, and he was amending. Yeah, we're going to let everybody take a turn before. You good? Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share my sentiments as well. I agree. I think that we're inviting people to come do what is in their right, which is to contact their government. And so everybody should have that 3 minutes if they've made the trip down here to City Hall. And I too see there's a mixed bag of who enjoys the PM and who enjoys the afternoon, but I believe that if we move this to noon, they can still submit a video or something like that if they're not able to attend in the afternoon. So perhaps we can still list that, they still need to state their name and where they reside, but then they could upload a media file or something like that.
In lieu of making public comment virtually?
Yeah.
We can just do a video after. I guess it's possible, but
I mean, we have the technology to support like we're doing right now, right? So we would keep that in place.
So that would be a different, we're going to be providing not only not virtual public comment, but a video instead of having some come up.
Are they not attaching files? It's all actual live videos?
Yes, except even Sharon Del Seuss will come in and start her her item, right, and then show like a video afterwards in conjunction with it, but there's still a person who comes up and does it.
Okay, I thought we were allowing that.
No, ma'am. Yeah, that would be different. So the status quo is to allow for virtual public comment, but a person actually has to do it.
Okay, but essentially, we can emphasize that they can still speak in the middle if they can't come in.
Yes, ma'am. We provide virtual. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
I mean, I support 3 minutes for everyone, and then obviously with the exception of if somebody's calling in. I would also suggest limiting the comment to an hour and a half, because the challenge is that when we have a contentious item on the agenda, then typically we had individuals that were taking advantage by speaking during that period, when there might be another individual that comes in that has to speak to something generally, whether it be, something that's not on the agenda. So I think this allows us to prioritize the individuals that have nothing on the agenda, and they can speak during that lunch hour, whereas the other individual will still have the availability to speak during the agenda item. And then that way, whether it be for whatever the subject may be, then if they feel that's again, we're offering all these options. They can speak to us, they can write to us, they can send us emails, whatever the case is, they can call us, and then they'll have the opportunity to speak during that item. So I would support limiting it to an hour and a half, but 3 minutes for everyone, with the exception of people that call in that are from out of town.
Councilman, did you have a comment? Councilman Hernandez?
Oh, no, I was just going to
Do the motion. Okay, well, Councilman Cantu, did you want to make the motion? Or do you want to hear his amendment? What was your amendment?
The amendment was to add, allow all in-person registered speakers. So
3 minutes.
including the language in person between all and registered. So, but you got to have the motion first, and then you add the amendment.
Okay. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Here's what I heard, that most of you want 3 minutes to everybody except for out-of-town people. Now, I'm still confused over, do you want an hour and a half? Do you want it just to be 3 minutes and you just come up here and talk if it's 4 hours? Because I figured up an hour and a half, I think that's 30 people at 3 minutes, right? Is my math right? 3 times 3 is 90. Okay. So that's the dilemma. Now the dilemma is, do you want it an hour and a half? Do you want it just whatever it is? If you have 85 people, then, and we did have 85 one time. We did. It's 3 minutes. And then you go back to the point, and hey, look, I want people to talk, I always have. But the most important thing we do up here, we're spending millions and millions of dollars up here. We have got to have clear heads. We cannot spend 4 hours for public comment. We can't. You can talk to them after, you can talk to them email, you can talk to them on phone. I get text all the time. So I'm going to go with whatever I think the consensus is, and I'm really not real sure what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Click your.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, when he makes his motion and he makes his amendment, I'm also going to make an amendment to limit it to an hour and a half. And if that fails, then that fails. And if it passes, it passes. So that way we'll have 2 amendments.
Robert's Rules of Order. Gotta love it. So we're gonna shut the people up for an hour and a half. It's crazy.
No, we're not. This is democracy. We're going to vote on it.
But can I ask clarifying question?
Yeah. Councilman Roy.
So I just want to ask a clarifying question. When you talk about this hour and a half, if you put it at an hour and a half, and let's just say hypothetically there's 85 people here wanting to talk, you're basically going to take the 85 and divide it by 90, and so each person would have a minute, and I didn't do the math, but I'm just saying like a minute and 10 seconds. If you have 85 people.
Right.
If you have 30 people, then everybody gets their 3 minutes.
Yeah, but when you had, I'm sorry. When you had, in the times that we've had 85 people, there was opportunity to speak at the agenda item. So they'll still have that opportunity to speak at the agenda item.
I got you. Thank you. That's all. Okay. I got you.
It'll be both. right? So it'll be both, the noon and the agenda item. Councilwoman.
And the other thing is, when we did it at the county, if you had, say, 30 minutes and you had 30 people, what they would do is, because if you'll notice, when you have that many people, they're saying the same thing. Majority of them are saying the same thing. They're passionate and they're saying the same thing. So a group would get together and they would have a spokesperson. I'm not saying I'm for doing that. I'm just giving you an example, because you have to look at all of it. I'm seeing frowns out there. But anyway, but I'm open to whatever the consensus is.
You're good. You turn your thing off.
Well, I'm going to make.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
To move public comment to 12 p.m.
Yeah, put your microphone. Thank you. Go ahead.
I make a motion to move public comment to 12 p.m. and give everyone 3 minutes to speak.
Second.
Mayor, make an amendment to the motion to include in person between all and registered speakers. So that means 3 minutes only for people that are here in person.
City related. And 1 minute otherwise.
1 minute, well, that's already included. That's
Right.
That's
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Second.
All right, and then Mayor, I'd also like to amend the motion to to limit the noon hour speaking to an hour and a half. However, this entitles an individual to be able to still speak on the agenda item during that time, of which there's no limitation. And I might add that the legislature, they have each item that is open for discussion, and people sign up specifically for that item. So we're not going to be that much different.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my motion.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
If you vote the other way on your amendment, they can still sign up to speak on an agenda item as well, right?
To repeat that?
Just making sure that they can still sign up on any agenda item.
Right.
Okay, making sure.
So it's two opportunities, at noon
Yeah.
and then at the item, if one, yeah. Councilman Scott.
All right, I'm in. Noon, 3 minutes good, except for 1 minute if you're not, you're online. And I support the 90-minute, and I would submit to y'all that we've changed this 4 times, maybe 3 times in the last year. So if it doesn't work, change again. It's just, I'm fascinated that it worked at the county, I think. And it seems to work at the port, I'm told. So I'm interested in trying it.
Is that a second?
Yeah, I second. I didn't know you had enough. Second. My
So what are we
apologies.
voting on? We have all these different motions. I don't understand.
Can I just get,
Councilwoman Paxton.
just real quick, just a clarification? Gil, on your amendment, the 1 minute to go online, that does not change if you have a Corpus Christian citizen online, they still get their 3. That was not your intent.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on that. And so now, Rebecca, we're going to vote in a reverse scale amendment, most recent to Gil's, and then the item. Thank you.
But can you, for clarification, Councilman Barrera, your amendment?
So my amendment is to limit the noon hour to an hour and a half. Okay. However, just for clarification, any individual can sign up to speak during the agenda item, and that amount would be unlimited. So if 80 people sign up for one particular agenda item, then during that agenda item, they'll be allowed to be heard.
Right.
But general public comment is an hour and a half.
But the problem is that we don't know what time we're going to hear that agenda item. People can't sit here all day long.
You're talking to an individual that testified at 4:30 in the morning of the
I don't
Texas
care what you did,
legislature.
Roland. I'm telling you about.
Well, then if you don't care, then don't bring it up.
Okay, so we're it's.
We're going to start or what?
It's.
I mean, I'm ready, man.
No, we're not starting.
Whatever you want to do.
We're not starting. So we're just clarifying. So it's 90 minutes, 3 minutes for all minus out of town. That's it? Right, his amendment. And we have a motion and we have a second. So, but is everybody clear? I just want to make sure. We've had a lot of amendments.
So are we going to?
I have no idea what we're doing.
Point of order, Rebecca, do we have to have public comment before we start voting on the amendments?
Do we have to have what?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, we have to have public
Okay,
comment.
yes, but I want to make sure it's, Councilman, it's 90 minutes I'm sorry, it's 3 minutes a person, 1 minute if you're from out of town.
But are we voting all together in one thing, or how are we
Yeah,
voting?
all together. Well,
One amendment at a time.
I'm sorry, yes, but collectively, that's what it is. And so the third thing is the noon.
So 90 minutes.
So the difference from what you originally stated is the 90-minute limit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to go ahead and open public comment on item number 20. If you'd like to make public comment, come on down.
Susie Luna Saldana. While I appreciate you taking it back to 12, because I prefer it that way, I have the time to sit here all day and wait for you to come up with the action items. But now you're limiting them to signing up for the item? That's what I heard Mr. Barrera say, limited to sign up for the item. Now, one of the things that I'm in favor of that Ms. Vaughn said, Councilman Vaughn said, was that if you have 5 people or 10 people that are going to speak on the same thing, that they can get together and pick one spokesperson. I don't have a time or problem with that, because if it's arranged correctly, it can be done. It's done at the CCISD if you have a large contingency, but I don't want you to limit people with their ability to talk. Taking Councilman Everett's example, what is it that you're talking about if you've got 30 people and you've got 32 and then you're not going to let those 2 people speak? You have to take those things into account, because it's going to look bad on you. And the first thing people are going to say is you're not willing to listen to the people. So this is a very strong change. Make sure you keep it right.
Thank you. Picture, there you go.
Susie, I just want to give a statement of fact. I think what they're saying is if you had 32 people, then essentially they would get like 2 minutes and 40 seconds or something like that. So they just shorten the time frame to make sure that everybody spoke, but it would shorten it from 3 down to like 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Well, in your discussion, it's not quite coming across that way. So thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Okay.
Scott Barraza, Nueces County. Glad y'all are going to move it to 3 minutes. What I am concerned about, you talk about speaking on agenda items. We are not in the city limits. Y'all have not talked about agenda items. Would y'all still be keeping that to 1 minute or moving it to 3 minutes? Because it makes a difference. And I don't like y'all to talk about moving to 3 minutes for people you provide water for, but no consideration to the people you take the water from, us rural residents. Y'all need to keep that in mind, but I appreciate y'all moving things to 3 minutes. One thing to consider, you could possibly move public comment to noon and a 5 o'clock and have a split time limit where you can accommodate everybody, maybe 45 minutes to an hour on each side. And whether you want to do noon or do 5, and y'all could still meet everyone's time limits that they have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chris Square, non-resident. Thank you. I appreciate y'all bringing this back up. I think it's really important. CCW serves over, and these are not exact numbers, CCW serves over 700,000 customers, 7 counties, but population of your voters are 317,000. So that's only half of what's represented here by the decisions you make. As Scott said, you represent those that are taking and not those that you're taking from. So the other thing, and I understand where you're going through or what you're thinking through on how to make that workable. One thing to keep in mind with your hour-and-a-half limit, and that limits the amount of people that can do it. I've come up here personally to speak, always given the 1 minute, but I'm always the last of those to get to speak because I'm an outside resident. I'm always on that back end of the list, and I was here on that night of the 85. And so if you're going to limit that, make sure that you don't exclude non-residents by that hour-and-a-half. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Councilman. Hang on.
I just was hoping for a point of clarity. My understanding of our discussion is the 3-minute extends to the individuals that come to this location. So it wouldn't exclusively be the counties we serve. It would be anybody coming up to the mic, so 3 minutes to that. I just wanted to make sure to talk city business.
Right.
Yes.
Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. I support 3 minutes for everyone. I think it's hard for people with normal working jobs to come here and wait for an agenda item to come up. Noon is convenient. I feel like if we're going to limit that noon time period, we should also open up a second time period for people with normal working schedules to be able to come in after work. Because if they're relying on their lunch hour, they might not be able to come in or wait. So, I'm up for the simplest, most effective solution, but it's, it sounds pretty hard to figure out. But yeah, I think having a noon and a 5, like Scott recommended, would be good. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Matthew Rankin, Corpus Christi. First, just talking legality, since nobody brought it up. You have to do the 3 minutes for everybody. There's, by my count, 5 cities in this state who have a separate time limit for non-residents. Every one of them already has a lawsuit filed or pending against them, including Corpus. The lawsuit's being written up today. So if you guys change it to 3 minutes, don't have to go forward with the lawsuit anymore. Be nice. You've already got probably 40 or 50 people ready to join in on it from what's happened over the last 6 months with all the people from out of town commenting on desal. So move it to 3 minutes for everybody. 1 minute for non-residents over the phone. You could still get sued over it, and it's not going to work because what idiot's going to say they're not a Corpus resident when they're just calling in on the phone? So good luck enforcing that. As far as when to have it, doesn't matter to me that much, but the compromise is to do both. So have a noon session with a time limit and have a evening afternoon session with no time limit, and you get to speak at one or the other. It's that very simple. You don't get to speak twice, you get one or the other. So you guys can limit the amount of time for noon so you can get to other business. Anybody who can't make that, or the 70-80% of the people who come here who can't be here at noon can show up for the afternoon, and everybody's happy. So that works. Legally, mayor can limit time limit if too many people show up for public comment, but it usually pisses everybody off. So just adding more time and letting everybody speak as long as they want makes everybody happy. That's what I go with. But yeah, legally, if you have a 90-minute period, you don't have to do it under statute. The mayor can just make the call. 90 people signed up for an hour and a half, everybody gets 1 minute. You don't need to put that into the statute. That's already in the Open Meetings Act. As far as city-related business, you guys are probably gonna get a little pushback on that. If Alien Guy wants to come back up here, he could say he's Jean-Luc Picard, come from the future to help Zephyrin Cochran make contact with the Vulcans on his comment. And then to make it city-related business, all he has to say is he wants us, the city, to partner with Elon Musk to build the warp core in the state aquarium. And now it's city business. So just keep that in mind when you're wondering if somebody should be speaking or not. See you later.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I have a question for Miles.
Go ahead.
Miles, simple yes or no. Legally, do we have to do 3 minutes legally? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, and then what about time frame? 90 minutes, an hour and a half of time frame for speakers. Is that legal?
You can do a 90-minute time frame that you divide up between the available number of speakers. You can do that if you wish.
That's legal.
That's legal.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Marilena Garza, District 1. So the timing on this, yikes. Several people, including myself, pointed out some of these public comment concerns. months ago, long time ago. And I even reached out to the city secretary's office, and they were very helpful, and I expressed to them that I was like, hey, we should really address some of these issues because it leaves the mayor legally kind of hanging out a little bit when you move the time like that. We should do something about this. You know, you don't want to have to hash this out in public comment, but here we are again. The timing on this looks bad. The timing looks bad because every time there's going to be serious discussion about water issues, now all of a sudden we want to limit, it seems perceived that you want to limit public input. And the sensationalism of that, people are going to start bombarding us from California is just ludicrous. It's not going to happen. There's people in this immediate surrounding area that they're working class and they want to call in, and they're from Sinton and they have limited mobility and they're worried about their wells drying up. You know, and you can't even verify if the person on the phone is from California or not. You're not looking up to see where we are. You know where I live. I just came from my house because I have the luxury of being able to sit and watch the circus. And I rush to get down here, but not everybody does. That's why I'm here, because people call me when they have time and say, this is undemocratic. This is legally gonna put you in some binds here with TOMA. So, before you start making amendments and all this stuff, you can make these motions and you can pass them along, but it could be illegal. This could be legally leaving you out. How is that going to look when you have a lot of people coming in to talk about the water issues, which that's what you want. You want to hear from everyone, and you're limiting it to 90 minutes, or you're cutting it up. And then people who came, drove a while, they're having to get 3 minutes and do it in 1 minute. Not everyone's like me who has the practice to do this and do it on the fly. I'm doing this on the fly because this is huge. Don't just willy-nilly pass things, because you could be legally putting your butt or your mayor's butt or the city's butt out in legal jeopardy. Watch out.
Thank you.
Rachel Caballero, D1. There's this thing called the U.S. Constitution. I'm not sure why in this room it is so difficult for you, everyone, to understand that that will supersede any city ordinance. We sit here as community members listening to asinine stories of somebody's mother over here and kids over here and a waste of time. And I want to be really honest, if you have been given the opportunity to represent your constituents and you're making the decisions the day of the vote, that's alarming to me. That's extremely alarming to me. You should be doing your homework. Now, if you're on the fence, I understand that, but listening to your constituents, listening to your community should not hinder your ability to make a decision. And it is unconstitutional to put a time cap. And for the love of all that is holy, we are Corpus Christians. We don't care what's happening at the legislature. We don't care what's happening in San Antonio. We don't care what's happening in Austin or the port or the county. We care what's happening right here at on this dais. And we expect to be heard. We expect to be heard, every single one of us that is contributing to the tax bracket here. And to even suggest there to be a time cap is tyranny. Tyranny. November is coming up very, very soon. Very soon. Do the right thing. 3 minutes, everyone, no time cap.
Thank you.
Hi, Robin Cox, District 3. Gosh, I've missed all of y'all. But I'm a little confused. So will we get 3 minutes to speak on the topic, and then can we speak on the same topic then on the next 3 minutes? Because then it would be okay, because we would, or just the agenda item and then 3 minutes public comment.
Right.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that. And as far as only city-related business, I saw Alien Guy, and now I'm not going to tell which one of you they said they're going to take with y'all, but one of y'all is getting on this spaceship with them, and I'm not going to tell y'all, so let you know later.
Councilman, can Councilman Cantu.
So they could talk on public comment about the same issue on the agenda?
No.
That's what you just told her.
No, we said we can't do we can't do, it's public comment, it's city-related, correct? Because that's what it was before. Public comment, it's city-related, or agenda, an agenda item. But then if you speak at public comment, right, on the agenda item, no, later on, you can speak on the agenda item.
No. You can't do that.
You cannot do both.
Right, that's
It's
right.
gotta
You
be
could
two,
speak-
which is what it was before. You can only speak on an agenda item at the item or at noon.
Yes.
Not both.
So you could speak one time on the item itself?
Right, right.
So just to clarify, like, I think she thinks she could speak twice
Twice.
on the same
Yeah.
item, so just once?
No.
Okay.
Right, 2 opportunities to speak, but only 1 on the actual agenda item.
Got it.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. Okay, go ahead.
Joshua Frederick, City of Corpus Christi. I am in favor of moving it to noon. I've been saying that since we moved it to 5:30. I thought noon was the correct time because it's very important for y'all to hear from the public before we vote on things. You know, it doesn't make sense to have them rally against things they were passionate about after it's already been decided. I remember we've had multiple meetings where, 20, 30 things have gone by, and the public hasn't had the opportunity for a general public comment. And so if they weren't here in person to speak up about those items, they were done a disservice by it. I also like the idea of moving 3 minutes for everybody that comes in person. I think that's brilliant. I'm not a huge fan of an hour and a half limit or dividing that time up. If you have plans, statements to make, if you have an impassioned speech, it's hard to go, oh man, turns out there's 75 people signed up, so now I got to cut it down to 1 minute and 12 seconds or whatever it comes out to via the math. I don't find that to be appropriate. If that is the direction we are going to go, then I would say, because the city does have very important business to be done, right? There are heads of departments here that are sitting around while the public is making those comments. Then I would say having a second public comment period at 5:30 as well. And of course, you should only be able to speak once on any given agenda item and once for the general comment, like we were just discussing.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick. Anyone else?
Hi, excuse me, sorry. Hi, Melanie Sanchez, Corpus Christi. Again, school worker here. The 12 o'clock thing that was discussed earlier doesn't work for school workers like me. Just keep that in mind. That's the same case for several people in several fields. This is getting convoluted very fast, and I would suggest not voting on this right this moment. It sounds like more discussions need to be had and things need to be written down before that decision comes. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment on item number 20. So we have a motion and a second, I believe, on the item to allow 3 minutes for all, noon time.
There's two amendments, Mayor, so we would take the amendments first.
I'm sorry, yes.
The first amendment was made by Mr. Barrera, and it was, or the last amendment, I guess, was made by Mr. Barrera.
Right.
And it was to put a cap on the 12 noon public comment period, that general public comment period, to 1.5 hours. So that would be the first thing that we would vote on.
Okay. We had a motion and a second for that one.
Yes, we did.
So we're voting on just putting a 90-minute cap on.
Right, and to achieve that cap, as Mr. Roy stated, our understanding is that we would divide that time, right? We're talking about 3 minutes, but to achieve that cap, we would divide the number of speakers by that hour, by that time, to figure out how to accommodate that number of speakers within that time frame. You know how you explained it.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what we're voting on.
We're voting on just
that amendment to the main motion.
Okay. Everyone, please submit your vote. Okay, that fails.
Okay. All right, so then the next amendment was to add in person. And that would be, so, Mr. Cantu, you stated the motion was a motion to, I'm going to use the wording, to require general public comment to begin at 12 noon and allow all speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment. So the amendment, Mr. Hernandez made an amendment to add in, allow all in-person registered speakers 3 minutes to speak. Okay, but go ahead.
I just want to.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I don't know if we can do this, but I think the thing is that if you're here and you're going to speak, whether you're from Sinton or wherever you're at, don't put the Sinton people at the end, or just put them all in there. You know what I mean?
Okay, so there's some wording in here that wasn't said by Mr. Cantu about regardless of residency, right? Is that, so we're not going to sort by, it's just whoever in the order of sign up, in other words, right? It doesn't matter.
Right.
Residency, okay. And out of state?
Well, that's the 1 minute.
They still get 1 minute if they're out of state. Okay, and that's not in person because they wouldn't be here, right? Okay, got it. Okay, all right. Okay, so on the amendment to add in person, that's what we're voting on now.
Yes. So, Councilman, you want to make that motion?
No, it's already been made, Mayor.
Oh, you amended it?
He made it.
Sorry. Yeah. Go ahead. So it's
just to add in person.
In person 3 minutes, out of state 1. Okay, please submit your vote on that. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so then, so finally, the last thing is the main motion as amended. So it's going to state motion to require general public comment to begin at 12 noon and allow all in-person registered speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment. Okay, and we didn't, Mr. Cantu, you didn't state the residency or that it's effective January 27th. But, so I'm just stopping it there. Is that correct? You didn't say it. Okay, so just to clarify, you want those two things, right? To start the 27th? Okay, and, okay.
Well, the next meeting is the 27th.
Yeah, but he didn't say it, so he didn't say what this said, so I'm just wanting to clarify. He did not say what this said. Okay.
You're a speaker. We just put it, turn your speaker on real quick. Just to clarify that you're good with
right.
The way it was
written, because you didn't say exactly what was written, but you're good with it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he's good, and we're all good with that starting on January 27th, regardless of residency. Okay, so that's what the amended motion is. Do you want me to read it again, or everybody good? One more time? Okay. So it's going to read, motion to require general public comment to begin at 12 p.m. and allow all in-person registered speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment, regardless of residency, effective January 27th, 2026.
Okay. Please submit your vote. The motion carries unanimously. Okay. Very good. Moving on, item 21 was tabled, so we're going to go to item 22. That is just a discussion and possible action regarding the Type B Corporation Business Incentive Agreement with Next Sports Company, LLC, including related operational issues, actions involving utilities access, and the filing of criminal charges, and to provide direction to the city staff, as requested by council members Eric Cantu, Sylvia Campos, and Carolyn Vaughn. Who's going to speak on that? Councilman Cantu.
So I brought this on the agenda for a few reasons. One reason is the owner of the Next Sports Company LLC got charged with tampering, messing with the water meters or something like that, getting water directly from the water pipe, whatever the case is.
Right.
So my understanding is he paid for the permit, he got the meter installed, supposedly, all this good stuff. And I guess his contractor got in the water supply and they blamed him for stealing water and filed charges against him. I want to know, when did we start filing charges against people stealing water from Corpus Christi? I know that there's people that get their water disconnected and they probably cut the lock to turn the water back on and we just bill them for the water. And then also the fact that he has tried to give you guys a check, I don't know, it was $5,000 or $10,000 for water, and they refused to take his check. This is a small business that's doing a lot of great stuff in my district and in the west side of town. He's spending a lot of money on a sports complex for children, kids, teenagers, soccer fields, go-karts, whatever the case is. It's looking nice. That side of town needs something great like that. And for us to file charges against him, I don't think it's right. And the Type B board, my understanding and how I feel, is after him because the fact that if these charges stick, they could take his $1.8 million away. I just feel that it was very disappointing with the board, Type B board yesterday, knowing that this is on the agenda and they couldn't postpone it. They just went ahead and voted to take his funding away and take his money away, $1.8 million. Knowing that today we're having this discussion, it disturbs me. I just feel like for whatever reason, they don't want to give him this money in the first place, and they were trying to find different excuses. I understand that he was getting, asking for extensions to do a lot of things, and I get it. Look, small businesses right now are struggling. Finding workers to finish your project, contractors, they're getting picked up. I mean, it's tough right now. And, he's not on time with his projects, but tell me who's not on time with their projects. I know the city's not. I mean, you guys are not always on time with the city projects. And I just feel that, he's being targeted on it. And now, they took away $1.8 million from him to a small business owner who's trying to better Corpus Christi, trying to better the west side of town, because the west side of town gets overlooked. And I just don't feel that's right. And, why put a local business owner who's done a lot for this community, who is a doctor, and file charges against him? It blows my mind. I mean, I get it. What he did, or what his contractor did, was probably wrong. Tapped into the water supply, I get it, whatever the case is, but filing charges against him, knowing damn well that he's not the one who went and did it himself. It was his contractor. Y'all should have charged his contractor. Why him? And I just feel, and I talked to Mike Dice about the other day. I was told that the department went over there to shut him down because he didn't have no permits for building some bleachers or something like that. And I understand that, and that's another thing I always complain about, is there's so much red tape to get permits. I wish we could just pay for permits and just go on with our business. But I just wanted to update, and I wanted to see what we can do about these charges, Miles. I mean, I don't think it's right. I think it's BS, and I think we should drop those charges. And, come on, you already took his $1.8 million. I don't even think there's nothing we can do about that. I wanted to find out if we can do something about that for the $1.8 million? Can he contest it? What is the options? You know, because, you know, I guess the $1.8 million is going to go to another parking lot or something like that, and this $1.8 million was going to go to a nice sports complex for children on the west side of town, that we have nothing on the west side of town for kids. So can we do something about his charges, Miles? Can the city send a letter to DA and say, hey, we're going to accept this money, we're going to drop the charges, or whatever the case is?
We normally, first off, those charges weren't filed with involvement of the legal department. I mean, the legal department did not initiate those charges. That they get investigated by police, and the police file charges on a Class B or higher misdemeanor directly to the district attorney's office, generally.
But you guys filed a complaint, correct? The water department or somebody filed a complaint?
There are 3 water-related complaints that are filed as Class C misdemeanors, and those types of complaints are being investigated throughout the city.
But the city,
for drought-related activities.
The city filed the complaints though, right?
Yeah, we filed maybe Michael.
The Class C misdemeanors, yes.
So when somebody
gave the ticket, it was
when somebody gets disconnected for not paying their utility bill, and they go and cut the lock because they're tampering with the meter, they're cutting the lock. Do you file charges against them?
No, that's a different issue entirely. When somebody breaks a lock, destroys city property in order to steal water, that's a different issue. That's a greater level misdemeanor than we would normally deal with in our office. That's the police file those charges directly with the district attorney's office. It is enhanced because it involves a public utility. It's breaking the city's property related to the operation of a public utility. So that's one of the things that takes it to being a higher level misdemeanor and getting filed with the district attorney's office. But it did not come through us.
With the legal department, but it came through the city one way or another. I mean, somebody filed the complaint. Look, I get it. You break the crime, you get charged, I get it. But the doctor did not go and did it himself. I mean, it just blows my mind that we filed charges against him. And I feel, me personally, it's a witch hunt because Type B board wants to take his money away. My personal opinion, I could be 100% wrong, but my personal opinion, that's the reason behind it. And I just feel like, he's trying to better the west side of town, and he's trying to do this best as possible with what he has right now with the situation, with workers, money-wise, everything else, and I just feel that, and then for Type B to pass it yesterday, knowing that we had this on the agenda today, I mean, that just blows my mind.
Keep in mind that the city, the way the law is set up is the city council has essentially veto power over Type B expenditures prior to them being made. And that's part of the reforms that were made following the Hutto Hippo that Councilman Hernandez talked about.
So the decision that the board did yesterday, can we do anything about that decision?
So I'm saying, those programs and expenditures have to be approved in the first place by the city council, by the governing body. However,
so that contract's coming back to the council to counsel it?
Once the programs are in place, that contract is with the Type B corporation. It's not the city. It's a separate corporation. You appoint the board members and they serve at will, but it is a separate corporate entity.
So we can't do
within their discretion.
You can't do anything about it, Councilman.
So the only thing we can do is replace board members.
Yeah, they terminated the contract. You can't reinstate it. They would have to. Only the Type B board can.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So what's the deal with not accepting his money?
We need to see, do you guys have an answer to that? Were we aware of a check that he was going to give us for $10,000? Anybody?
If we get a check in exchange
Dan McGinn, just a second. Do you know, did anybody give you a check, Dan McGinn?
There was an offer of a check, but it still had to go through the court process to determine what.
Okay, he was trying to pay his ticket to you and not the judge?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the issue there.
It wasn't the ticket. It was for the water that supposedly he stole. He was trying to pay for that water. So he was trying to ask you guys, how much money he owed y'all, and y'all never give him a price.
Well, we didn't have a
And we
meter.
talked about this in each session. I remember exactly.
Yeah, we don't know how much because there's no meter. They illegally tapped into an active line with no meter, so. Did he talk to you, Dan? You didn't talk to?
Yeah, in discussions, yeah, there was an offer of a certain amount, but we had no ability to, like you said, there's no meter, there's no ability to determine how much water was taken or not, and it had to work its way through municipal court. In fact, he had court, I guess, today, and I don't know if the municipal court would determine an amount that was paid.
Okay, so if we had money, it wouldn't have relieved him of his municipal court proceedings, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So there's nothing we can do, Miles. So he gets screwed with his $1.8 million. He gets screwed because he has charges filed against him. There's nothing we could do for him, like one or the other. Like what can we do for this guy? He's a small business owner from Corpus Christi who's investing in the west side of town.
I'm careful to talk about evidence in a live criminal case that's existing. I would normally
He didn't kill nobody. It's a misdemeanor charge. Just talk about it.
I would normally recommend
It's a
that any
ticket.
criminal matter be dealt with in executive session, and we have dealt with this in executive session, and the evidence be received in executive session. So any relation of the evidence, and that's normally a law enforcement matter that involves the police and involves the discretion of the district attorney. And it's a state law matter in this case.
Just to maybe clarify, there were two types of penalties, wasn't there, infractions? There was a municipal court, tickets, and then there was a criminal case of tapping into a municipal water system. Is that correct?
It was a criminal case. I believe it was a type of criminal mischief, but I'd have to go and do some research to get that. And I would recommend it be related in executive session because it's a live law enforcement matter. It's a criminal matter.
Right, but there's two kind of categories of issues that happen. We do have tickets. You asked the question, how long have we been charging people who steal water? Forever, probably.
As far as I've been here, I believe all cities.
Right, so that's a long-standing practice. So he was issued a ticket for watering on a day he shouldn't have been watering, right?
That was a separate issue.
Right, Wes? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So one issue was simple infractions handled at municipal court. That could happen to any of us, watering on a day you're not supposed to water. I don't know what the other issues were, but the more severe one that could have crippled the entire region's water supply is actively tapping into the city's water system without any permission. And if you may recall, prior to 7 years ago, the city couldn't use our water system because there was an issue with the distribution. So that's a bad scenario anywhere. Doesn't matter if it's Corpus Christi. So
I just don't like the fact how he's being treated, period. I mean, I don't see you guys treating anyone else like that. You know, this is the small business owners. I mean, this is not Valero. This is not the State Aquarium. I don't like the way he's being treated, and it's just not right.
Right, we understand.
Business.
I mean, we're not treating him any differently. If somebody taps into the water system illegally.
I'm not just talking about that. I'm talking about taking his money away.
We didn't take his money away. Yeah, the Type B board did that. Yeah, and we didn't recommend it. In fact, Dan McGinn was there yesterday, and he recommended against them taking any action yesterday. He recommended it for many reasons. One, he told the Type B board, you all are going to talk about it today. Two, they were going to municipal court today, and there could be some changes there. So the staff person, Dan McGinn, assistant city manager, said, don't take any action to the Type B board. They listened but took action anyway. So we've been handling this case just like we do every other case, and we didn't vote to take the money away. We can't do that. The Type B board did.
So there's nothing we can do, correct, Miles?
You know, the only thing I think he could do is if you want to contribute to the project, we'd have to find another funding source that you control. But this council doesn't control the Type A or B monies. The board does that you appoint. So if you found some other money, if we could identify other funding that you have discretion over, this council, then you could do something there. We'd have to work with you all to figure that out.
Does he have any recourses like to dispute or?
He could sue. We could go into mediation. You know, with the Type B board, right, Miles? You could do.
Yeah, the Type B board is not a mere board. It is actually a separate corporation. So just like the Type A corporation is a separate corporation. And being
So I
a
could-
separate
so
corporate
next-
entity.
So next week, I could submit a memo to change the board members if I wanted to, correct?
Yes, it would.
At any given time?
They serve at will.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I want to make sure that, it has always been my position that we need to treat people fairly and the same, right? They should all have the same opportunity. So we have a situation where this particular organization, Next Sports Company,
Right.
had some issues around, I guess their contractor, taking water. They had some delays, but this is not, there's some legal issues here. But I don't recall this being an issue. I don't recall us going after when Sam Kane Beef owed us, $60,000 in unpaid utility bills. We have, we've got to treat people the same. And unfortunately, I don't think things were adjudicated before the funding was removed from this company. I think all the work should have been done beforehand. The municipal court should have been, all the legal questions should have been addressed and completed prior to this coming to Type B. Who put this on their agenda?
They did. The Type B board put it on. Everything you're saying, we advised them that, we recommended that yesterday, saying we would recommend you delay on any vote.
Okay.
And they listened, but they voted anyway. We don't vote, nor did we encourage them to vote.
Okay, well, I think we need to recommend them to review this or hold off until everything's adjudicated.
Yeah, that's what we told them. We knew today municipal court, that Dr. Kingsley would be in municipal court today. He's there today. The police chief has finalized his review of this.
And that's fine. Like I said, I want to make sure that we treat people fairly and let the process go through beforehand. Now, I don't know, when they terminate the agreement, that doesn't have to come back to council for approval?
Correct, it doesn't. The agreement's not with the council, it's only with the Type B board.
That's correct.
Dr.
We
Kingsley.
can only approve the agreements, but
Correct.
if they decide to cancel the agreement, that's not something we have to bless.
That's
right?
correct, yeah.
So, well, that's designed that way because it's a fund. It's just like when we appoint to, the RTA, that once they're appointed, they're responsible for the funding that's associated with it. So there's some specific separations of powers that, are good in some cases, bad in others. Ultimately, I think this is going to have to be a conversation that us individually will probably have to have with Type B board members to kind of address how they should, consider due process. Ultimately, I don't want, I'm not going to condemn someone or revert any of their issue, until everything is kind of settled, right?
All right.
Until we have, if there's a lawsuit, then the lawsuit should be, reviewed and completed before moving forward with something. It's just, you're not guilty until proven innocent kind of thing. So,
yeah, right.
It's unfortunate that Type B decided to go in that direction. I don't know, but then I don't know what they heard. I don't know what was presented to them. I don't know what information they had. So I don't want to condemn them either, but I'm disappointed that we did not go through the entire process, both internally and with the municipal court, before making these kind of decisions.
The "we" is not us, though, Councilman. It's the Type B board elected yesterday after we told them we would recommend delaying any vote, but they listened and they decided to vote anyway.
Okay. Well, like I said,
I just want to make sure you know
I will reach out to individual board members and see if I can get their take on it.
You're right. I think that's the best
and then go
course
from there
for you all. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I would suggest, Peter, if we can reach out, and we can, if that's more appropriate, to the chair, because I think this body needs to know exactly what took place, and they can write it out or however they want to do it, but just
Yeah.
inform us of,
Right.
you know,
We can put
What took
that
place.
request into them. I
Yeah.
mean, we work with them,
Thank
just like
you.
we work with the city council.
thank you.
We did, just for the record, though, I mean, regardless of who did it, there was a criminal offense and a municipal court offense. Somebody did something they shouldn't have done. And the city staff does not look the other way. So we have to look into it, write them up, issue them a ticket, whatever. I don't know what the right words are, but we can't allow people to break the law, especially the city's water system. And so we did what we needed to do, and we were fair and equitable, and we treat everybody the same. And we did the same thing here. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilwoman Paxson?
Thank you. I would always advocate that we follow due process, and if there has been an error, make the appropriate adjustments to repair that. Additionally, I recognize that this is a small business owner that is trying to invest in a section of our town that truly would benefit from it. It doesn't sound like, and I haven't spoken to anyone representing that group myself, but it doesn't sound like they're interested in leaving things on a bad note. It sounds like they're trying to make steps to repair any damages that it sounds unknowingly were party to. So I'm sensitive that it is still in case, so I'm trying to choose words carefully. But keeping that in mind, under the consideration that they would like to make, the appropriate amends, and this body, our organization, made a recommendation to the board, pause, let's let this play out a little bit more. They're trying to fix the problems. Let's let them do that before you proceed. Is there something, again, to be sensitive so we don't look as a council telling them which way to go on any one thing or another? Is there something we can do to one, recommend a revisit? Two, I'm curious, what were the sound bites? When staff recommended that they wait, what was their justification at completely disregarding that? Or, well, I say completely disregarding, but I don't know.
Yeah, Dan McGinn was there for us yesterday. Dan, what did they say? Because you did this in executive session or open session? So he encouraged them in executive session to, you had several points that you told them. One, he's going to municipal court. Two, let's the case play out with go ahead.
We wanted to provide an update because we did issue a letter to cure.
The board did.
Board did.
Yeah.
The board issued a letter to cure within 60 days, which was the end of December. It didn't happen because the court date was pushed back to the 13th. And so we just wanted to make the board aware of that, and that some of the communication that I've had with the attorney and Dr. Kingsley about where they were at with the municipal court, and they had talked to the DA, and that those things were kind of in the works, but no real action has taken place yet. So we really just wanted to provide an update on those two things, and then we also wanted to make them aware about the item being placed on the agenda for today, that it happened pretty late last week. We just wanted to make sure they were aware of all those things, and that, that we would plan to bring this back in February to the Type B board, because we felt like hopefully those two items with the courts would be at least not, if not finished, at least we'd have a decision. And so that's where, as a staff, we just left it there, and then the board discussed it.
Is there a chance that they could bring this back to their agenda for revisit?
Can they legally undo it, Miles, or revisit it?
All we can do is ask. We can't instruct. We can't.
I think there might be like a motion to reconsider.
I believe the last vote was a vote to terminate,
Yeah, it was
and there
unanimous
would be
vote.
several possibilities after that vote. Like you said, a vote to reconsider possibly. They could vote to, they could seek a different, separate contract, a vote to reinstate, that there's some possibilities if they requested.
Okay, we can work with them and see what their options are. And just to the, can I just speak to Councilman Cantus? We recommended this project years ago when we actually helped Dr. Kingsley, because initially the sizing of the property wasn't right. There was an issue of having to cross Old Brownsville Road to the parking lot. So we actually had staff help him kind of reconfigure. We're still advocates of the project. This is a great development not too far from the city's golf course over there. So we're supportive of the project. We've helped to advance it. But the Type B board is the one that makes the policy decision, and they have wrestled over the years with extensions in the contract. The municipal court tickets and the criminal case, they were concerned about it, and I think that's why they voted to cancel the contract. The contract had a very clear provision that says if the contract recipient breaks the law, then the contract could be voided. And they determined that that's what happened. So they terminated the contract.
It just sounds like there's a whole lot of, we hit the holidays, dates changed. There was a difference of a couple of weeks.
Right.
And I think that if those things had transpired in their rightful timeline, we'd be having potentially a much different meeting.
I believe so, right. I think part of the issue is, to Councilman Cantu's point, is Dr. Kingsley is not an expert at building stadiums. He's a pediatrician, and he may not have the right type of help to help him do this. And so we've helped. Michael Dice has helped knowing that. But that's maybe the issues, is some could be unintentional. We're not sure about, did he know that his crews illegally tapped into the city's, the region's water supply system? We can't get a good answer on that. But so it's where we're at is where we're at right now.
Well, hopefully we can see about a couple of those measures we discussed to see about requesting a revisit, maybe something along those lines.
Okay, we'll work with the board chair. They do meet monthly, but they can have a special meeting as well, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Scott.
I thought I'd weigh in. I was at the closed session on this item, and I was alarmed by what was shared with me by city staff. I was alarmed and concerned about that project and what you all presented. I may even told Eric I thought some of our response was a little excessive, but I was alarmed by what happened, so I don't want that, I don't want the public to lose sight of that. I've got a lot of respect for the Type B folks. I find this fascinating. I'm disappointed they met and decided yesterday. I would like Peter or Mayor, council, them to come in exec or public, whatever it's supposed to tell us. My sense is that maybe they knew some things, and we haven't really articulated the timeline from beginning to now, which I think is important, right? I think there's additional information that might be relevant to why they made the decision they made that hasn't been shared because it's either privileged or it's an ongoing investigation. But I think we as a body, I want to hear it, and I guess I can call them. I know most of them. But I do think the body ought to hear, hey, why did you do what you did? And I think that's appropriate. I mean, we appoint you, and you did something that we kind of thought was odd. And so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you know more than I know, and I'd kind of like to, be on the same page. So my ask would be to ask the Type B board to come in a manner that you all deem appropriate and present the reason, the information they had and why they made the decisions they made. I think that would be important before I had any kind of conversation about anything going forward. That was my 2 cents.
Yeah, and we can do that, Councilman. The issue here this afternoon is that this was placed, on the agenda late last week, so we haven't had the opportunity to get completely organized, but there is a lot of history to this. This project goes back, how many years, Miles? What was that? It's 3 years, maybe 4. Huh?
The original agreement was 2020. So
2020, okay, so 7 years this has been going on. So there's a lot of history. And the board chair, Ms. Summers, has been on the Type B board probably for most of that time. So she has the advantage over us here of more access to information, and their thought process may be a little bit different than what we would come up with if we're just hearing it from the periphery for the first time. But so we'll work with them to see how do they come in and talk to the council. I mean, they're an extension of the city. The way the Type A, B boards work are governed by state law. Because we use sales tax for economic development, we got to do what the state law says. So the council appoints them, but they're a very independent authority, so to speak, and that contract is not with the council, it's with them and Next Sports. So we'll bring them here, but we'll get organized and try to show a timeline of how long this has been going on, how many deadlines they missed. The chief investigated, we can see what his, generally if he can speak about what he looked at, the municipal court tickets that the judge is over there is hearing today. And We can have a presentation and show what happened. It's a more, to try to get all this done in a few minutes and have an audience understand everything we're talking about is not going to happen today because the item was just introduced last week by council. So we need to do more due diligence. We could put together a presentation, bring in the right people from Type B board and help council better understand it.
And I would recommend that any matters involving existing legal matters, like criminal charges that may be pending, be done in executive session because of the potential for interference with law enforcement. We can make these, we've made a presentation in executive session in November, and we can always update that if requested.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, Eric, I'm glad that you brought it forward, and that's the reason I signed it, because I think every council member, if they have a concern, should get to put something on the agenda. I didn't know a whole lot about it, but I will say this. The city's not at fault here, because if someone is stealing water, you do get a ticket. But he probably was not the one doing it. It was probably a worker. He was probably not out there doing it. He probably didn't even know about it. So not to hear him out is a shame. And I'm very disappointed. I think that the Type B board showed very poor judgment, bad judgment, whenever you ask and Dan McGinn asked them not to do it. They should have at least given you the courtesy to came back and said, this is the reason we did it. And they didn't do that. They've been on my list because today on that parking lot, that was not economic development. So anyway, I just think that they should come forward and they should explain it to us. But I think they should have waited till the lawsuit was over, because you're assuming someone's guilty, pursuing it before they even have a chance to present it. So I think that was bad judgment, and that's a concern for me, that there was nobody on there that stopped and said, hey, let's wait until we get the final outcome. Nothing. The thing I do want to ask you is, you said that I think he got a ticket for watering on a day he wasn't supposed to. Is that correct?
That was one of the tickets. We got watering on a day. That's
Did
how
he
it
pay
came
it?
to our attention. Well, it's in municipal court today. I'm not sure because he's in court.
Okay, I want to ask you this, because I've said this before. Before I got on council, my husband, I think, left the water hose running in the backyard. So I got a ticket. I immediately, $500, immediately paid it.
Right.
So did he have the opportunity to pay
he
it?
did.
And he didn't do it?
Correct, yeah. He had the opportunity to pay the window fine, as they call it, but he elected to see the judge, and that's what he's done today.
Try and talk out of it.
Yeah. That was his choice, not ours.
Okay.
So he could have
Well,
done what your husband did and paid the bill.
I don't hold the city or the police
Yeah.
accountable for this. I mean, he's accountable.
Right.
But I do wish that the Type B board had not done it like they did. That was just not right. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, this project was brought to me in 2019. 2019 as a district council member. I remember originally their initial site was where the initial site of Carroll High School was going to be before it was moved, and they were looking at that property. And then they fell into the challenges that everybody dealt with regard to the ACUs, and they want to do that controversy. And so we worked with them to try and keep it in District 3, and then we were able to get them off of the Cliff Moss and Old Brownsville Road location, of which I was really excited about what it was. We've had, I know Randy's in here, but it predates Randy because he was at the city maybe at that time. But I know when we initially brought the application, there was a concern with financing, and there were some challenges with financing. Dare I say, I used my influence with the board to at least move further, because then it was a payment on performance. So we worked out through that to get the payment on performance. During that time, obviously the pandemic came. We were able to utilize that to encourage the Type B board to extend the deadline at that time, of which they were supposed to have all permits and to move forward with basically their action plan. At one time, there was a hotel involved. There was a big grand plan, of which at one time we tried to remain optimistic. And my argument at that time, as is always, is it's just a grain field with that has an ag exemption. And if we can build anything out there, then somebody's going to have to pay taxes on the improvements. And so that's basically that we went to the Type B board and asked them to continue to move on because it's based on performance. Does anyone here know how many extensions were granted in total? Yes, sir.
3.
3. And that was a course of how many years?
The original agreement was approved October 2020. The last amendment, the third amendment, occurred in April of 2025.
Okay, so I think one thing I just want to make clear, I want to commend city staff for all the work they've done on this. I mean, and, you know, with regard, you know, we talk a lot about consistency, and, you know, if a crime is committed by a developer or property owner, then they should take responsibility no matter who it is that they hire. They have to take responsibility for the contractors they hire. I just read a motion for taking responsibility for something that was not entirely our fault, but because we didn't operate the machinery adequately, and because it was a rental piece of machinery, and we decided that we had to take responsibility. So the developer has to take some level of responsibility, and we did. So that's the thing. So now we've gone through this process, and much to a ton of staff time, and basically law enforcement came in and said it's a crime to utilize the city's resources and to circumvent that. And so I want to commend them for following the process of which they should follow. Now, for somehow or another, this individual wants to invest money. They still have not met the obligations of what they originally said that they were going to do back in 2020. We've amended that on 3 different occasions, which takes staff time, which takes type B time. So I think it's just very premature to bring this here and to hurl accusations at staff when you guys did your job. You just said that you gave them several opportunities, and we said we made 3 amendments, so that takes staff time to be able to do that. In addition, I'm just looking at my time here. In addition, we have an individual that has tapped into resources that we don't know to what level, if it is a felony or not, that they took more than $1,500 worth of water. We have no idea, and there's no way that we can have an idea. So I just don't want to get to the point as to where we're trying to blame staff for the negligence of a developer. Whether he did it on purpose or not, you know, that's, whether it's with intent or not, then that's for the district attorney to decide, not us to decide. And to waste staff time or to use staff time until we let all that play out, I just think it's wrong. I appreciate those guys on the Type B board. They've been taking a lot of scrutiny lately. They've been taking a lot of scrutiny for making good decisions, It doesn't necessarily have to be the decision that we care for because we want to circumvent the process. But I want to commend them, and I want to commend you, 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 and I want to commend you back there because you've done everything you can to try and help those kids on the west side. And I appreciate it. Thank you much.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I did agree for this discussion to come because I wanted clarification, and I wasn't sure why the Type B board, the way I saw it, was rushed. But like it has been brought to light, there has been 3 extensions on this particular project. The time is really disappointing, you know, because here they are the very next day, you know, maybe hopefully getting that resolved. And it is disappointing that they couldn't wait at least a week for this. I also am curious how much they have invested in this project. Do you know, Dan? Do we know? Overall, how much has this company, has Next Sports Company already invested in this? $4 million? Okay.
$4 million to date, yeah, with another phase that would occur future years.
And how much, I mean, like right now, I think they have like the soccer field, right now? What do they have now built?
Correct, yeah, they have completed phase 1, which includes 6 soccer fields, grass, and 2 artificial fields that are well, they're all really multi-purpose, but 8 total. Parking lot has been completed, they have lights.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've been fortunate enough to be able to go and watch my granddaughter go play in one of those fields, and it was just really nice to be able to see how nice the field was and how lighted and what have you. But again, it is very disappointing that we couldn't come to an agreement just by talking to one another and finding out just a little bit more. It is good that it was brought to light. I hope that we and they are able to resolve this issue and hopefully still be able to complete this project. I'll do whatever I can to help them. But again, I just wanted to just hear it from you all, just how much they have actually invested, and it's already been quite a bit, and we're already starting to see the fruits of their labor. So anyway, that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. That's all the remarks and questions. So we're going to go ahead and move on. I don't think there's any action for this, to maybe coordinate something to.
Yeah, we'll work with the Type B board chair.
Right.
And
Bring it back.
probably put something on the 27th agenda and maybe the first one in February, depending on our timing.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 23. Yes, I'm so sorry. We didn't open public comment on this. If you'd like to make public comment on item number 22.
Robin Cox, District 3. Not that this is the one yet. I had at least 3 times, I'm a landlord, and I had tenants break the meters, and I had to pay for it. And I always thought it was unfair that the meat plant got to walk away scot-free with millions of dollars. But on a sidebar note, this is for everybody at home, everybody out here, I want to take note that on January 13th at 4:45, Peter Zanoni said, we can't let people break the law. So we all need to take note of that. We can't let people break the law. So that law is for not only for this, but for other things coming up. I just wanted to let you know that even he says you can't let people break the law, and that's not to do with this. It's to do with things we're talking about later.
So little. Rachel Caballero, D1. I'm not a politician, and I'm not forced to play the word salad game that's being played now. Staff does lie. You do lie. Everybody does illegal things that I've witnessed over the course of the last 5 years. So that was a line of crapola. And Councilman, maybe you have the doctor reach out to one of the city manager's 8,000 consultants to get help maneuvering through his project. This goes to picking and choosing the winners and losers in town, because nothing was done to South Texas beef, nothing's been done to Bootstrap, nothing was done to the Wilson Plaza when they were arrears in their water bills. So this is a blatant attempt at picking winners and losers. And this is a type of behavior that this community is done with. So we will be making the necessary decisions come November to end this. Thank you.
Hello, Eran Hammy, Corpus Christi. I've worked with just about all of you in my previous job. I'm now with Corpus Christi FC and under the Next Sports Complex, or Next Sports Company. I think you guys know me pretty well that I don't misconstrue things, and I just have to come up and say that this is definitely just a misunderstanding between all parties. I definitely agree with a lot of you that this was done in haste between the Type B board because we didn't even know they were voting on it. Our lawyers didn't know they were voting on it. Nobody had any idea about this. We'd been working with Dan McGinn, and I appreciate all the work Dan's been doing. He's had our back trying to get us resolving through all of this, and we've done what we can to try and make amends to this. We want this project to work. We want to have a great relationship with the city. We've been trying to fix this problem as diligently as we can. I spoke with attorneys before coming here today, and what I've been told is that their decision is based on the criminal charges that have been brought up here. But from what they've told me is that the DA is not going forward with the charges. We are just waiting for a letter stating that they're not going forward with this, and they definitely moved out of haste with this. We're ready to pay the fine. We were ready to do it. I don't know why, I can't speak to Dr. Kingsley's decisions on not paying it immediately, but we're ready to make amends for this. I believe the court date was pushed back from today, so we still have to wait a little bit longer for that to get resolved, but this project is for good. The West Side needs it. This is not just for the West Side, but the entire city. We have soccer fields, but they're for everybody. Football, lacrosse, anything. Taking kids off the streets, putting them to good use on the fields, learning life lessons, teamwork lessons. And then we have our pro team coming. That's exciting. First pro soccer team in Corpus Christi. Gotta be exciting. So I'm excited for it. I mean, I took a pay cut to take this job instead of sticking with news. So you know I'm passionate about this, and I hope that speaks to it. But I hope you guys see that this is wrong, and we should really try and fix it. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment on item number 22, and we are going to move on to item number 23. And that is discuss and consider possible action to receive a comprehensive report from Corpus Christi Animal Care Services on daily operations, staffing levels, intake and outcome data, and current challenges. Also, an update on the timeline and process for filling the Animal Care Services Director position with clarification on leadership continuity during the transition as requested by council members Eric Cantu, Carolyn Vaughn, and Kaylin Paxson. Oh, who's going to speak on that? Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you guys have a report for me?
So good afternoon, Sony Parnell, Assistant City Manager. So there was a comprehensive report that we sent at the end of December. Don't remember the exact day, but we sent it to council, and in that report, it was about the fiscal year 25 Citygate report, which is a multi-year phased recommendation strategy. So we completed the FY25 schedule, and so we did send that report out to City Council, as well as an update on the capital improvement projects that City Council approved last fiscal year. And so those we've been sending out bi-monthly by way of memo, but in December we included it as part of the report. And then the update on the CIP projects, we'll be sending that to council bi-monthly. So the next one will be sent to council in February.
So we have nothing for today? You have anything to show me today? Any numbers? How many animals got killed last month?
So for that report, that would be our shelter statistics. So on those, we do post annually as well. So the report that we sent to council was on Citygate. But we do have the information regarding our shelter statistics, our outcome, our live release rate, our euthanasia rate.
Can I see that?
And then what we'll do as well is we'll resend the council the comprehensive report that we had sent out in December as well. Yes, sir. And for the community to know, is those statistics, they are available on our website. They're updated monthly on our animal care website, the shelter statistics.
So you have nothing to show us on the screens?
We can go ahead and
We don't, Council. So this, this is a 3-signature memo, and we know you authored it, and we appreciate and respect that.
Okay, so how about this? Director, how many animals did we kill last month?
Okay, yeah. And Councilman, can I just finish while she's getting that? So if the council wants us to, we can put a presentation on the next council agenda. We're not sure if the majority of the council wanted the presentation, because 3 is not 9, and so the council needs to, the item is to discuss, do you want to hear a briefing? What Sony said is what we did do, unbeknownst to it was prior to this item, it was before this item, we did send a report like we normally do. It was a good comprehensive report, but we're not prepared today. With 7 3-signature memos, we wouldn't have had time to get ready to do all these in good shape for today. The next council meeting's January 27th, so we can present on the screen, and council can get it ahead of time through the normal business process. It takes a little bit of time to prepare material to include them in the agenda posting. We're not trying to delay or,
okay,
dodge the issue, Councilman.
So what's the status of getting a new director?
Yeah, so on that one,
my personal opinion, Peter, we have a lot of great candidates who applied for the director position, and I just don't understand why we're waiting so long for this, and that department is not ran right. And we're killing animals for space. They're gonna say they're not, because they're gonna label them as medical reasons. And I think the public needs answers. What do we need to do? Do we need to do a bond to put on the next election in November to build something bigger, get more kennels, get more money, more employees, whatever the case is. But I do tell you this, there is a whistleblower in your department, and they tell me stuff every day. And you guys are killing animals every day for space, and you are listing them under medical.
So actually, we don't euthanize every day. That's one. And then when we do euthanize, it is laid out on the reports that are available to all of the public every month.
It's a lie on the medical. You're killing animals for space, and you're marking them under medical reasons.
And in 2025, we humanely euthanized 20 for space, which is 2.8% of all of the ones that were euthanized. And before they're euthanized for medical reasons, they are seen by a veterinarian.
We also have a, Cynthia Martinez, Assistant Director. We also have a euthanasia policy and euthanasia checklist that we go through. So any animal that is euthanized for a reason other than ordered by a veterinarian is signed off by 2 members of leadership. The euthanasias that occur for space only are occurring in instances where it is for space. If an animal has behavior or temperament issues, they're euthanized for behavior, temperament issues. If an animal has medical issues, it's ordered by a veterinarian.
Look, I get it with the aggressive animals. I get it, the ones that are literally medical sick, like there's no treatment for them. They're gonna die, they're suffering. I understand that. I understand we can't make it a whole no-kill Corpus Christi, because it's not possible because of the aggressive animals and the ones are sick. But to kill animals because of space, because this city didn't do crap for this shelter for years, and we're so behind on everything on the shelter. That's the last thing we care about. This council's all they care about was other stuff but the shelters. But we're giving $2 million for a damn parking lot. And when we talk about this, they say, hey, well, maybe we could find a donor to help us build some kennels. It's not their problem, it's our problem. This is a city problem. We need to fix this problem for once and for all. I mean, there's literally animals dying every day for space. And you guys can say it's not true, but it is true. Our cremation machine was broken for months. And y'all dumped the bodies at the damn landfill. That's sick. I mean, it blows my mind how this city does that. But we have money to go ahead and pay for crane service for the American Bank Center for $500,000. We have money for consultants. We have money for all this, but the animals, the voiceless, no, screw them, right? Just kill them. It's BS. It's not right. How can you guys sleep at night doing that? It blows my mind. I can't wrap myself around it. And, the city is so screwed up that we fine people for feeding animals on the streets. You want us to not feed them and let them starve. It's sickening. I'm not blaming you guys directly. I have some blame towards you guys because you guys are telling me that it's medical reasons. I know it's BS. And I just don't understand why we do this. And every time they say, well, we don't have the money for it. We don't have the money. We don't have the money. We don't have money. But we have money for other things. We have money for desal. We have money for streets. We have money for parking lots. We have money for hotelers. But the problem we have here, public safety issues. We have aggressive dogs on the streets. We have sick dogs that need to be put down, are struggling and suffering. no care. What are we gonna do to fix this problem? Can we hire a consultant so we could put this on the agenda for November?
Okay.
Councilman, so we have hired a consultant, right? And the Citygate consultant's doing a great job. She's still on retainer with us. And I would say the staff is doing that. We got to be careful about, this is a tough job already. And coming up here and standing at the podium, and I know you're not shouting at them, but it's tough enough already. So I do ask for some level of care for the staff in this issue. We are doing the best we can do with the financial resources allocated. That's why when we do the budget every year, we sit down with the city council and see what are your biggest priorities. This is a council decision, so if we want to get to where you want to get, Councilman, we can get there. Nobody wants to euthanize dogs or cats at animal care. These guys are the most impassioned people with animals in the city in terms of city department staff. So the issue is, if we want to invest millions more, then we need to know that when we sit down with the council at budget time. And
Okay, so how about we not worry
just let me
about-
finish, please. And we can't generate millions more, so we have to take it from some other place. And so it's a prioritization, and that's what we need to hear from council this coming months. If you want to invest millions, it'll take millions, 100 million with a building, plus more million for operating. If we want to do that, no problem. But we have to decide what we're not going to do.
It's gonna cost $100 million because we overpay for everything. I mean, how much does it cost to put a warehouse and some kennels? So we don't have to have this fancy building, these fancy stuff. I mean, and you're saying months. So we're gonna have animals getting killed till we get our crap together. It's BS.
Right.
We need to fix the problem now. Find a consultant. Put it on the November election. Let the people decide.
And we can do that. I saw that too from you, and that's no problem. We can put on the ballot if you want to increase your property tax rate to build more kennels, hire more staff, then vote yes or no. That's a good policy recommendation, Councilman, frankly. And you said it right, which is that it's unfortunate for the city. This area has been underinvested in for decades. It's another decades of neglect story. So we're trying to catch up best we can. We're spending millions right now based on the council's policy to improve the kennels. We have the consultant who's given us a report of
When's the last time we've done anything for the shelter besides the very last $4 million that we just got before that?
Well, that's probably it. You know, there's been some minor things in my 7 years, but the kennels were built, but they weren't built even for adoption. They were built for, euthanasia, the whole setup. And so this council, we recognize that. We had the consultant give us a recommendation, how do we improve it, and that we're working through that. But really, it's a policy money choice about what do we not do anymore. And our revenues are less than ever, and so now the decision's just tight. Do we do libraries, do we do parks, do we do animal care? So we have to make those decisions collectively with the council. We'll give you information, and that consultant's great, Jan, who from Citygate, that gave us 169 ways to improve animal care. And that was a report that was sent out in December that showed how much of it is done and not done. With respect to the director, I would disagree that we've passed up viable candidates. We have had a consultant, again, a headhunter, recruiter, who is leading the recommendation on do we pick this person or not for an interview. The pool has been limited. We've interviewed a few people, and we don't recommend them. We're not going to hire somebody if they don't fit, if they're not the right hire. So we wish we could hire somebody, as do many other municipal animal care facilities. This is a tough position to fill, and we're still recruiting. We have a new recruiter to give different perspective, who's advertising next week the position. They're working this week on finalizing the job spec. I personally have increased the level of compensation in the job spec. It'd be one of the highest paid directors in the city. I've included in there a car allowance, a clothing allowance, a relocation allowance, and a sign-on bonus. And even with that, we can't get a candidate. So we're trying. We're trying like hell. And the new recruiter hopefully will bring a different level to help us. So we know that. So we need good leadership at the director level. Katie's been doing a decent job, and she knows that we're going to look for somebody that has more direct experience in the animal care world, and that's what we're working on now.
So what's the process to put this? November ballot?
What we would do is work over the next several weeks with the council, with Jan, to identify how would we phase in how would we phase in less euthanasia, or some goal to get to some, it's not no kill, that's a kind of a misnomer. How would we?
I don't think it'll be a big problem then. On my next agenda item, it says not to kill for space. So you only kill for 20 dogs a year supposedly, so we could just pass that.
We need more kennels. I just spent time with city managers from across the country, 30 of them. San Jose has like 600 kennels. San Jose, California, 600 kennels. We have what?
Let's build 1,000
118.
So we have 100 kennels. That's just one city.
Let's build 1,000. People love their animals here in Corpus Christi.
No, the point is we need more kennels, is my point. So we need more kennels, nobody's denying that. But then that comes, you need more staff to manage the kennels, and you got to clean them and take care of the animals. And so that's why we have to show you this. We're not even close to being ready to show you anything here, but we got the message, and if the council, we need direction from the full majority of the council. If you want us to get information ready for this council, to show you what it would take to get to Councilman Cantu's policy desire, we can do that. Nobody over here is not trying to do that. We just need to make sure the council wants us to do that. And then with Jan, with Citygate, we'll show you how we could phase it in over time, what would be the financial commitment in a bond program in the next budget, the 2027 budget, and we can get there, Councilman. So that's our position. We have the right help to help us develop a plan for you all if you want
I just
it.
don't understand why we haven't had a plan.
Well, we do. What we've done is we've had an animal care, it wasn't even called animal care, but it was in the police department managed by Chief Markle. So we moved it out of there, step one, several years ago. That's plan number one. Plan number two is we've added $3 million. The budget used to be $2 million, now it's $5 million. So we've doubled the staff. We've tried to bring in more professionals. We're improving the kennels, but it's incremental. And what the council has to understand in the community is that when you have decades of neglect, decades of bad decisions, you don't turn things around in a year or 2 years. It takes a lot of time because we're talking about 29 lines of business. We can be here for the same issue for library, for parks, for police, for fire. And so it seems easy, sidewalks, to say, let's fix this right now. But we got 29 other things that demand money and time. And so we're committed, Councilman. So what I need is direction from the council. If the council says, Peter, yes, the 3-signature memo that was submitted warrants 5 of us saying, please do that. And we want the consultant we want to invest in the consultant to help us develop a plan so we can consider it for the budget and for the election coming up in November. If you tell me to do that, we'll do it.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez. I'm sorry.
There is definitely something wrong with my button
Well, there
here.
is.
So I hope IT fixes it. I've been dealing with this all day. I'm at the last of the list. First off, you may like Mr. Sinoni, you may not like him, you may like these ladies or not, but we can all be respectful. We just don't need to laugh and call them liars. It's just wrong. I'm not going to accuse you of anything. I don't know what y'all are doing over there. Is there a concern? Yes, there is. Of course there is. And I think that part of the problem is we don't get it. You give us a verbal report on the thing, but I would love to see, Mr. Sinoni, for us to get a report, come back with a report, maybe quarterly, so the public knows what is going on there with some numbers, how many animals were medical. And I'd be curious to know what the medical reasons are, because I'm sure you keep those. Because people spread rumors, and there are some truth to rumors, and then some of them are just flat out lies. You know, people get into that and they believe things that aren't true. They come up here and say things that aren't true. Some are true, some aren't. So I would just like for us to do maybe a quarterly report, because we've been wondering what's going on. And I met one of your candidates, and thank God you didn't hire her. So you didn't have the greatest candidates. I didn't think, I only met one, and I thought, no way. So, and there are probably some problems here coming to Corpus Christi too, and we can blame this city for all of our animal problems, but it is the residences. They're the ones that have the animals. It is a cultural problem here, and that needs to be addressed. We probably need to look at legislative this year for punishment, kind of like Florida did, because they get away with everything, and it is wrong, they're mean, and nobody does anything. I think the laws are part of the problem. And I would, if the city of Corpus Christi really wants to change what's going on, put a kennel on the bond. See if they'll pass it. If they care enough about the animals, they'll pass it, because we only have 100 kennels. And if you're going to build more, the city only has so much money. And this council and the previous council has put more money into animal control than ever before. So it's not that we're not doing anything that's not true. And it's frustrating. I know you all are with the dogs. I am too. And we have to change it, but I would like to see some documentation on the medical. Maybe if you can, I think you have 3 that signed it. I think everybody up here would want to hear an update.
We can do that for the 27th.
Okay.
We'll do, I go to the board meetings, the Animal Care Advisory Board meetings, and the last one I went to in December, as they do every month, the staff presents to the board statistics, the same ones you're asking for. If you want to hear them, we can bring them in quarterly.
I think it's important, and that way, if people hear them regularly, like every quarter, it only takes 30 minutes. I think that way your mind's not wandering, you're not imagining things.
Right, so we'll do that for the 27th, and then we'll set it up quarterly, so we're reporting to you the statistics.
But I would just hope that we would be kind when we come up here and talk. That
I
we would
agree.
be kind.
Yep.
There's no sense in accusing. I know y'all don't want to come up here and face us or face the audience. We don't know what's true and what's not, so let's just try and be a little bit more civil. Thank you.
I agree, Councilwoman, thank you.
Councilman Scott. Hernandez.
Bunch of green lights on. I don't want to.
Way off.
Okay,
It is, I know.
there are some things here that I want to make clear. We had a 24% increase in funding from the budgeted from 2025 to 2026. Okay, so we went from 5 million to 6,200,000, right?
Yeah.
That's what,
No,
I'm looking at the budget right here.
That may be true, Councilman, but if you, my statement was from years ago.
Yes, sir.
You know,
Yes.
I thought you meant base budget.
That was for capital improvements, yes.
No, I'm talking about, this is from our operational budget, Animal Care Department summary. It went from budgeted, adopted budget from 2024, 2025, 5,909,972. And then the adopted budget 2025, 2026 was 6,214,439.
I believe that included the 250 for spay neuter and for that we
And then it's the
were
1
approved.
million that is the.
Okay, I'm just talking about how much money we've allotted to animal control.
Right.
I'm looking at
Yes.
our budget.
Okay, we're in agreement with
And so what I'm saying is that your department has gotten the biggest increase of any department in the city. Am I wrong there?
I can't answer that, but I do know they got an increase when we had to reduce.
Yeah,
We've eliminated
we
departments.
added over the last 2 years, we've added four personnel. We added people to your organization, some leadership,
That's correct.
some technicians. I mean, we're investing.
Yeah.
Right? We're investing. You had recommendations from the consultant, 169 of them, I believe,
That's
right?
correct, yeah.
Where are we on those?
We sent that out in December. We can try to, I don't know
Correct.
if you all have them here today.
Okay.
Do you have it?
We were estimated to complete 65 for the first year, but we actually completed 92?
92, yes.
92. So we are ahead of schedule because
Okay.
we are working so closely with Citygate.
Okay, so, I mean, this are some good, information to come back to us on, probably better to put it in the public.
Yeah, we're going to do that on the
view,
27th.
right? I want to say that we're investing. We're investing in animal control, and care and control, however you want to, the ordinance says animal care and control, right? So it's not, we expect some results with that investment. Now, it's only been 1 quarter, and I gather that, but there's going to be some expectations here. We because there's an investment. We're doing it.
Yeah, we agree.
We had a long discussion about it during the budget process. So I want to make sure you understand that there's expectations on you now because we are investing. I would also look at other options for kennels. There's a lot of organizations out there that we can go and ask grants from. Let's maximize whatever we can get for these facilities, not just look at bond and taxpayer dollars, because there's a lot of other important things that we're doing. And I get that this is, an issue for us, but I look at it from more, this is a public safety thing, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, you got to look at it from both sides. You got to look at it from the obviously the animal aspect of it and making sure we're humane in the way we're treating them. But we also, I don't want to be on the news like San Antonio was, where a pack of dogs killed somebody's grandfather. Okay? So, I mean, you guys got a heavy burden on your shoulders, and you've got to make sure you're doing this right. And, I can't say it enough. It's not for lack of our investment. Okay? All right, thank you.
Yeah, Councilman, to that point, just one other thing I learned recently with other city managers, and we're going to try to set it up here as a foundation. So we have like Friends of the Library, the police, I think PAL, Athletic Association, where people like this second row here who are so passionate about it can help leverage money for this foundation for animal care. So we're going to do that where we can get private donations, whether it's $5 or $5,000 or $5 million. We don't have it, so we're going to set that up. I just want to share that comment with you that's coming.
By the way, that's good.
500,000 is pretty close to 350, Councilman.
Sacramento.
Yeah, it's just an example, Councilman, that they have 600 kennels and we have 100. Okay, all right, good.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, just like you just said about the 169 recommendations that y'all had received, it really is good news to hear that we've already accomplished 92. At one time, we had code compliance or code enforcement send us monthly reports. I mean, it was kind of nice to hear, it would have like how many calls, were received in the month, and then it would have it would break it down by district and those kinds of things. I would like to see still some of those things like, the 169, like you said, and we've accomplished 92. That's great. But again, I was just walking my dog yesterday, right? I ran across Sean Flanagan, who used to come here pretty regularly and make public comment. He was just bit, by a dog. I mean, and here we are where, he's a dog lover. He was walking his own dog. And so I can see how, we need to find that fine balance, right? I can commiserate with, City Councilman Cantu, and we want a no-kill shelter, but I also feel like it's a comprehensive approach, and I do feel that we are investing in animal care services, and the only thing that I can see right now is that we've been without, you've given your notice, how long ago, Katie?
Months.
I mean,
Months.
It's it's above and beyond. I mean, I think it was supposed to be like September or something.
Something like, but I'm still here and going strong, and everyone at ACS is determined and dedicated. And so that's why I am still here until we find someone that is equally as dedicated as everyone that's there.
Mm-hmm. And it was a nice surprised to hear that Councilwoman Vaughn did actually get to meet one of the applicants, because that's one other thing that I would like to see is, how many applicants have applied, because I haven't heard anything. It's been a while since anyone has called me or said, but I know you keep saying, Peter, I know you keep saying that it's a hard or difficult position to fill.
Yeah.
But again, can you remind the community what the qualifications are and what that base pay is now?
Sony can get the detail, but Councilwoman, as I said earlier, I have pushed the level of compensation for this position to a level that even the recruiter didn't want to do. I told them do it anyway. So one of the highest paid directors, we're going to do basically a company vehicle or a transportation allowance, a clothing allowance, a cell phone allowance, a relocation package bigger than any other director we've done, and a sign-on bonus. That's public information.
Okay, and what is the base salary that you're
I think it's
offering?
close to 200,000.
That's-
Max is about 200,000.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, 200,000 is a maximum, so about 170 to 200,000.
Yeah, it's close to 200.
Transportation.
200,000?
Close to it.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're looking for someone that has what kind of a degree?
Right. So in the just like with executives, where it's the minimum degree is a bachelor's degree, we're looking for 10 years of progressive experience in animal welfare that has experience with field operations, shelter, clinic, all the operations of animal care. Right. And those 10 years be progressive experience. Also, it's preferable that it's a city of close to this size or larger. And then also too is it's known on the application that they will be working with Citygate to implement the 5-year strategic plan as well. So that person would then, it'd be good for them to have experience with implementation and process improvement.
Okay, so just to go back, our city is looking for someone that has a 10-year experience in animal care services, right?
Progressive, ideally, progressive experience
And
in animal welfare.
And a bachelor's degree. Okay, so those are the same qualifications that you had for our previous directors for all departments, because that's kind of what happened when, to come back to you, Peter, when you hired some of our directors, that you didn't comply with those requirements. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's a real charged statement there.
Well, no, it's the truth.
So number one,
okay, it's the truth.
Let me finish. Number one, it's not every department director has that level of qualification.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, we really need the HR director at the podium. But number two, you can substitute years of service. You can substitute education. You can have work experience. So, yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm just speaking about this particular job.
Yeah. Okay, but I'm just trying to get clarification so that people that are listening, because I hear that we have thousands of people listening right?
Yeah, maybe, Councilman, let me add to that. So those are the basic qualifications, but we're not robots. So right? So I'm just telling you, we're not. So we can make adjustments. You know what I mean? I'm saying that again. I'm saying that I'm not saying that to disparage you. I'm saying that for us, that we set minimum qualifications, but we also have reason, and we can justify sometimes somebody that may not fit exactly that because they fit in other ways.
Yeah.
So we're doing that. We've done that with every applicant that's applied for animal care.
Okay.
We're not saying, okay, you have 9.6 years, so nope, you're out.
Okay,
right? Yeah.
but bottom line is, Peter, is at the end of the day, you are the one that hires. I mean, it goes through HR, yes.
Right.
But you are responsible for hiring the employees. We are not, as
That's
council.
correct, right, by the charter.
Okay, so I just,
Yeah.
So you make those decisions, based on like what you just said, that it's not always just based on what on paper, you have to have, 4 years, 10 years, and all that.
Right.
So I am just trying to make sure that we have that information out, that, we have so many animal advocates here that could surely help get someone qualified here. I mean, I know that y'all know people, and I know because y'all are always talking about finding homes in other states and, in other areas. So I would love to see if you could get input from the animal community, because they may have some recommendations. So anyway, that's just a suggestion that I have. And the others, just please, if you can, provide us with, maybe monthly reports on a regular basis, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
And Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you.
Did I skip Mark? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I got the Carolyn Vaughn disease. So I got my lights on and nobody calls on me, and Eric and I are over here and I can't talk to him because now it's lit up.
Go ahead. Councilman.
I'll be quick. So my quick take, thank you for what you do. Thank you. Right. God bless you people. Thank you for what you do. Number one. Number two, my sense was the Citygate was a big deal. Y'all spent a lot of energy on that. And
we have.
I thought we were going through that. I think we're going through that.
We are.
I think it sounds like a success story.
It has been.
Unless somebody tells me otherwise. I would like an update. Maybe I missed that November memo in all fairness, so I apologize for that. I think do it in public's a cool deal. I will tell you that The other thing that I thought was interesting is I didn't realize that a vet has to sign off on to euthanize an animal. So it's not like whether I trust you or not, and I do. There's a third party, and it's a professional with a license who's made an oath, right, that's signing off on that document. So that the real issue would be if we think that we're falsifying documents to euthanize animals for space that aren't for space, it's really an accusation to our vet. That's my take. And I don't think you are, by the way. My sense is that you're not euthanizing for space. And I understand that what goes on if we make that decision. Peter, I'll tell you where I'm at. So we go to this Flower Bluff deal last night. I'm listening to these people who are desperate for help because vagrants are, taking over neighborhoods and it's cold and they're starting, fires in abandoned houses. And I'm sitting there thinking the whole time how we eliminated, you didn't, we did, eliminated the demolition fund from code enforcement. 600, I thought it was 600.
Yeah, right. The vacant building registration also was.
Right. And I remember how it went down, and I own some responsibility, I guess, in that. But I was just thinking, if those folks, if we just had that fund, because it was all about, hey, we're going to get private companies to volunteer, and they can cheaper, better, faster, friendlier. But the real issue was we have an area town, right, that has this issue, and it's fun. It's a money deal. And so I'm all into Citygate. I euthanized one of my Labradors today, and yesterday, so I'm really sensitive to this whole concept because he was my shadow. So I'm real sensitive to that. So I'm with you. I think we need to follow the Citygate. That's my take, is Citygate laid out a plan. We spent a fortune on them. They did a pretty comprehensive report. So my question is where we're at. Let's celebrate if we really are successful. What do we do next? But I also want to keep in mind that there are other needs. There are some people out there that desperately need some financial help that we can't provide because of budget eliminations. And that's not a you, that's us. I just wanted to articulate that in the group, that if you'd have been at the Flower Bluff meeting last night, you'd have gone, oh man, we had a fund that we eliminated that could have prevented that fire. Because that was one of the things, is demolishing abandoned houses so they don't become opportunities for vagrants.
And the registration of them.
Right.
I mean, the chief, well, he's not there, but most of our fires over the last quarter have been vacant buildings. I asked him to actually, he'll send me reports when there's a fire. And I'm asking him now, is it a vacant home or an active home? And most of them are vacant. And so we're spending tons of dollars on our fire department to respond to vacant homes that we don't know are vacant.
And incidentally, if you don't know, the neighbor ran over and knocked on 2 other houses, one of which was starting to burn also, and saved their lives. At least they claim it saved their lives.
That's why we recommended that vacant
So we have a lot of needs. That's all. I guess a lot of needs that mean a lot to a lot of people. That's important.
Right.
I support Citygate. Looking forward to a go-forward plan. Just
thank you. Well, so we did send, it was a really well-done report in December, and that's in your mailboxes, but we're going to put this on we'll put that same report and presentation file on the meeting in January 27th, and we do need to continue with Citygate. They've been with us for over 2 years, and so they know what we're doing. Jan Glickman, one of the agents from Citygate that's with us, is like staff augmentation. They're helping us on the implementation, and they're the ones that, if the council wants us to, will help us develop a program to invest more money.
And I appreciate our other shelters in town and those San Jacinto title. My employer is a big contributor to one of them. We're on what they call the Wall of Fame. Because it's not me, that's the company's contribution. So I appreciate all that you all do. I thank you. I appreciate what you do, and Sonia, I appreciate your leadership. And I say, let's just follow the lead of the Citygate and move as fast as we can, and can afford.
Yes, sir.
I do want to make one small correction. So it wasn't 92 that we've done. We've completed 96.
Thank you for that.
There's a couple of those just right now.
Yes.
Presented to council.
Yeah, well, it's okay. I want to thank the second row of the ladies, Veronica, and so many of you. I'm not naming by name because I know what you do. I get a lot of calls. We all do. And that, though, well, no, don't be sorry for that, Veronica, because I think, and maybe it is understanding, I appreciate you, Councilman Cantu, bringing this forward, because at the end of the day, it's about caring about the animals, and we all do. Y'all know that. How many animals have we saved on a phone call? I mean, I was on a text earlier about a dog. You know about it. So, but it shouldn't work that way. And as the city manager said, it's a very long journey, and you all who are in the trenches, literally, it's hard. I get it to have that patience. We're up here going, I was at this meeting in Flower Bluff last night, a woman in tears because it could have been her home. It was right across the street or right in the same vicinity, the fire. And the fire was set because of a vagrant homeless person. It was terrible last night, what we heard. I think I texted you about it.
Well, the chief told me about it, so I saw it.
The chief did, because I texted him and he sent someone.
Fire chief.
But my point is that demolition fund matters. It all matters. But we need responsibly to do this responsibly, because how responsible would it be to say, we're going to do, we're not going to, we're going to save every single animal. You have, to me, rescues, foster. We have to strengthen that. That doesn't take a consultant. That doesn't take a $200,000 director to me. And that's what I want to hear from y'all. I want to know, what are we doing there? Who's creating or improving, like low-hanging fruit. Forget 1,000 kennels and millions of dollars and air condition, because we care about our animals. It all matters. But how about we just start with low-hanging fruit? To me, foster and rescue is where we have to start. Because if every time I get that call and we have somewhere, if it's not CCAC, and we have a strong, I don't even know what that, you all probably know what that looks like, then I think that's gonna help, and those are little things that we can do on our level. But the other thing I'd like to see, and I really don't know much about it, but I know I hear a lot of complaints about it, and I don't think it takes all of this rigmarole to address, and that is the application for rescues. I hear it is too complicated, it's ridiculous, and it's just to the point where some people are like, forget it. And some people, I think we're talking even out of state, rescues that help us or not. And so I don't want y'all to address all of that right now. I'm stating, I get where this is all coming from. I've been an advocate. I was the advocate to start the spay and neuter. That never happened in this city until I said, we have to allocate money. And it was $500,000. And Greg Smith said, I'm going to cut it in half. I said, I'll take the $250. That's better than nothing. But it started. And we have had spay and neuter at $250,000 for multiple years. That's one little thing, but you all know that is major. So this council needs to know, out of all those things that they are saying, right, City Gate, all these things are important, and we get it. What is the priority? Is it building the kennels? Is it air conditioning them? Is it, putting another $250 into spay and neuter? Is that going to make the difference? Is it investing in the rescue program and the foster program? We don't know, because it just comes to us from all sides, and then you hear the bad stories, So anyway, I appreciate the work you all do. I appreciate it, and I know I get a little sassy sometimes too, going, but what about this? And can't you go in the back? There's a church parking lot. Just go back there and check on the dog. And so thank you for working with all of us, because I think you get calls from everybody. But we are, as Councilman Hernandez mentioned, we are investing. Do we need more? Yes. But here's my word to you, my advice to you. When that budget comes around, that's when we need to hear from you. To say, we can't do it all, but you can pick one thing and say, double the spay and neuter. That's where we want an extra $250,000 or whatever, whatever that may be. Anyhow, thank you. I appreciate y'all. And ladies, I appreciate all of you and everything. And gentlemen, sorry, you're there. Okay, we've got Councilwoman Paxton, Councilman Barrera, and then we're very late on our public comment. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's very, this is a topic that is high emotion for a lot of us, most of us. We care about our animal members of the community so much, and I think a lot of us probably have some at home, and so it touches our hearts dearly, and so it's completely understandable, you know, when we get those text messages that are just really difficult to read. And the challenge is when we come in this setting and the information that we receive is there's a consultant and we're following A, B, C, and D, and we're not doing all the things that it looks like are happening. And then we leave this room and then the texts and everything come in and say, none of that's happening because nothing's changing. Everything is still not working perfectly. And it's our jobs collectively to bridge those gaps. To bridge the gaps operationally, to make sure that we are offering a good service, and to bridge the gap presentation through communication. I think it was in March that we had the last Citygate presentation, if I'm not mistaken.
Mayor June, I believe she came in the summer.
A little later.
May, June, yeah, mid-year last year, before the budget, I think, but yeah.
Okay, a couple of things that we talked about was if we were to take all 169 recommendations from this consultant, this professional, and categorize those down, we need to improve our services, how we care for the animals, improve our connection to the public. How do we answer those phones? What's our statistics on being successful on the calls for the strays? And how accessible are we? What's our public messaging? And then we also talked about improving the site and our staffing, increasing our staffing. So we take this big chunk of 169 items and we need to present it in a way that we can say tangibly, people are saying that they're not getting these calls through. How many of the calls that come through are we actually successful on? Those are the kinds of very easy answers that help. So when I look at the report that we got December 12th, there's about 4 pages, maybe 3 and 3/4 of what they're titled as completed recommendations. And then at the bottom of the page, there's some asterisk footnotes. I'm not sure from reading this document if everything in the table that's listed as completed is completed or just the items under asterisks. So for instance, if you look at SOP 61, SOP 85, those 2 items, 61 says do not use length of stay as a reason for EBI, hold animals as long as space allows, and remove all 14-day references from SOPs. This reads that that's a completed recommendation.
Correct.
So we no longer are doing that old process, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Going down to 85, build strong partnerships with rescues and ensure that placement organizations operate in a humane manner, review and update rescue partner SOP, MOUs application process, and transfer agreements to eliminate barriers to timeless.
All of those have been put into place.
So another, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Another caveat to that would be at the bottom, you have your kind of like online presence recommendations. Do we have a list on our website of all those shelters, of all of our organizations, of all the resources that the community can seek help with? If those are to be completed, then they're all kind of connected, right?
So yes, we do have resources available either by the officers in the field, on the website, and as well as in the office when you come in. We have been working with Citygate. I have redone the rescue application. We have done the rescue agreement. And we have also implemented a process of driving animals up to 3 hours because most of our rescue pools, with the exception of Gulf Coast, are out of the state. And so we will drive up to 3 hours to meet the transporters. So the items that we've indicated as completed, we have gone through, put the policies into place, put the activities into place to make them completed.
And the volunteer section where it's talking about increasing those the access to volunteer, have we increased the number of volunteers?
So with the budget amendment, we were able to create and hold a position for a volunteer coordinator who has been hired. She does have the job of building that volunteer program from the ground up. We are currently working with the communication department to promote and increase the number of volunteers that we have engaging. But yes, we do see an increase in volunteers, but as with all things, it does take time to build and make a substantive program.
Is there a list of recommendations on how to utilize volunteers strategically in the department from Citygate, or is she having to build all that?
So there's a lot of resources available for volunteers, some from Citygate, some from volunteer management associations, other shelters. We have sent her to San Antonio. We have had her speak on nonprofits. I've also put her in touch with a volunteer management peer and consultant peer group that you can be a member of, or professional organization. There we go. And then as far as with Citygate, we do meet and discuss our volunteer program at least once a week as one of the topics that we go over. And they're updated on where we are with our volunteer program, what's happening, and what her current objectives are.
Okay, and part of that, we talked about potentially having someone really take ownership of the adoption branch, if you will, of our social media marketing type thing. Like, let's really embrace these pets. Like, come get these pets adopted. These are our resources. Are we doing all that type of thing?
So we are still looking for our community outreach manager.
Still looking.
But we are partnering closely with comms and Citygate. We have created a schedule for our social media posts. We are also working on making sure that our good news stories are getting out for the animals that do have placement. We have adoption events. We are signing up for the larger community activities that occur, like we're going to the Home and Garden in the fall, things like that, to spread word about our adoption program. And so, yes, we are definitely seeing an increase in the animals adopted. We had 1,200 animals adopted in 2025, so that is an increase from what we've had before. So the pieces are coming together.
Thank you for that. One of the things that was important to me was we hear a lot is I call and I either don't get a call back or nobody is dispatched. And basically the constituent recognizes distress or recognizes an issue and there's a breakdown between them reaching our resources. I'm not saying that 100% of the time it ends up like that. Like, I maybe not get the text that they called them back an hour later, but that's the experience for a lot of people. And something we talked about at the last presentation was dedicating someone to picking up the phone and making those calls back. So I'm curious to see if we've been doing that and what our metrics are on dispatching to those calls and how many calls we're missing. And then my last question, I'll let you answer because my time's up. I had a constituent reach out with an idea in Austin. They actually utilize their university veterans programs to partner with their ACS and offer free spaying, neutering, microchipping, those types of things to city residents. Do we do something like that? So those two thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. So some of those we will have to compile information on, like the calls, as far as the number of calls we've received, those types of things, as far as when they're answered. That does come through the IT and communication department. We do respond to calls. We've hired a second dispatcher so that we can receive and dispatch calls more effectively. And we are in the process of hiring 2 more individuals to help work the front desk and take incoming calls. Additionally, they also go through 311. So the pieces are being put into place. The staff is being retained and trained and hired. So as we get those positions filled and the people are here, the training is completed, we'll definitely see more improvement, but we are seeing improvement now.
Peter, I'm sorry, I'm going to steal 10 seconds. I think that's a pivotal component. So whatever we can do to strengthen that, that is our direct contact with the community. So if we are still lacking there, they're trying to fill it in, they're trying to get the budget, but there's a deficiency. We have got to find a creative way to surround that, because that's that actual connection to the community. That's a really key thing to focus on.
Yeah, we agree. I don't know if there was more phasing in the Citygate plan, but there's more steps. There's more to be added based on the Citygate recommendations. I suspect some of that is that, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So it's in the plan, it's just a matter now of funding, and we can't do everything in day one, right? So it's a phasing and then the funding for the budget.
Yeah.
And we have the positions for our community outreach manager
right.
is open.
Guys, I hate to
Wanna
cut this
hire.
off, but it's 6 o'clock. We've got people waiting since 5:30 for public comment, so we've got to move this along. Plus, I believe we're going to bring this back.
We're going to bring this back on the last meeting in this month, right? January 27th.
Sure, that's good.
So it'll be a
I mean, you have time.
presentation.
You've got a lot coming on the last meeting of this month.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
As long as y'all have time.
yeah.
On the next agenda item, you guys could talk on the item. I know most of y'all didn't do public comment, but y'all could talk on the other item. I'm gonna do a motion and try to get a vote for something, so y'all guys could talk. So just stay tight. The public comment's only 16 people.
Oh, right.
So we should be out of here pretty quick to the next item.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I'm going to be brief. First off, you know, you guys are playing whack-a-mole. You've got limited resources, and you're doing an amazing job. And I know, Kathleen, you and Sony have faced public scrutiny over your background and whatever. And oftentimes I tell Peter, you know, just hire people based on work ethic. You know, and he knew the character of you two, and you put a team together. And the thing is that you with what little you have, you've been able to do you've been able to do really crusaders work. And I know the problem is really the council problem, is because we haven't found the resources. And I want to commend you, Peter, because you know, once again, you had city management that it wasn't on the radar. You know, obviously, Chief Markle handled it the best way he could with the resources that he had available. But it took a city manager with vision to say, hey, we're going to look at this and we're going to invest in a consultant to tell us professionally what we're doing wrong and to weed through all the, you know, the lack of information and the fact that and you've committed to doing that, and I think our budget committed to doing that, and I just want to thank you for all the work you've been doing. And I just want to tell my colleagues, you know, it's hard to hire people when they see all the public scrutiny and the public criticism that individuals, if they're watching on YouTube, then they may be discouraged from no matter what the benefits may be or the salary may be, they may be discouraged from coming to work here. And because they know the limited resources, everybody has those same problems. So keep up the good work. Appreciate all you're doing. And Sony, appreciate all that you've devoted to this department in addition to all your other duties. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Roy.
I'm going to keep
2 seconds.
I'm going to keep this really brief. I know everybody's hung in there. All I can tell you is that you've seen me around the animal shelter. The last one that I adopted was Bailey, and she's doing well. And a Boomer and Shredder, and I could go on and on. You know, this is a public service announcement. If you can and you have the ability to adopt. I mean, our dogs, I can't believe the joy that our dogs bring to us is just, you can't measure it. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, ladies. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to go straight into public comment. I'm going to start with Marilena Garza.
Marielena Garza, District 1. I am speaking today not on behalf of the library board or as being the current chair. I'm speaking just because I'm a District 1 resident who loves our libraries, who's been attending the meetings for a while. And you guys entrust me to let you guys know when there's problems. I'm trying to stop the bleeding. We're bleeding, and I want to try to save us. And I'm just noticing that we're having, I'm just going to say, a difference of opinion between the board and the supporting city staff. Okay, so let's talk about the 2 libraries that are still on the cutting board, Hart and Garcia, right? So the things that happen at other bodies of government, like CCISD closing the 7 schools, that
impacts Garcia, right? Because we were making negotiations with them before the school closings. Now the schools are closed, they're in deep hot water. I'm not saying that them selling us the property that the Garcia Library is going to save us or save them, but we would save a beloved library that Girl Scouts go to. You know, I had to tell that Girl Scout group that that library is going to close, that it is slated to close, you know, and I know that we've got money allocated for the design and maybe in the bond we'll have for the construction, but when are we going to see that District 5 library? 10 years, 12 years? We have a library already there, right? And then we've got the Hart Library that we have been discussing about a partition. We also are having the Uvalde shooting court proceeding that's occurring, and the solution that the city staff has gone with is that they want to do these partitions. And we're spending, again, money on a consultant after we told them, no, do not do that, $15,000. We don't got that money to just be flying around. And the board has said, you know, can we look at other options? Let's talk about this Hart, you know, this contract doesn't look good. We have a lawyer on the board who's like, well, this legal document, this contract's got a lot of holes. If I was in court with this, I'd be having a field date with this. The staff is not listening to us, and they're putting you guys in a really, really hairy position, especially District 4 and 5. Because it's going to be the timing on this. It's all about timing. Flower Bluff is going to have to make a move. And that partition is not going to save kids. It's not a bulletproof partition. And when are we going to get that partition? They're going to have to make a move. We're still outside of that library. We are not getting the cooperation that we need from the city staff. I want to work with the city staff. I'm trying to hold down the bleeding. Help me stop the bleeding. These are easy wins. This is low-hanging fruit that we can solve and save our libraries.
Thank you, Ms. Garza.
Mayor, can I, for the record, so we're not closing any libraries?
Yes.
Just we're just going to make sure the community hears the accurate stuff here. So no libraries are closing. When we do transition the Garcia Library, it will be to a brand-new library. Okay, so it's going to, once we design and build the brand-new library, we'll move the library to the new location. The Hart Library is not closing. It's been a partnership since it's been built. And so space today, as it has been for decades, is used by the school, and then space is used by the city. And it's partition without a partition. Right. So to meet state compliance, working with the district there, the school district, if we put up a wall in the space that would separate the two, they're already separated today. They've been this way for years. It would solve the problem. We've changed our position quite a bit with the Hart Library, where we were going to exit out of there and try to get bought out, and we're not doing that. We're staying there. We can't afford to leave. And so the district agreed in our agreement to let us use their land. And so, but none of them are closing. We're just making some adjustments so we meet state compliance for the district.
Right. So we are not closing a library.
We're not closing any libraries.
To be clear, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Evangelos Angelo Vasiladas? No? Okay, Jeff Lehrman?
Mayor, I was also slated to speak for a specific agenda item. It's coming up after public comment, so I don't know if it's, I think I may have signed up inadvertently for general public comment, but I have a specific comment as to an item. Is now the appropriate time to talk, or?
Well, actually, item 25 is going to be pulled.
Okay.
For January, and we're going to put it back on January 27th.
Okay, well, then I'm going to make a public comment.
You can make public comment.
Is that allowed?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jeff Lehrman. I'm an attorney at Anderson Lehrman Law Firm, and I am counsel for Philip Ramirez, who is one of the subject matters of an item that was on the agenda. I'm here today to ask the council why. Why is the council stepping into the shoes of the court system or their own learned legal counsel? Let's remember how this all started, and this is undisputed in my opinion. A known hotelier and competitor of Elevate, Ajit David, made an allegation to city management that a PowerPoint presentation was altered. And in an attempt to make, the alteration was in an attempt to make a date for a FEMA floodplain masked. The allegation was that this was a crime, and it had been committed by my client as part of a presentation, and that the city should not vote to approve the Type B funding as it relates to that. Council ultimately voted to approve the project because it was a good project and because it was deserving of Type B funding. What we also know is that Mr. David filed a criminal complaint against Mr. Ramirez and a civil lawsuit against the city of Corpus Christi. Fast forward to 2026. Ramirez has been completely cleared of any criminal activity. It's not my opinion. It's the opinion of the FBI, the Texas Rangers, the City of Corpus Christi Police Department, and the district attorney. So the narrative surrounding the issue that has occupied so much of this council's time was thoroughly investigated, and there was determination on record of no criminal activity. So the catalyst for all this controversy has found to be false. There was no crime. The people whose job it was to investigate this all came to the same conclusion. That's a significant development. So what's left? What's left is the civil lawsuit brought by the competitor against you, the city of Corpus Christi. That case is ongoing, and there should be significant rulings from the court on that case in due time, in the very near future. Further, the city hired, in my opinion, outstanding counsel to represent the city in that lawsuit, and they paid them for that. And the city of Corpus Christi in that lawsuit has not changed their position, which is that that ordinance that is the subject of item 22 was passed lawfully. So it's the opinion of the own city's legal department, it's the opinion of the outside counsel, according to the pleadings, that the ordinance was passed lawfully. And then you have the criminal investigation, that's the basis, has been disproven. So I asked the council, if I can just be spared a few extra seconds, why are they doing this, and why is this something that's continuing to occupy your time? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lerman. Whitney Chapman.
Hi, good evening. I'm Whitney Chapman from Corpus Christi. I'm speaking on behalf of Animal Care Services, and I think the biggest issue is community buy-in. We need to educate the populace here in Corpus Christi on being stewards of animals and advocating for our animals. It's been done in other areas within the state. I know that San Antonio has San Antonio Animals Alive. I'm sure that some of you guys are aware of that. I think that we can do a lot with our local school districts in the area within CCISD, Flower Bluff, education. Well, not only does it start in homes, it also starts in schools. So maybe we can do some type of public outreach. There are things and resources that we can do within a limited budget that can go outside of the budget. Adoption events, art walks, really, really big, the first Friday of every month. So those are just some things that maybe we can think about. I know it's not just a city council issue. So that's what I'd like to share. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, and I want to make sure that I get this right. I want to show you that I have the police report that was given about the hotels, and I know you're not taking up the issue, but I think you need to know some things. I want to begin by grounding the conversation of facts, because facts matter, and you need to know what the facts are. There has been a persistent claim that the ordinance before the council didn't have the proper 2 readings that it should have had. And let me tell you that I went over this criminal report, and I went over the testimony, and on page 149 of the incident investigative report, questions were asked directly whether the ordinance itself changed. The answer is clear. The captions changed, not the ordinance. Yes, the report discussed FEMA, screenshots, presentation, material. It acknowledged concerns about how the information was framed, but it doesn't say that the text of the ordinance was changed. So the ordinance was the same, which brings me to why I'm here. At some point, we have to ask ourselves, how long are we going to keep re-legislating, and at what cost? Every dollar we spend paying attorneys to revisit an issue where the record is already clear, it's a dollar we're not spending on residents. It's a dollar we're not spending towards flowing water that we need. Let me tell you, water is not an option. Water is life. And here, the people in this community are choosing between paying their water bills, buying groceries. Imagine if just a portion of the money you spend on attorneys would have been spent on them. Imagine that. Instead of spending it, instead of taking that money's gone. Paid to attorneys, paid for arguments that lead nowhere. Paid while real needs go unmet. I'm asking you, as our elected officials, to change your priorities, to remember who you work for, to remember that these are taxpayer dollars earned by people who expect them to be used to improve their lives, not to prolong discussions, not to prolong some things that have already passed. The facts is on the records. The ordinance that you guys are talking about that you pulled are the same. It's time to wake up, and it's time to think about people. We are the people, and we're asking you to put it behind you. It's time to worry about water. It's time to worry about us, the taxpayers. Take a look at the report, please.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Robin Cox. Then we'll have Melanie Sanchez, Trion Serbu, Elizabeth Pena, and Melissa Nusete.
Robin Cox, District 3. I've got that same report. I guess we're looking at two different reports because this should say it all. This is Heather Holbert, who was the Assistant City Manager, and this is her under deposition. So she's a sworn deposition.
The first time it had the fraudulent representation in it as the banner reason for getting the $2 million, right? That was the headline.
Yes.
Okay, and the second time, the headline, the thing they repeat 4 different times, is worded differently.
Yes, it is worded differently.
Okay.
Yes.
The first time it had
So she is literally saying it's worded differently. If you look at the two, the first time it's talking about the flood zone. The second time it's talking about parks, beautiful things, but the video isn't still there. Culverson says in his sworn testimony it was a bad deal. He got behind it because it was political. You can go look at all of these on YouTube. Philip Ramirez, his attorney, was here. Philip Ramirez has made a pretty good living off this city. Let's see, I guess friendships pay off. Philip Ramirez's jobs, the police academy, police station, Sherrill Park, Retama Library, 2 wastewaters. He said, no, it was only about $2 million. Wow, only about $2 million. Tell that to citizens here trying to pay their water bills. And I want to say I'm not getting paid by anybody. And for those of you who are saying that we should not be bringing this up because this money could be going to other things, hey, well, let's not prosecute drug dealers, rapists. That money could go somewhere else. I'm sorry, I'm really getting angry about this right now. Philip Ramirez, well, he was also going to be part of that little desal plant with Kiewit. He's done pretty good. When asked if he's friends with the mayor, he said, no, we're not friends. Doug Allison asked him, go to her to UT games? No, I just run into her at UT games. How many of you have been to a UT game? Because the chance of running into somebody there, that's, if you believe that, you're the same people standing outside waiting for the Bass Pro Shop to open. And they said, oh, do you go drinking at the country club? You know, y'all may not think because we're not members of the country club that we don't hear things, but you know what? Our kids are waiters there. Yeah, people that you don't think we'd hang out with, and they're listening to things. So when you think about this, bills are getting run up. There's donations. They said, did you donate to Paula, to the mayor's? only $1,500, $2,000. That's what some people make a month here, $1,500, $2,000. They said the council's that it's already been investigated, it's over. Well, you know what, that investigation, that's like asking the Fox to investigate who was watching the hen house. So as long as we have Pancho Villa and Don Quinota running this, we're not going to get anywhere.
Melanie Sanchez. Wow.
Good evening, Melanie Sanchez, Corpus Christi. Real quick, I shouldn't have laughed during that last item. I'm sorry that I did. You guys have a really tough job and I appreciate it. As you know, the Hart Library is a building owned by the city of Corpus Christi, and that building exists on land owned by Flower Bluff ISD. This came to be in a contract signed by the city and FBISD in the 90s. It resulted in a beautiful union of 30 years between the public and Flower Bluff students and staff. It's clear to me when I see Hart how well it has been loved. But 30 years have passed, and the climate around school safety is very different now. The Uvalde trial that we are currently hosting highlights that point. The question lately has been, will the union between the city and FBISD continue? If so, how? If not, how will they separate? I don't have the answers, and neither do you, which is why we have a library board. That brings me to the two most recent library board meetings. On December 2nd, the board asked city and library staff for an update regarding Hart. Their response was to put temporary partitions inside Hart while the city and FBISD work things out. The partitions would be meant to keep the public and FB students and staff separate for safety reasons. I don't know about you, but if the unthinkable happens, I don't trust partitions to keep anyone safe. As a school worker, it doesn't make me feel good at all. All 7 library board members agreed with that sentiment. They killed the idea of partitions right then and there. They said no. Then on January 6th, they asked for another update. City staff let them know that the city was moving forward with a study on partitions. It was going to cost $15,000 for the study alone, which would be taken from the already tight library budget. Again, all 7 library board members were appalled. I was baffled. Who made that decision against the library board and why? Here's one thing I know for sure. Partitions are a Band-Aid, and you can't put a Band-Aid on this problem. You can't leave it on the back burner and hope that nothing bad happens. It's time to seriously look at the Hart situation and, out in the open, determine whether you're staying in the building, keeping it for the city, or selling it to FBISD. Thank you.
Thank you. Trion Serbu.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Trion Serbu, 14310 Playa del Rey. I have questions about the water supplies. In the Mary Roads pipeline, there was a provision to be able to put a second pipeline. Why was that? Why isn't that being pursued? Why? It seems the most straightforward way for us to have secure water supplies. The right-of-way is already purchased. The power to the pump stations is already there. Yes, you need additional pump stations and additional water line. But if you had an additional 5-foot water line, I think the two would largely solve our water issues. And if one broke down, the other one would still pump. But then that leads me to my next question on the groundwater, the Evangeline groundwater. It calls for all that new equipment and pumping and gather the water and connect it to the Mary Roads pipeline. Well, if the Mary Roads pipeline is running full and delivering our water, and you add water to it, we're still not getting any more water to the treatment plant. So that makes no sense. I'd like somebody to explain that to me. To a bunch of us. And then the last thing, if and when we ever do desalination, I would like all of you to commit that the brine would be pumped out to the deep ocean, not into the bay, not to the continental shelf, over the continental shelf to the deep ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Serbu. And Peter, can somebody be in contact with Mr. Serbu?
See if Sat's there. If not, we have his contact. We'll give him a call.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Serbu. They'll catch you out here so they can answer your questions. Elizabeth Pena?
Honorable council members, my name is Elizabeth Martin Pena, a proud native of Corpus Christi, and I live at 6329 Whitaker Drive. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I want to start by sharing something personal. I have rescued 8 dogs on my street alone and have been spaying and neutering cats in my neighborhood for over 12 years. I do this because I care deeply about our community and the animals that live in it. But I can't do it alone, and neither can the many compassionate residents who are trying to help. First, enforcement matters. Animal cruelty and abandonment are not just animal issues. They are community issues. Research shows that individuals who abuse animals are 5 times more likely to commit violent crimes against people. Stronger penalties for abuse and abandonment protect both animals and our neighborhoods. Second, our city is struggling with stray problems. In January of last year alone, 271 stray dogs and cats were taken in by animal care services, yet 50 were euthanized simply because of space and medical limitations. Our live release rate dropped to 78%, the lowest in years. This is heartbreaking and unsustainable. We need more resources and staff to enforce laws and manage intake humanely. Third, no-kill shelters work. Cities like Austin maintain a 95% live release rate, proving that with community support and funding, euthanasia for space can be eliminated. Nationally, shelters with strong volunteer and foster programs are 40% more likely to achieve no-kill status, saving thousands of lives. Fourth, compassion should never be punished. Many residents feed stray dogs and cats out of kindness. These caregivers should not face fines. Feeding programs improve animal health, reduce aggression, and make sterilization easier. Instead of penalizing compassion, let's partner with these individuals for spay, neuter, and vaccination efforts. Finally, expanding animal control is an investment in safety and compassion. Adding staff and resources reduces stray populations, prevents bites, and lowers shelter overcrowding. Killing animals is expensive and demoralizing. Proactive programs like fostering and rescue partnership save money and lives. I urge you to prioritize these changes in the next budget cycle and make animal welfare top priority in our city.
Melissa Nusete?
Melissa Nusete, 6530 Peacock Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78414, District 5. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for bringing this to the table. It's the animal issue that I'm interested in. I am a foster. I have Neighbors Helping Street Pups of Corpus Christi. I don't follow the law. I feed animals that are starving, and I help cats that are starving. I TNR cats, and I also take dogs to get spayed and neutered and try to get them back to their owners, because even though there's vouchers, there's people that don't want to drive their animals or say they can't drive them there. And I'm somebody that the culture has changed, because when I was growing up, my parents said dogs belonged outside. But I want to thank Councilmember Roy for letting you guys know that the animals have a soul. We're not talking about swimming pools, we're not talking about libraries, but we're talking about souls. We're talking about trying to educate the community to let them know that the animals have a soul. I talk to people every day trying to make them to understand that it's not just a dog, it's a life. How can you compare a swimming pool that's going to be closed 9 months out of the year, going to be open 3 months out of the year, to the lives of these dogs? You just can't. I agree that we need more space and that it would be nice to have really nice kennels, but you cannot possibly outbuild this problem. It's way too much more than just space. We need to educate our community. We need to go to schools and talk to kids. We need to do more. Animal control is expected to do a whole lot. I was at an advisory committee meeting where they showed that in a matter of a couple of months, I don't know exactly how many calls came in, but it was more than 3,000 calls. They don't have the capacity to answer those calls. That's why you're getting those texts. That's why we're upset. That's why we're crying. I've never had anybody call me back and say, we followed up on your call, Melissa. They don't have the time. They say, you need to put in a letter that says, you want to know what happened, we'll let you know in about 15 days. I never, you have to put in something called I don't even remember what it's called, but it's something where you put in a letter and you ask them what happened with that case. Open records request takes 3 weeks, and you might get something back. They're not going to call you back and say, we went to go check on that dog that was in the sun. Mm-hmm. They don't have the capacity. There's 470 police officers in this city. We don't have 400 officers to man these calls. There's no way. Who are they going to send? Maybe in a couple of weeks they'll go check on that dog that's in trouble. But 2 weeks is too long. By then it's dead. Or the people simply say, we don't have a dog. This is like having a football game. The guy throws the flag and there's no enforcement, no penalty. Nobody loses any yards. That's what this is. This is a game that you're not going to win until you enforce the rules and you educate the people.
Thank you, Ms. Nusathem. Thank you. Saskia Murray? Oh.
Hello, my name is Saskia Murray, and I just want to take a few seconds to request and make a suggestion. One way to perhaps...
Are you a city resident, ma'am? I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Yes, I live in Corpus Christi, zip code 78414. I just wanted to suggest that we try to incorporate perhaps in our water bill, both electronically and hard copy, a dollar donation that will go towards animal welfare. That's something that I really, really wanted to share with you. And also the fact that I do appreciate everything that animal control is doing. In fact, my pup, Anjing, his name is Anjing, was adopted about 5-6 years ago from animal control. And we love him, love him, love him. And currently I have 2 abandoned stray pups in my house or in my backyard. They don't live in my house. But it's all set up for them where it's nice and comfortable, nice and warm. They get fed. And these are animals that are strays and were strays and now are with me. I cannot find a rescue for them or anything, so I decided just to keep them. But I just wanted to make that suggestion regarding the donation on the water bill, either electronically or hard copy. Mm-hmm. We just add it, $1.50. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Matthew Rankin?
Matthew Rankin, Corpus Christi, also known as HBO Matt. I'd like to thank the city. As you can tell today, I'm open carrying for the first time in one of these meetings. I told you a couple years ago it'd be coming, told you a couple months ago it already had happened. Corpus had the honor of getting the very first enforcement letter from Ken Paxton telling you to comply with the law or else. And you did, so good job. City Council, you guys can carry now too. So if you got a carry license, I recommend you carry to the meetings. Let me know if anybody tells you you can't. The only people who can't carry in this room now are the city employees. So I don't know, maybe take that up with your employers. The city policy, employees aren't allowed to carry in this building. You're the only ones who can't now. As far as the police department, I found out why my complaint against the unlawful banning of weapons from the police department headquarters didn't go through. You'll be getting another enforcement letter pretty soon. So you're gonna need to rekey the elevator so that only somebody with a card can get off on the second floor, change a couple doorways and stairwell access doorways to comply with the law. Don't know how much that's gonna cost, but you'll be getting another letter from the AG to come into compliance probably in the next week or two. That's in the works right now. Going back to decorum rules, thanks for following the law and everybody gets 3 minutes, mostly. We still got a problem with the rest of the decorum rules though, because you're still enforcing naughty language rules. So we're gonna have to work on that. Yeah, as I've said, state law says that anybody can say anything critical here unless the words coming out of their mouth are a criminal offense by itself. So once again, fuck the decorum rules. Any response this time?
Yes.
Oh, yes, there's a response?
Yes, sir. We don't allow that, so you are breaking decorum.
Okay, I don't
So,
care if
yes.
your decorum rules violate the
Yes, so,
federal constitution and state law.
okay.
I'd recommend, you cut my mic off?
Sir, you're breaking decorum.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Your time is up, sir.
No, 30 seconds right there on the clock.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, D1. They say you can tell how well a community is by how they treat the less fortunate. So we really need to focus on this animal thing and make it a priority. I'm extremely supportive of that. As much as I appreciate other people coming up here, we all have a right to have our opinions. And you know, everybody gets information from different places. The civil lawsuit against the city in the Ajit David case is still active, so that's a lie. And the reason why that is a lie is because there are people sitting behind that dais that are avoiding depositions. So we know that the case is still active and in litigation. Because people perjured or conflicted city staff, the legal department. We're forgetting all the schematics involved in this case, including the fact that the Type B board, which, you know, obviously is not doing great things, they didn't have a second reading on the ordinance because it was a different ordinance. So we can't go off of everybody's comments. We have to do our own research, watch the meetings from the Plan B, those meetings, and the people that were involved. But the civil lawsuit is still active. Otherwise, some of you wouldn't be hiding from getting your second deposition. With that being said, I really hope that we can turn over a new leaf here, guys. It's a new year, and we start doing things legally. We start being responsive to this community, and we become more transparent, because that's necessary at this point. Thank you.
Jason Hale.
Hi, council members. Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. I'm just going to make this real quick. I wanted to thank the city manager, city staff, and city council for putting together the Farfield Advisory Committee. I know it costs money. You'll have a lot going on, but I think it's important because we need affordable water supplies. But before that, we also need to make sure that they're feasible and environmentally safe. And I think the committee will be instrumental in helping with that. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Mona Lytle.
Happy New Year. The last time I was here, it was November the 18th, 2025.
Can you state your name and city, please, Ms. Lytle?
From the historical neighborhood and community of Hillcrest. The last time I made a statement that Hillcrest, the neighborhood, had not been advised of what to expect of a desal in our neighborhood. And back in 2021, the city invited HRA, the board, to come to the city, and that's when we were advised that of Inner Harbor. It was after the pandemic of the Inner Harbor. We left. Then we had a meeting at Brooks A&M. Adam Carrington was still alive then, and we had the city to listen to us. But District 1, Billy Lerner was in District 1. Now, after that, I left here. I said, maybe I'm wrong. But I went to the secretaries of HRA, and I said, go through the minutes. Did anyone from the city come to Hillcrest and advise us what to expect, what's coming, any information? We never got that information. Matter of fact, I had a picture that I got offline that I had blown up, that it showed a picture of what it looked like. It showed Broadway and an office building and things, but it did not show the true meaning of a desal and plant in Hillcrest. So I just want you to know, I did do my research, and we do not have nothing on the minutes that anyone has come to Hillcrest, a town hall meeting, anything, to give us full detail. Also, I have always believed in whatever project you do, make sure that you can have success in it. So by having success in it, you have to go the steps. We have a far-field study taking place. You have a committee. And my concern is that by having a far-field, you're going to know that Inner Harbor Hillcrest is not the place for a desal. And then if you do it and you know it's not the place, that's going to be a failure. But everyone needs success, because when you leave the council, you wanted your name to say, they did the right thing. So I'm hoping that you wait to do a February 24th meeting. Wait until the far-field study has been conducted and you get the results. Because I have been informed February the 24th is when you're going to come and bring it back to the agenda. So I'm hoping you don't. Thank you. Again, Happy New Year.
Thank you. Do we have Chris Square on? Oh, he's here. Okay. Oh, you're good. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, well, that concludes our public comment. And we're going to go back to the agenda. We were at item number 24. Did we do this one, Councilman Cantu?
Hi.
24. I mean, we kind of talked about both of them, but I don't know if.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is it okay if I make public comment? It's my first time, and I didn't realize I was supposed to sign up. Will that be okay, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much.
Go ahead. Just state your name and city.
Okay, my name is Karina Libretto. I'm in District 5. Adopting a zero-tolerance policy for euthanasia of healthy and treatable animals at CCACS due to space is a recipe for disaster. And while the effort may seem humane at first glance, it may be misguided. I've seen firsthand the consequences of no-kill policies while working in a shelter, and adopting the policy can cause greater harm to the community animals, the staff that care for them, and it may result in overall higher operational costs. Overcrowding of an animal shelter typically leads to the spread of diseases, and it's because of the lack of space the staff has to adequately and sanitize kennels. Some of these diseases, like intestinal parasites, while they may be easy to treat, can be passed back and forth among animals, leading to constant retreatment, driving up care costs. Several of these diseases seen in shelter animals are also zoonotic, meaning that they can be passed to the human staff that care for them. More deadly diseases like distemper and parvovirus can spread quickly in overcrowded shelters, and sometimes they don't even show symptoms and may expose other animals to these diseases. They often don't recover from these diseases despite best treatment efforts, which can be long and costly, adding strain to limited available resources. In the event that they do survive, they are left with neurological issues that require lifelong management with medication, again leading to higher treatment costs. I've experienced firsthand the emotional stress that comes with caring for these animals experiencing life-threatening illnesses. This stress does not only come from witnessing the suffering of the animal, but comes from the increased workload which falls on the shoulders of an already overworked and understaffed workforce. Dogs in overcrowded areas can develop anxiety and aggression. Those with anxiety are put on medication to manage this anxiety. This treatment is costly and also makes them less likely to be adopted. Providing humane care to the animals already in custody in overcrowded shelters can deplete their overall quality of life. I've touched a bit on the harm the policy can have on staff, but I do want to note there is a national shortage of people working in vet medicine because it is notorious for burnout resulting from overcrowding and underfunding, long hours, impossible workload, and poor treatment from the community members they attempt to serve. While euthanasia is a sad reality, it is not the problem. It is a symptom resulting from the systemic failures in community animal welfare. It is a necessary procedure to manage the ever-growing population problem in our city. We have several orgs doing amazing work, but they can't do this alone. So instead of banning euthanasia, it's time to focus on efforts that prevent the need for it in the first place by making sure that CCACS has a budget that can support operations and adequate staffing, as well as more space. Educating our community on how their choices can impact the animal population, how quickly animals can breed, and also providing more grants for citywide TNR programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go, as I was saying, 24. Councilman Cantu, did we address 24? Item 24 was your second animal. 24? Okay, so 24 is to discuss and consider possible action to adopt a zero-tolerance policy stating that the euthanization of healthy or treatable animals at Corpus Christi Animal Care Services for space capacity or operation reasons is strictly forbidden, will not be authorized, and will not be justified under any circumstance with mandatory reporting and oversight to ensure compliance as requested by council members Eric Cantu, Carolyn Vaughn, and Kaylin Paxson.
Okay, so my understanding is we killed 20 animals last year for space, correct?
We humanely euthanized 20 dogs, yes, in fiscal year 2025 for space.
So that's about
2%.
2 animals per month.
No, so we only euthanized for space for 4 months of the year last year, and those months were actively July and August were the 2 highest. July there were 5, August there were 11. Now, if you do know the animal welfare field, that is the time where people are outside. Their children are out of school. You see more aggressive animals. So in order to respond to those calls, we have to try to plead them out to our rescue partners, who are amazing, our fosters, our partners within the city, to try to get them to take animals from our facility so we can pick up the animals that are loose where the public are. And in order to do that, in those 2 months, we did not have the resources to move animals to. And so unfortunately, those were the highest months, 5 and 11.
Okay. And so, first of all, I want to apologize to you guys if I raised my voice, or whatever the case is. It wasn't directly to you, it's directly to the situation itself. And I talk loud. I'm trying to talk low right now. But I do talk loud. However, I'm not your average elected official. I'm outspoken. I don't care what people think. I'm not going to be political correct. I'm not going to say city staff is doing a great job every single time. I think you guys are doing as best as you can with the tools that we have given you and the monies. But I'm going to speak up when I see something wrong. And I feel that a lot of council members or the past council members never really spoke up because they didn't want to make anybody uncomfortable or make anybody upset or whatever the case is. I don't care, you know, I'm not gonna cater to nobody. I don't owe anybody any favors. And if people wanna support my campaign financially, great. If not, I have my own money. I don't care. I'm gonna speak up when I see something wrong. And I feel that things are going wrong in the animal care center. And I'm gonna speak up till I'm blue in the face. And I don't feel that the center is being honest about how many animals it kill for space. I think what I was being told from workers from there is I'll kill animals for small little medical reasons that are treatable.
Again, sir, it's approved by a veterinarian.
I'm just telling you what I'm from employees. And so if I don't get the support today, then the public knows where people stand with animals getting killed. If it's only 20 a year, I think having a city policy to kill no animals for space, y'all could figure out what to do with 20 animals. And I just feel that we need to start somewhere. I need to apply the pressure on city staff to figure this out. So, you know, I just, something has to be done once and for all. I mean, yeah, we spend money on the shelter, $4 million or whatever the case is, but we didn't touch kennels, added more kennels, added more employees. We just fixed a parking lot, fixing AC units, which I think was overpriced. I mean, we could have done so much better with our monies. But I just feel that I'm gonna speak up every time I see something wrong. And, you know, if I wasn't the one who's spoken up about the animals being dumped at the landfill, y'all will still be doing it. And that chambers, the thing that cremates the animals will still be broken. It's only because I made a big deal about it. And I just feel that we still have to keep on talking about this because we got to fix the issue. You know, that we could do simply little things. We advertise the gas department on our utility bills every month or every other month. Why can't we advertise the animals up for adoption? Why can't we say, hey, they have 45 days to live, adopt the dog, show their faces on the utility bills? We do it for the gas department. We do it for rate increases. We do all this other crap, but we can't do simply as that, enter a flyer in there stating, hey, this is the animals are up for adoption. Make the best pictures as possible. Hire somebody to make the saddest pictures of the dog so people could go and adopt. Or even add something to the utility bill to donate to the shelter. I'm sure a lot of people would do it. I would do it. You know, I'm praying and I'm hoping that I found somebody who will build us some more kennels. I have a meeting in a couple weeks. I'm praying that we can make a deal and have him donate money to build some more kennels. But it shouldn't be their responsibility. It should be our responsibility. It's a public safety issue. Does anybody else want to talk?
Well, I'm going to jump in, and you're saying, I was calling it low-hanging fruit. And I don't know, Peter, I haven't gone back. I looked at that City Gate report many months, whenever it came out. So I don't know what's listed there, but the councilman's basically talking about low-hanging fruit. So can we put something together? Or maybe you're already doing it. Somebody mentioned earlier, and I know y'all are, being in schools. We are in schools. We are in schools. So I don't know, maybe we need to know exactly what you're doing. Is there low-hanging fruit, like the utility bill thing? I think that's a great idea. Little things like that maybe aren't in that City Gate report, or maybe they are. I don't know.
So we've done 96 of the 169. Those are probably a lot of them are low-hanging fruit.
Maybe y'all
So
can
we've
send
done
that
more
to
than
us.
90, we've done more than half of low-hanging fruit, but there's more, obviously. Yeah, so the answer is yes, we're doing it, and we can do more.
Okay. I'm interested in that, because I know we have a plan, and we spent money for that plan, and it will be fruitful. But I know it takes time, it takes money, and, that comes in budget season, when and that's the other thing. I'm going to move this, it's right in front of Peter. When y'all prepare your budget, what do y'all call them? Everybody, each department?
Their recommendations.
Budget packets or
Yeah,
something.
just their recommendations.
Right. I'm not saying it's not happening, but I am. I think that your needs are much greater than what you're turning in. And I think you're trying to possibly, I don't know what they.
I was just going to say, when we developed their budget this summer, we knew we were going to add resources to it, so I gave them direction. I don't want any reductions, and tell us exactly what you need. So they didn't hold back.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what I'm wondering.
Yeah, they didn't. That's why I knew you were going there. So they did not hold back. They didn't say, "Oh, I'm afraid to ask for this." We know exactly what they
Okay.
need, and it's in the millions of dollars.
So I'd like to see that again. Send it to the whole council, what those needs are.
Oh, we can get you that.
Because we have to remember that, just like we do when we were in Flower Bluff last night. We cut that demolition, we cut that budget, but if you were there last night, I'm sitting here looking down like, maybe we shouldn't have. So it's a difficult task, but let's see your priorities again. I'd like to see them again.
We will. We'll show
All
you
right.
those.
Thank you.
And just to give it, this is important. I'm not trying to diminish it, Councilman,
Sure.
but this is just one thing in the budget that
I
we've
know.
already talked about at 11:30 this morning. That is, we need $50 million to be able to have the same level of street repair in a few months from now. $50 million.
Right.
That's just one. That's basic street. So again, when you take something in isolation all day, let's do it. But the council has to collectively understand all needs and weigh in and just give us direction. Because at this point, we've cut the budget 2 years in a row. And so now I've eliminated several departments that benefit, the city. And so at this point, it's hitting what the residents want most: parks, libraries, code compliance. Those are the only areas that we can start to begin to go to, in my estimation. But it's really going to come down to that. It's what do we prioritize? It's a tough thing, the business of being a council member and running a city, because when you get to these situations where we want to do what Councilman Cantu's doing, but you have to not do something else. So anyway, that's just a comment, right?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Councilman Cantu.
So, how many rescues do you guys work with?
We have over 100 rescues that have pulled from us.
I'm sorry?
That we work with. We have over 100 rescues that we work with.
Do you have a list of those rescues?
Yes, sir, we do.
Can you send me an email with the rescues' names and the phone numbers, please?
Sure.
And then, so my understanding, once again, y'all put down 20 dogs, cats, animals a year. So it's hard to believe that's how many we put down. But it's late, I don't want to argue. What I want to do is do a motion. If I get a second, great. If I don't, then you know who's for the animals. If we only kill 20 animals a year, I don't think this would be a big inconvenience for you guys to not have a policy in place that we won't kill for space. So I want to do a motion that a new policy that we will not kill for space in the Corpus Christi shelter. Is that something we can do, Peter? How do I do it?
Right, yeah, you can make that just so what the advice is that we would tell the council members is that what that would mean is that on those months where there's high requests for picking up strays, we won't be able to pick them up. And so when that just happened recently around the Christmas break where a resident called in and had like 4 stray dogs. And the animal care department says, we're not gonna be able to get them. Just hold tight with them.
There's strays all over Corpus Christi.
I know, I just gotta finish the story. So I got involved, I'm like, why didn't we pick them up? The customer called, said, because they had no space. There was no space, so there's no point going to pick up 4 dogs if there's no place to put them. So we can do that all day long. We can keep them in the kennels. And then when we get calls for service, we just won't be able to pick them up because there's no place to put them. It's really that basic. So we have no problem doing that. We just need the council and the community to know, and we'll work to communicate that with you, that the shelter's full. We're not gonna be able to pick up any more stray dogs.
But we only put down 20 dogs a year.
Yeah, no, and it would be just isolated issues, like the Christmas time, just for it, that's not a lot. I mean, one customer, one resident saying, hey, come pick up these 4 dogs. But all it takes is one case, like Hernandez said, up in San Antonio where a veteran was mauled to death because the stray dog wasn't picked up. So it's a risk. It would be a risk. But we can do it. And it's not a lot, and it wouldn't be a lot of time now, if they said there's 400, that were euthanized, I would say absolutely not. But 40 is manageable. The payoff or the trade-off is that there's going to be a couple of times in the year when we're not going to pick up dogs or cats because there's no space. We can't just go pick them up and keep them in the back of the truck.
I beg to differ. A couple of times, ask these ladies.
Well, they just said 4 months.
I would.
Ma'am, excuse me. There's no citizen comment. There was only 4 months in the year, right?
That they were euthanized for space.
So 4 times, 4 or 5 times.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is it happens a whole lot where we're rescuing a dog and trying to get him or her into the shelter, or not the shelter, I'm sorry, our facility, and can't. And people are, so I mean, I'm saying
true.
it's gonna happen way more than 4 times a year.
Okay, that's a good point. I mean, it just happened during Christmas.
Because how many times have we said, Veronica, we got to find someone, and they're scrambling. I'm just getting the dog. Yeah, I kind of want you to come up and speak, Veronica, on this, because I want to hear y'all's perspectives. Y'all are the ones out there.
Veronica.
But anyhow, okay, can we do that? And I know you want to speak too, and we do have public comment on this item. So
we're trying to get this.
Councilman Hernandez has we're trying to get what?
Well, we're trying to address this motion. I'm not sure what Veronica's going to do. We're trying to professionally answer the question.
Well, we're going to hear from them. They are in
I know,
the
but that should be
trenches.
during citizen comment.
Well, it is, Peter. That would be public comment. We're going to open for public comment.
Okay, I didn't know we switched over to public comment. I thought we were trying to
We did not switch over to public comment. We're going to eventually.
Okay.
So Councilman Cantu you were in the midst of.
He was making a motion, and he asked me
Right,
for my
he asked you
professional
a question.
opinion on, can
Correct.
we do that? And I said, we can, but this is a trade-off.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Let me get Hernandez, and we'll come back. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay. I made the mention of a kind of a balance between animal care and animal control in the sense that you want to care for the animals, but you also are a public safety organization, right? And, recently I had a constituent of mine, I don't know if you know this, but Carroll High School is the Future Farmers of America facility, and they have a barn over by Cabanis. a pack of dogs went in and killed a few lambs and goats that were there that were for Future Farmers of America. Now, I know a few of them were captured and ultimately euthanized because they were dangerous animals, but not all of them were captured. So we have kind of a balance here. And, you know, I understand, I sympathize. I own a dog, right? His name is Milo. I've had a dog ever since I can remember. But I understand that there's challenges here and that there are safety components associated with this. And, you know, I don't want to be in a situation where we don't address those because of our concerns. Now, I don't know what your relationship is with your partner organizations where you can ask them to come get an animal, or what the transaction is. Is there a cost associated with that, or do you just hand them over? I mean, what's the? I'm trying to find a happy medium here to where we're doing our best we can to save the animals, but also meet the public safety needs. Can you kind of address that?
So we do pleas to our rescues almost every day, if not every day. The pleas are either for specific animals or they are for groups of animals. And the rescues do take in as many as they can, but like everyone, they have capacity issues as well. They get full. So Gulf Coast is a big partner for us. They do take quite a few of our animals. They are our biggest partner locally. And, you know, we also send animals out of state. But again, all of these things take time. Gulf Coast needs the space to bring the animals in. Our out-of-state partners need time to arrange for transport. So every day that we hold that animal to get it into the placement, it holds a kennel. And so there is a balance between finding placement and giving an animal as much time as possible to get out of the facility and addressing the public safety needs.
Okay, when you say out-of-state partners, I'm assuming that we're sending animals up north.
Yes, sir.
But is this something that we transport, or they come and get the animal?
So typically we will transport up to 3 hours to a transporter, and then they pay to have these animals transported out of state. And there's people whose profession is to drive dogs across the country.
Okay, so 3 hours from here is Houston, right?
Houston, San Antonio, New Braunfels, those types of areas. Where there's bigger hubs, that's where the transports will pull out of.
How many animals is that for us on a monthly basis?
So on a monthly basis, it's right a little around 100. Last year, we did a total of 900 rescue transfers.
You know, I understand that you're trying the best you can, and you know, the only thing I'm concerned about is having that balance. You know, I can't tell you that, you know, it was my daughter's friend whose animal was killed. And so I want to make sure we're doing the right thing, and we're addressing the dangerous dogs and the concerns for the public safety as to where, you know, but also, I mean, they're doing the best we can. I appreciate the fact that we're sending 900 dogs to other places that don't have them. And, but Peter, I don't know.
It's a challenge, Councilman, we know that. So we're, I mean, the motion that the councilman made is doable. We just need to know what the trade-off is.
I just want to make sure that we address the dangerous dogs.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
that, you know, because
I don't know if they pick
there are dangerous dogs out there.
They don't know what a dangerous dog is until they collect them, right? I mean, go ahead, Sonny. What were you going to say?
And so one of the things in considering, with council considering the limited admission, right? Essentially, no kill is limited admission, so that when we are at capacity, then we can no longer take an animal. So that means aggressive dogs as well. So there's that component that we have to analyze. Also with enforcement. So if we're at capacity, then you have enforcement levels will go down potentially, and then as well, then there may be increase in reported dog bites. So in places where they may have a no-kill shelter, those are sometimes, those can be the potential impacts. So that's something that we would have to get with to do comprehensive analysis just in terms of impacts to the community if then we are at capacity and can no longer admit animals in, what are potential impacts in the community.
Okay, because even Councilwoman Campos gave an example of Sean getting bit, yes, right, and that being reported, and you know nobody comes out. Right. So
And I can say, doing research on this before we came today, there was only one municipality that we compare to that is a no-kill shelter. One has tried to go no-kill. They lasted about a year and then realized they could not maintain it and enforce everything needed to and serve the community like they needed to. So we could go this way, but we would need to do an analysis to see how that would affect our residents.
Yeah, this motion is not for no kill, it's just no euthanization for space, so.
And that's what that is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Councilman-
thank you. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I understand how compassionate he is about this, because I don't want to kill the animals either. But I'm afraid we may cause more harm than good if we don't take a halt and just look at it and make sure we know what the consequences of doing it, because this young lady made some good points that I haven't thought about the sickness, and Eric, you may not have thought about it either. But we pile them in there because you're not going to have the space. You're going to put more than two in a kennel or whatever, and you could have mean dogs together. Who knows? You can't maintain that, and the dogs could get hurt right there because of bigger dogs. So I'm concerned about it. You know, the number 900 just makes me sick, that y'all had to send 900 out. That says a whole lot about this community. That is a shame. That's why I'm saying we've got to have some kind of legislation to address what's going on here. Florida did something really good, like I said before. We've got to do something. But Eric, you can do what you want to, but I wish you would think, and let's let them go back and at least come back and give us the consequences of what can happen, because I didn't think about any of these things that young lady said. I don't want them to get in there and get sick and die, get parvo, whatever. So that would just be my suggestion, just to maybe bring it back at the meeting that we're talking about and then have a discussion and see what we can do, what's feasible. Because we don't have enough kennels, we know that.
It's only 20, if their claim is only 20 animals a year, it's not very many animals.
And I get that, but what they're saying, if they're saying that if we can't pick the dogs up, I don't want that, because if somebody gets hurt on the street because we did this kind of like we got rid of that demolition, we come back to bite us in the butt. So I just think we need to be careful. All I'm saying is, can we wait, bring it back to the next one, let's find out what the consequences are and try and make a more informed decision when y'all give us a little bit more information. Because I don't want them to be killed either.
Yeah, Councilman Scott.
Yeah, I feel compelled to tell you I've rescued dogs. I'm a grandfather. My granddog is my daughter's rescue dog that she got from you all, as a matter of fact. I know how it works, by the way. You go to events and you give people a couple of glasses of wine. Next thing you know, I'm a grandparent for a dog. Kingsley, our beloved, rest his peace, we adopted him, and we've collected dogs and saved dogs. I'm also a recipient of a dog bite. Yeah, so I'm on both sides of that, you know, so I'm a little traumatized when we're talking about dog biting because I'm on a bicycle ride. Now, my friends, by the way, claim it's because I don't ride fast enough. I would submit to you, it was really windy, and I was riding in the wind, and it was mile 45. That's not because I'm a slow rider. My thought, I think this is an emotional response. I think we got the city gate. I'd sure like to know, kind of have a public conversation about where we're at, where we're going, what are the costs involved. I agree, we need to know the consequences. And I was fascinated by the number of responses I got in the last week going, Mark, you do not want to go there. You know, it's not as simple as no kill, that there's significant consequences. And then in all fairness, Flower Bluff last night, we need money for that. You know, I wish we had twice as many police officers. I think we'd have less crime, and that's a human interaction. I mean, there are all kinds of things I'd like to do, but at some point we also, you know, try to save money to the taxpayers. So we certainly spend money, like we do a good job spending money. But I'd like to hear about Citygate. I'd like to know the consequences. I'd like to walk before we run. And I'd like the public to know that just because I'm not voting or seconding that ordinance tonight doesn't mean I'm not an animal lover. I'm real sensitive to that. In fact, just so we know, I think I've said I am, and I appreciate all the work you do.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Campos, and then we're going to open public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a difficult subject. I mean, it tears at you. I inherited my deceased brother's dog, Timmy, and, I I'm not I don't have, I mean, I have dogs in the past, but when he ended up getting a mass, and I'm like, oh my God, what am I going to do? So I take him to the vet, and then they tell me it's going to be like $4,000 to $5,000 to remove that mass and treatment, and I'm like, I'm out. I can't do $4,000 to $5,000. So, fortunately, I was able to take him to another vet. Actually, that one on Baldwin, and they was much less, but it was just thankfully but Timmy was able to remove his mass, and I'm like, I don't know how he did it, but okay, now there's a big hole. The problem is this, that I'm on the other side as well, because I'm trying to treat him, with best I can with the resources that I have. But I'm also on the other side like you all. I get calls. I see my neighbor, that has gotten bit, and he loves dogs, So it's not that we don't want to support, Councilman Cantu's motion, but we do need to be able to protect, our community. And as much as I would like to do that, I think, we need to still be practical. I think one of the things that I know the mayor has advocated for, and she mentioned it before, which is the spay and neutering. I believe that there's only certain zip codes that I believe that that can take care of some of those. And I just think that if we had just more of that, we would at least be able to stop, the overpopulation of some of our animals. But I'm just grateful that we have so many animal lovers here, and I think that was also a great suggestion about maybe offering something, a donation, a contribution. I know that I get it at HEB and wherever I go, the number of, the whatever is left on the cents, next dollar up, make a donation. I think that's something that maybe we could possibly look into. I'm just saying, that we can, I hope, find a happy or a good solution to this. I think we can. I think there's a lot of support here. We just need to figure out how we can talk to each other. And, I don't know if y'all know all these people. Do y'all know all these people that came in and made the public comments?
We know some, yes, but we're
Okay.
going to introduce ourselves to the rest.
Okay. So, again, I feel, for these animals, and I want to do the right thing, but I also have to protect my community. So I don't want to be able to call and say, and y'all to tell me or tell them there's no room. I don't want to ever hear that. So I don't know.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment on item number 24. And if you'd like to say a few words, you could take 3 minutes or less. Just come right up here to the podium, state your name, your city, and speak.
Renee Hammock. I am actually from District 3. My experience in this, and I feel I'm fairly qualified to talk on this, I've actually been a veterinary technician for going on 18 years now, and I've been working in wildlife rehabilitation and rescue all my life. Stray animals are a huge problem. Just in Atlantic Beach in August, I do have a stutter, please bear with me if I stumble. Someone's loose dog on the beach. It wasn't even a stray dog. It was someone's dog who was unrestrained, which is a huge problem here. I have actually personally lost a pet to an unrestrained dog that bust through our fence and got into a pen with my turtles, killed one, severely injured the other one, to where I had to take her to a vet and start giving her antibiotic injections. He almost fractured a bone. We didn't know if she was going to make it for a while. And this was a turtle inside a pen, inside a fence, and someone's dog got through. A week later, that dog was still in their yard running around the neighborhood loose, completely intact, not neutered. I pass by 2 pregnant dogs on the way here. People really need to be held responsible and accountable for their dogs being irresponsible owners. too many people getting their dogs back that, to be quite blunt, they don't need them. If they're not responsible owners, they don't need pets. Pets are a luxury and a responsibility and a privilege. And if they can't be responsible, not only are they doing a disservice to people and other people's pets, they're doing a disservice to that animal. These animals also track in zoonotic diseases such as raccoon roundworms, which has been known to kill children at daycares that were playing outside where stray dogs have been running across the yards. We also have rabies. Even with as much technology as we have in rabies prevention and treatment, we still annually lose around 60,000 humans to rabies virus worldwide. Places where it's highest are places that have banned killing stray dogs, like India. Just from 2022 to 2024, the increase of bites was over 1 million per year. So I agree that going no kill is not impossible. However, we have to start at the foundation, which is not everyone gets to have an animal. Sorry, not sorry. People need to be held accountable, not getting their animals back. Vicious animal policies or aggressive dog policies, I'm sorry about the semantics if I'm incorrect, they have to have orange harness, orange leash, muzzle, and this and that. I've never seen a dog with that. And we have plenty of vicious or aggressive dogs around here. In my area alone, I've called multiple times. I got trapped in my car by a dog that was loose. I had a dog chase a cat up a tree intact, and no one followed up on it. So it does need to start at the foundation, more funding, more space, more employees. And as someone's been in the trenches, the 20 grand or the 200 grand should be going to the employees who are actually in there taking care of the animals and the surgeries and whatnot.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anyone else? Come on up.
This is awkward. My name is Elizabeth Lilly. I live on Delwood Street. And I'm a little bit curious, if they only euthanize 20 for the year, then what's the problem? It's only 20 dogs. But I would like to preface that with euthanasia should be about mercy. It should never be about management. Euthanasia is not an emotional thing. It is a management thing, and it should be. And y'all have a label that you put for aggressive dogs. And I wrote this down last night about 2 in the morning. A cage is not a place to assess a dog. You cannot do that. They're in a shelter. Dogs are barking everywhere. They're terrified. They're scared. I would be a little bit mad too if I was in a cage. It's a label to put on a dog to justify euthanizing for space. I know for a fact, and I know I'm not going to point, but I know every single rescuer in here right now knows of dogs that have been picked up by animal control in the last year and a half that were never logged in the system. They just disappeared. We watched them pick those dogs up, and the dogs disappeared. Never intaked, nothing. One in particular that was intaked was a great dog. She was sweet, she was nice, she was good to all of us. If we would have had a foster, we would have kept her. The next thing we know, she's euthanized for behavior when we just didn't have anywhere for her. That was the only reason they took her. Another issue that I have is they work with 100 shelters, 100 rescues. I would encourage you to look deeper into that as well. I think there's some disingenuous remarks that are being made when it comes to that, and I understand the no-kill, that takes a while to get, but I'm not the thing that Mr. Zanoni said, well, sure, we'll do it. We won't euthanize for space, but they need to understand we're gonna not pick up dogs. Well, they do that now anyway. What's going to change by not saying we're not going to euthanize for space? Nothing's going to change. It's the same as it is. There's a lot of ways that this can be done. I encourage, instead of paying $1 million for a survey or a study, talk to your local rescuers. I'm a rescuer. I'm boots on the ground. Every lady here has been up sleeping in their car for days in the trenches, crying because we're boots on the ground. We know what it takes. We don't need you guys to pay $1 million. That $1 million can go to spay or neuter. We can tell you everything you need to do because we work with every rescue in the United States. Sit and talk. Don't patronize us. Don't talk to us to make us feel better. Listen to what we say. I do not understand why there was a 20-minute discussion on why not euthanizing, we can't do it for space if it's only 20 dogs. That's shit. I wish I only had 20 dogs a year. I'd be good.
Thank you, Ms. Lilly.
Melissa, you said the 6530 Peacock Drive. I would just like to tell this council that every rescuer here, our nightmare is for them to be adopted in Corpus. When you made that statement about that you're shocked or you're sad that 900 dogs went out to a place where they didn't want them, where they don't have any. No, we don't want to keep them in Corpus because in Corpus there's no one getting in trouble for not spaying and neutering their dogs. The dogs are running around intact. There is an ordinance that says you cannot have loose dogs. It's not being enforced. There's no enforcement. It's like running red lights, no tickets. Speeding, no tickets. Running into somebody, no tickets. It's not that the dogs are paying the price, okay? The dogs are paying the price. The people are not. They get a warning. They get a slap on the hand. They go to the district attorney, and the district attorney just says that the case is dismissed. I don't know where the misinformed situation is. Where does it cut? Where does it mess up? But there's something wrong. We don't want our dogs to end up in the Corpus hands for $25 because those dogs end up having a microchip on them back in our hands, the rescuer's hands, back in our hands, and they don't even want the dog back. So when they go there to adopt them, to give it to their kid for their birthday, and walk out with that dog in their lap and everything, when the dog starts to pee on the floor on the third day, it's out. I've even picked up a puppy with stitches in its stomach because they spayed it at animal control, and then it peed on the floor, and then I found the baby with stitches. It's only 8 weeks old. They loved the puppy. They loved it. But when it peed on the floor, they're not educated. They don't know what they're going to take home. A puppy is just like taking a baby home, except he pees on your carpet instead of in the diaper. The dog that killed those lambs, he couldn't go to H-E-B and shop because the humans didn't feed him, because there's no one loving him. It's the people that are the problem, but we don't want them to end up in Corpus because Corpus is not following the ordinances that they put in place. It took us 10 years to get these ordinances in place. And in 2 years, if you guys are replaced, we're going to have new people up here that are going to be shocked. You don't want the dogs to stay in Corpus? No, they call this the shithole for dogs. I'm so sorry to say that, but this is a shithole for dogs.
Mayor, I'd like to object to the profanity.
Yeah, we can't. Ms. Nusente, yes, no profanity, please. Thank you. Well, he's after her.
Carrie Morales, Padre Island. I can tell you I've been doing rescue for about the better part of 7 to 8 years, and it's just sickening. The ignorance in this city, the ignorance between our city council members, our residents, the adopters, animal control, letting anybody with the low price of $25, sometimes free, walk in there and get an animal. They say, oh, we'll microchip the animal for you. Do you educate them on how to register the microchip that can be registered on your phone? No, I get dogs, I'm scanning all the time. Use the same microchip scanner that they do at animal control that I bought. Just last week, I scanned a dog that was adopted from animal control on a freebie to a woman who lived at a halfway house in Country Club. She dumped the dog at Rancho Vista because she didn't want it anymore. She couldn't have it anymore. I called animal control. They're like, well, what are you going to do about it? What am I going to do about it? The dog came from you guys. Thankfully, the lady that found the dog kept the dog. But I take it upon myself to contact the microchip company to find out where that microchip originated, because guess what? The microchip was never registered. You know, so I have to do my background check, and thankfully I come from oil and gas, so I know how to do that. I can find these people. That's how I put 2 and 2 together. How many animals? There's an animal that, I don't know where she went, Elizabeth Lilly has right now, that was picked up out in the county that was registered to Corpus Christi CCACS. The dog was never registered. I called there. I actually talked to Kathleen Chapa and asked her, where did this microchip number originate? We don't know. Well, guess what? I have the dog. The dog came home in the back of a police car because an officer found the dog. So the dog lives with Elizabeth's sons now because nobody could tell us where this microchip came from. Is it really that difficult to enforce the microchip ordinances, the spay and neuter ordinances? I've been into animal control with these people sitting there playing on their phones, looking on Facebook. You know what? Why can't they take the people that are adopting these dogs and say, hey, let's take 30 seconds and register your microchip? Show you how to do it. You can do it on a phone all day long. But it doesn't get done. And then we're out there cleaning up the mess. I have video after video. Feel free to go to my Facebook of people in parking lots selling puppies weekend after weekend after weekend. I harass Paulette to the point where I think she's probably blocked me by now.
No, I have not.
I call CCPD and I'm like, I sit there and I have waited and officers don't show up. These people, they're selling puppies day in, day out. Why doesn't animal control have an officer on the weekend? That's their job to stop this. I mean, I had a plethora of notes here, but you know what? I'm not going to go by these notes because I'm sick and tired of what's going on here. Our public is not educated. For the free price of next to nothing or $25, anybody can go in there and get a dog. I had a dog, a puppy that was left at PetSmart one day. The girl posted in December. She left the dog with the leash tucked underneath the trash can with the paperwork from animal control because her landlord wouldn't let her have the dog anymore. I mean, when is this going to stop? When are these things going to be enforced? When is all of us, I think in the beginning there were 16 of us here in rescue. We are willing to give classes. We are willing to educate these people. We are willing to do background checks for animal control. We are willing to register these microchips.
Carrie, thank you. We hear you.
Oh, and by the way, before I step down,
Carrie.
See this dog right here?
Carrie.
I'm an owner of a dangerous dog. You know why?
Carrie.
Because Don McGuire decides to harass me and send me letters because my neighbor doesn't like the fact that my dog
Thank
barks,
you,
but
Carrie.
guess what? My neighbor died.
Thank you, Carrie.
I'm a happy woman. And I'll continue to pick up your mess.
Roland Dominguez, District 2, Lindale. For your transparency's sake, I'm on the Corpus Christi Animal Advisory Board, and I speak only for myself, not for the advisory board with Animal Control Services. I believe that no-kill is a goal that everybody would love. Unfortunately, I think that pursuing that would probably be a step in the wrong direction. What will happen, as Mr. Zanoni pointed out, when animals are unable to be picked up because the kennels are filled, they will breed unchecked in the streets, leading to more dangerous situations. So pack mentality, higher disease rates out in the streets, as pointed out in the kennels by a previous speaker, but this is going to happen out where it's out of control, and there will be nobody to humanely euthanize these sick dogs with parvo, distemper, maybe even rabies, because I just found out that just south of Austin, outside of a no-kill zone or in that no-kill zone, the number of rabies cases has picked up, I think, in the last week. I'd like to jump to another topic, the microchip registry. That's one that I've been pursuing, and I'm gathering information on different registries. It's not always guaranteed. The Save a Life registry service that was in use, I think, by Portland Animal Control went under. So now every animal that was registered using that registry is gone. I'm trying to put together some kind of a workbook or memo for animal control to look at that will highlight maybe solvency of some of these organizations and pursue some of those organizations for registration. Again, partner organization is going to fill up once the no-kill, if it is indeed pursued. And at that point, we're going to see the population of strays increase dramatically in a few months for cats and a little bit longer, but it will increase for dogs also. I think the right course of action to pursue would be a strong direction in trap, neuter, release for cats and just spay and neuter for dogs with responsible pet ownership. Pretty much all I've got to say right now. I really wasn't planning on speaking, but felt I had to, and I will be in touch with probably the bulk of you through email and phone calls. I try to avoid bothering you all because I know you're very, very busy and have important things to do, but I think now it behooves me to be in more constant communication. Yield the rest of my time back to the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Council. Veronica Langford, 2722 Chapel View Drive. While having a no-kill shelter at Animal Control sounds compassionate, and the heart behind it is right because every life, of course, matters. Without fixing what causes animals to end up there in the first place, this policy alone will not solve our problem. Here's a reality. Overpopulation is the root issue. We don't have a euthanasia problem, we have a breeding problem. Unaltered pets, backyard breeding, accidental litters keep flooding the system. If more animals are being born that can be adopted, shelters will stay full no matter what label you use. Removing euthanasia without expanding adoptions, fosters, and resources does not mean animals get saved. It means they stay longer in the kennels, which means overcrowding, stress, disease, behavioral decline, and no space for the incoming animals. That's not a solution. That's a long-term warehousing. Local rescues, fosters, and volunteers are stretched very thin. We cannot absorb the entire city's crisis. Without systemic change, no kill simply shifts the burden on exhausted rescuers. Spay and neuter must be the foundation. If we want real change, we have to stop the problem at its source. That means making spay, neuter for dogs accessible and actively enforced, ending backyard breeding and uncontrolled litters, expanding low-cost and free sterilization programs. No policy at animal control will succeed if we continue producing more animals than homes actually exist. TNR, trap, neuter, and return programs adapted for stray dogs to stabilize numbers rather than letting them multiply. This isn't about being harsh, it's being realistic and humane. You cannot fix the last step in the system, euthanasia, while ignoring the first, which is unaltered pets, lack of accountability, no enforcement, and no education. Communities that truly succeed at no-kill have strong spay-neuter compliance, owner accountability, community education, foster networks, and high adoption rates. If we really care about the animals, we must prevent the crisis, not just react to it. Fixing dogs saves lives. Stopping backyard breeding saves lives. We don't fix this from the top down, we fix it from the bottom up. No kill isn't the starting point. It's what happens after a community finally does the hard work. And I want to thank you, Mayor, for always answering my text, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Always. Thank you, Veronica. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Segura, and I live at 78411 here in Corpus. Our rescue is Casa Segura House of Hope, and while a no-kill shelter is, in a perfect world, it would just be awesome, but we are not there. We didn't have this situation happen overnight. I'm going to be 60 years old, and I was born and raised here in Corpus. And this problem has been here since I was a child. It is a cultural mindset. My grandparents had dogs that ran crazy, and I grew up with a dog that my parents made live outside. But as I grew up, I learned that our dogs are our family. And I get emotional because, Mr. Scott, my sympathies to you for your dog, your loss. I think of that. Now, abandoned and abused dogs, they're on our street. And a long time ago, when they were on our street, it was the newspaper that we looked through. But now we have social media, so it's very prevalent. So every day when I get on my phone, I'm getting messages. There's a dog here, there's a dog there. We gotta go save this dog. We trap them, we rescue them, we deal with outside rescues out of our state to get them out of Corpus. But I'm not opposed to adopting here in Texas because there are good people here. We are good people, you are good people, you care about the dogs. These people care about the dogs. There are people here who are willing to open their homes to dogs. What we need to do is we need to bridge the gap. We need to bridge the gap between rescues and animal control. We need to bridge the gap between rescues and our city council. We need to open our minds, we need to open our hearts, and our community needs to come together. And we need to hold these people accountable. These people that just let their dogs run, they open the door, oh, he'll come back, and then they're on social media. Oh my gosh, my dog is lost. Oh my gosh, my dog, I don't know where it is. I let him out, he always comes home. No, that's not right. We have to make people be accountable. And when the dogs are adopted out, when they are returned to animal control, the people must be held accountable. Put it on their water bill. Fine them. Sign an affidavit so when these people go to court, and if animal control can't send an officer, the affidavit is signed. it's going to go through. These people need to pay their fines, because once they start being held accountable, it's gonna stop. It's not gonna stop tomorrow, but it'll stop, and then we can all work together, because there is a solution. And at the end of the day, maybe we will be able to have a bigger animal control, and maybe we'll be able to turn dogs away, and we're gonna say, no, they're gonna go home because they were chipped and they were loved, and they have somewhere to go. So we just need to work together as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Councilman Cantu?
I get the spray and neuter program. We need to hype that up to overdrive and get that done. I understand everybody's comments and stuff, but if our shelter is being honest and it's only 20 animals a year, I don't think it would be a bad idea to do a no-kill for space. That's 20 animals that we could save. So I want to do a motion. If I get a second, great. If it passes, great. If it doesn't, it is what it is. I tried. I want to do a motion to put in policy that no animal will be killed for space and the shelter that the city of Corpus Christi owns. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
It's only 20. If they're being honest, it's only 20.
Oops. The motion fails. And I think I speak for the four that voted no. And that's because I think you guys make a whole lot of sense. I think, Councilman, you do too. You do too.
Not that much of it didn't pass.
No, that's not true though.
It is.
No, because this is not over.
That would have been a start.
No, but this
Start
is
somewhere.
This is not over.
It's okay.
And I think that the ladies, this is a start, and that's what they're saying. Good point. So I think that we do start, and this is a start. And you all know that, you probably know a lot of us up here personally, or even by text, but it is a start, and no one's voting again. Nobody's voting for anything more than, I like how you said it. We have to start at the foundation. Education, and some council people said to, it's on the people. But anyway, okay, we're going to move on because we still have, yes, Councilman.
I just want to tell the public, the reason why I abstained is that I realized that we don't have enough information. I'm going to tell you something. I have adopted multiple dogs locally here, and you know that right now I can't, and they're chipped. But I can't even tell you what the heck does that mean, and how do you go about, like if my dog got out, what do you do? I don't know that. There's education that we need right now, and we need more education here, and this is a good movement, but we need to take it one step further, and I have the ability as a council member, if I don't feel like I have enough complete information, then I have the right to abstain, and that's the reason. We need more information. It realized that even though I love dogs, I was thinking, okay, I just asked my wife, because hopefully she knows what to do with the, if they're lost in this chip. I never even thought about the chip. I don't even know where the chip goes.
Back of the neck.
Anyway.
Back of the neck. And you can get a wand, too. All right, we're going to move on. Item 25, we pulled, that'll come back the 27th. Item number 26, not the last item, we're going to do 26, and then we're going to do 27, which is our water update. We're going to move item 28, which is an update on the consent decree, to the 27th.
Yeah, the 27th or the next meeting. We'll have to see. I don't know what's all on.
Okay, so item number 26, discuss and consider possible action pertaining to the disclosing of information from an executive session and consequences, if any, as requested by council members Carolyn Vaughn, Gil Hernandez, and Sylvia Campos. So who is lead? Go ahead.
This shouldn't be it should be pretty quick. Okay, I brought this forward because we had two council members that exposed and went out and told stuff that was in executive session. That's fine, but we should all be on the same level playing field here if we're going to do it. Roland did it, Mark did it on the information. Chief Markle said he was not finished with that report, went out and did that, and then Mark, I think yours was on, probably innocently, on the groundwater, those numbers that came up that you said Miles shouldn't have put up. Do you remember, Mr. Sinoni?
Cost for the project.
I'm just saying, and then I go to Rebecca, and from what I was given, you can say whatever you want to. You don't have to leave it in executive. If that's the case, then why are we having executive session if other members are going to do that? I'm just saying, if we're going to do it, we all play by the same rules. And I understand when you have personnel matters, you should not have it out front. But there are some things, so if everybody's going to come out and talk about it when we've been basically told not to, tell us all so we can all do it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter to me. Miles, I know what you're getting ready to say. You have at it. Go ahead. But I want to know what the consequences are if we break it. Because if there are no consequences, I shouldn't even be having this discussion. They can do it. That's what I need to know. I just need to know, can council members go out and talk about what's in executive session? Rebecca says they can.
Rebecca says they can.
Yeah, you sent me the thing that said there was no violation for open meetings. That's what I got out of it.
It was confidential information, right? That was
Executive
specific.
session.
I think, do you remember? I'll let the city attorney answer.
Yeah.
It's actually a more nuanced answer than that, which you're not going to like here. So
Just don't give us word salad. Just give it to
executive
us.
sessions, especially attorney-client executive sessions, involve the confidential attorney-client presentations of both confidential material and non-confidential material. So if you take the confidential attorney-client statements and you take the non-confidential material out of those statements, and those are publicized, while it's uncomfortable and I recommend against it, the non-confidential information being released is not necessarily a violation. And I think that's what Rebecca was focusing on. However, if there is material that is still confidential by law, then that confidential material being released is potentially an illegal act, and also generally has some harsh, potentially bad consequences for the city. So, like I said, there's a mix of confidential material and non-confidential material in almost all executive sessions. The confidential part is the fact that the attorney said it to you, because that's the confidential attorney-client statement. And the confidential material within those statements is definitely not releasable, and definitely can get you in trouble for releasing that information. But the non-confidential information does not become confidential merely because it was provided in executive session.
Okay, so Mark, Roland, you're exonerated. We can all just go out there and say whatever we want to, just make sure Miles didn't say it to us. That's what I'm getting out of this.
I didn't think I released anything.
It was those prices you talked about, how they had gone up, and he had showed a slide, and Mr. Sinoni said for Angeline.
Let's go down the line here. Councilman Barrera.
Are you cutting me off then?
Are you done?
Can I just do one more thing, Miles? Can you explain the consequences? What happens if, because you said he can get in trouble or what is bad or whatever. What are the real consequences?
The release of confidential information is, and like I said, it's truly confidential information that is confidential by law. The release of that information is prohibited by the Public Information Act, and and it is a Class B misdemeanor, so it can be prosecutable.
Okay.
Actually, I wouldn't be the one to do it. Like I said, if a law enforcement investigation, the city, the legal department, the city attorney's office doesn't pursue Class B misdemeanors. Those are handled by the district attorney's office, and generally those cases are brought by the police department.
Okay. You good? No, I'm talking about, wait, hang on a second. Hold on. Hold on.
You just don't want me to talk.
Go ahead.
I think everything back there, because it's executive session, if it's not where we can bring it out here and talk in public, to me, it should stay back there. But if everybody's not going to abide by it, I'm not going to. I'm not going to tell anything that you said. I just don't think any of that was out there that week should have came out. The chief said the investigation was not closed. We come out and talk about it. And then those prices, weren't set in stone. We should not have come out here and talk about that in the public. Now, the mayor got on to Eric for grandstanding the other day for something that he did, but to me, you guys were grandstanding too, coming out and saying that. So let's have a fair play here if we're going to do it. All I'm saying is let's have a fair field. And what I'm hearing you say is that if you say something legally, we can't say it. But anything else, they could have said it, so they were okay to say it.
I didn't say okay. I still believe you should not say things that were presented in executive session because they're presented in executive session for a reason. However, the criminal prohibitions of executive session apply to the confidential information that's transmitted to you. So I agree 100% with you. It should not, in general, if you hear it in an executive session, none of y'all should present it in the public until you hear it publicly provided somewhere.
And I will just tell you, I'm not going to, because I respect that. That's the way it was. I was on council before. I'm not going to come out here and blab it. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Okay, I think I know what you're speaking of, because I was going to say in the 7 years and I guess now almost a month that I don't feel that I've violated any rules. If someone feels different, they're free to make a complaint, I guess, with the Ethics Commission. And as you indicated before, basically I was asked to be interviewed of information that was already released and asked to comment on the released information. So I know I was on, I don't know, I was on the news, if that's what was spoken of. And I know, once again, I spoke on information that was released and asked on my opinion of the released information. So, you know, I think if you have a problem with me, you can call me. And I'll take it. I mean, if you think I did something wrong, I respect you enough to tell me, and then I can share with you the thought process. And if I deserve to, if I deserve to be, you know, some type of discipline, I will take it. I will take it, and responsibly so. And I respect you, and I will listen to you. And all I'm saying is that if that's what you speak of, because that's the only thing I could think of, I was asked to comment on information that was disclosed by the detective to the individual that was being that information was disclosed and it was available publicly.
And if that's the case, if you did it, shame on him for doing it, because we were told the investigation was still going on. That's not your fault. And I did not know that. But I think it's good for us to have this conversation so we know what can and can't. You want me to shut up?
Well, true, but I have to.
All I'm saying is just.
But I have to agree, it's communication. I think we need to have more communication on this, honestly, myself included. Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, so again, we try, or I try to abide by the rules. They tell me during executive session that we're not supposed to discuss it. That's what I go by. I'm told we can't take pictures of some of the presentations that we have and some of the materials. We can't bring them out. I try to honor that. But then I see, you know, other council members take pictures, so I'm like, is it allowed or not allowed? So I am sort of, you know, I'm confused. I mean, is it allowed or not allowed? So I think that's another way maybe, you know, that we need to discuss further is, you know, what is actually allowed. And now as far as, it becoming personal, you can talk to me like Councilman Barrera just said. It's not just one member against the other, versus the other about it being personal. We need to just know for a fact what are the rules, because again, I'm just trying to understand. And we did also ask, I'm not sure if I asked you, Rebecca, whether that was allowed or not. Yeah, and you basically said, yeah, they can, we can, and not be in trouble. And I'm like, really? I didn't know
It's
that.
non-confidential information, yeah.
Yeah.
I did consult with the city attorney on that
Yes.
response to you.
So that's why there is confusion, I just need, again, please, can you just repeat it one more time, Miles, that when you say it, when you tell us, when you are advising us in executive session, that is confidential? Because that's what I just heard.
The fact that I have provided you information in executive session is a confidential attorney-client communication. So the fact that I said it, that's confidential. However, I generally provide a mix of confidential information to you and non-confidential. Quite often, the non-confidential information is necessary for y'all to have proper context about what the confidential information is about. Nonetheless, sometimes when you hear confidential information, it's coming to you a day or two or almost simultaneously with the fact that it will be publicized by some other means. Once it's publicized by some other means, the confidential information is no longer confidential. However, I can't tell you exactly when that information will be released. In any event, the fact that you heard it from your attorney, that's confidential clearly, and will stay confidential generally. And the confidential, and it's dangerous because that could be still confidential when you say it. So from a potential criminal standpoint. And so I don't recommend it. And people have been prosecuted for releasing confidential information that is still confidential by law.
Okay, so when there is a violation, it is whose responsibility to report it? Let's say one of us does break that violation, so it would be up to us then to report it to the police? Because it's not an ethics, it's an actual criminal act. Is that correct?
It is both. There is an ethics code provision that is coterminous with the state law. It actually is written in almost exactly the way the state law is written. So it can be both an ethics violation and a criminal law violation.
So it is our responsibility to report it to the Ethics Commission and to the police.
You have the ability to make a complaint to the Ethics Commission as a violation of ethics standards, and it can be reported to the police if actual confidential information is released.
Okay.
Wow. So if you're speaking in executive session, it's confidential. If Peter's speaking, so today, both of you were speaking at different points in time. What he's saying is not confidential, and what you're saying is?
In an attorney-client confidential communication in executive session, if Peter is saying something, he's saying something essentially as my agent. He's authorized to say something and say.
Well, then everything is confidential, and I think that's ridiculous.
What you hear from us, yeah, the fact that you heard it from us is confidential in an attorney-client confidential situation.
But you just said then that nobody violated anything. I mean, I think we should all respect, if we are in executive session, you do not come out and speak about any of it. Forget about trying to say, well, that was confidential, but then he said that, so it's not, so we can say that. That's crazy.
That's the wise thing to do. However, quite often, essentially, especially if I have a PowerPoint, I'll have, like I said, some confidential information and non-confidential information that's associated with it for context.
Well, everybody's broken that. I mean, news has been told about slides shown in executive session and all kinds of stuff. I think we should all really agree to say anything in executive session does not come out, because that is absolutely ridiculous to try to decipher what's confidential and what's not. And what about taking pictures? I've seen people in there taking pictures all the time. I don't know what they do with them, but can you take pictures and use those else somewhere?
There's no prohibition on taking pictures. I do not recommend it, because then when you walk out of that, you have a public record. You have created a public record that you hold, and that might be a public record. It might be confidential, especially if the picture is of confidential information.
Now, so I think you should just say everything's confidential. That's the way we need to move forward with this, because, wow.
That's the easy rule to consider for yourself.
Right.
However, when you ask me what's
Right.
the violation of state law, that I'm
Right.
explaining both.
I understand. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, the problem I see is that we abuse executive session. You know, just because, Miles, you're the one giving the presentation doesn't necessarily mean it should be something that should be an executive session. Like today, item 29, I didn't see any reason why that should have been an executive session. We weren't talking about any specific person with regards to personnel matter. You know, and this is the challenge, is it just the problem we have is it's being abused. And we lose credibility with the community when that's the case. Now, I can understand if we're in the middle of a contract negotiation, or for the purchase of property, or it's actually a specific individual for personnel matters. But all the other stuff is, you know, or if it's a lawsuit, perfectly okay to talk about, you know, that's confidential information. Everything else is suspect in terms of whether or not it belongs in executive session or not. You know, technically, if I got to the point where I think, hey, this should not be an executive session, I would walk out and say, this is wrong. We're doing this incorrectly. However, it's so gray, because it happens so often that, you know, you got to really consider what you put in executive session. Like I said, 29 probably should not have been in executive session at all.
I said that.
Yeah, 29 was under not just the attorney-client, but also the personnel exception. That's another exception. That's one that we don't normally utilize.
I mean, but we didn't specifically talk about any one person, right?
Yeah, we did. A few people.
Okay, so we identified the people that were on the board. That is public information.
True. Yeah.
Am I incorrect?
We identified
Is the
them,
people that are identified on the Aquifer and Storage Recovery District public information?
The people presently on the board are public information. The statements that may have been made concerning any of those people on the board is confidential, because it was an executive
Did we talk
session.
about anybody?
Yes, we did. We talked about the three. We did. Okay, let's, Councilman.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to say here is that was, honestly, we lose credibility when there's stuff on the executive session that probably isn't, isn't supposed to be an executive session, and then we come out and then, okay, well, that's not confidential, and maybe it is, and we're left to make it on our own devices as to what that decision is.
Well, which is why we should just not talk about anything in executive session.
Well, then we shouldn't put things in executive sessions that shouldn't be there, just because we don't want to talk about them publicly.
Well, I don't think that's happening, but okay. All right, we're moving on. I get your point, though. Councilman Roy, and then Councilman Scott, and then we're going to do the briefing.
You know, this is, I can't even believe, I mean, this is kind of common sense driven, I think. When you look at a lot of the things that we talk about, and Miles has said this, and Peter said it, and some of the council members have said, you know, when we're in there talking about things where we're either strategizing, we're looking at purchasing a piece of property, whatever the case is, I understand that. And I am of the opinion that whatever is in executive session, we do not disclose or talk about. And I've been on council 7 years, almost 8 years. And there's some that have been on here longer, and that's the thing that I've abided by. But I'll just be honest with you. I'm just going to call it like it is. When I see other council members that are sitting there and talking about things in executive session for political gain, that burns me up. And that's what I'm talking about. When all of a sudden, when I sit there and I go into this particular group of people or that, and I'm hearing a council member briefing them on what was in the executive session, that's wrong. And I've seen it happen before, and I've seen it happen closer to election time. And I'm just going to call it like it is. And so if I see that in the future, guess what? I'm going to report it to the ethics board. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Scott?
Yes, the first I've heard of it. Looking forward to hearing more about the accusation. I, for one, thought this was all about Roland and in that interview, and so I called him. I said, "Hey, man, you know, that seemed like that was stuff we were supposed to keep amongst ourselves." And that's when he said, "No, actually, the reporter brought it up." I went, "Oh, check the box," and moved on. So that's my take on all this. I don't recall violating it, but I'll let you talk to me. Thanks.
You violated it.
Yeah, please. Yeah, chocolate.
You're in violation. Just kidding. Okay, thank you. So we're going to go ahead and move on. Item number.
So posting on Facebook during executive session is prohibited, most likely? It's not just, it's been more than once.
Posting on Facebook. All right.
During executive session.
During executive session. Item number 27. This is Corpus Christi water update on water supply with a focus on the Evangeline project. We are going to push item number 28 to our next meeting, and then we'll adjourn this meeting. So.
And item 25 too, Mayor? Did you say item 25 is being pushed into the?
Yeah, I already said that earlier. Mm-hmm.
Hey, good evening. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water, excuse me. And here to talk about water. I was actually excited to talk about wastewater, but we'll wait for next meeting on that one.
And Nick, excuse me, we do want to introduce our teammates that are here as well. They've been here all day. Can you introduce the Pape Dawson folks?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, we've got Chris Snowy and Pape Dawson here, and John Michael from Hanson Engineering is here as well. That team is working very hard, and they're standing by with us tonight. So
yeah, they're over there, and we have another engineer from Pape Dawson. We forget your name, but yeah. Yes.
Oh, it's a Garney representative.
Oh, Garney. Sorry. Okay.
That's
okay.
right.
Good. So we have Garney, Pape Dawson, and John Michael, local rep. So,
yeah.
Good. Just want to acknowledge them because they've been sitting there all day. So go ahead, Nick. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So tonight we're going to talk about our water supply. It includes briefings on from the National Weather Service, as well as an update on Lake Texana, including our various projects, Evangeline, Inner Harbor, the Nueces project, and of course the effluent reuse project, which we had a big approval on today. Quick update from the National Weather Service. As all of you know, we meet with the National Weather Service on a weekly basis. This is our next couple of slides are just a couple of outtakes from those presentations. This is from yesterday's presentation. As you can see, the seasonal temperature outlook that's over the next 3 months for our area and specifically our watershed is warmer than normal and drier than normal. The next thing that the National Weather Service reports to us is the stream flow anomaly. So what we've seen over the past 4.5 years of this drought is that the stream flows or the inflows into our western reservoirs have decreased, and they continue to decrease. And we refer to that as the stream flow or the inflow. One of the things that we've been talking to the National Weather Service about more frequently is Lake Texana, and specifically the stream flow and inflow into that body of water as well. And I've got some more specific slides about that coming up. When we look ahead into 2026, it's a critical year for us. The green bars on this chart is the average precipitation in Cotulla, Texas. Cotulla is squarely in the watershed for our western reservoirs. The green bars are the annual precipitation per month. So as you can see, we're in January. That precipitation is less than an inch. If you look at this chart, and the National Weather Service has confirmed this with us, our next real chance for significant rain in the watershed is in that May or June timeframe. After that, then we're really looking at the need for a tropical event during the hurricane season. The interesting thing is, even if we were getting normal rainfall in the first 3-4 months of this year, it's really not going to make a difference. As you can see, the averages are an inch a month, 1.2 inches is the max. So that is far less than what we're looking for.
This graph is important because I'm saying it in the community, and we all need to be mindful of it. There's only 2 events, two major chances for rain that Nick just went over. The bars are a little misleading because like January is not even an inch. It's a half an inch normally over 30 years. So the 2 chances are May and June. The second chance is September, October. The forecast shows curtailment triggered in November. So we get 2 chances. If you count the months till November, it's 9 months if you take out January. And so next month it's going to be down to 8 months. So we get 2 chances, 9 months, and the clock's ticking. That's why we're recommending more and more projects to bring this water on.
That's exactly right, and it shows how critical that May-June rainfall is. Just anything we can get there in that time frame will be important. The next slide, and I want to bring to all of your attention, we have updated our water supply dashboard. This is, you've all seen this before. This was a new dashboard that we put together in 2025. So at the conclusion of 2025, we looked at the demands. We looked at, with our consulting engineers, Carollo engineers, we looked at the stream inflows into the western reservoirs, and we looked at our current supplies. The date for the level 1 water emergency has not changed. It's still November of 2026. And just to remind all of you, that is the date when we are 180 days or 6 months away from not having enough supply to meet our demand. And if I could, I'd like to just go over this chart a little bit. The top curve is the demand requirement for the system. So that demand is both treated water, the treated water from Owen Stevens, and our raw water sales. That water supplies approximately 500,000 people in 7 counties. To meet that demand, today we are utilizing the orange, what's depicted with the orange bars at the bottom of the chart. That's our Nueces groundwater program. That specifically is the eastern well field. The western well field has not been entered into this graph yet, as we don't have a second TCQ bed and banks permit as of yet. The lighter blue supply is the eastern supply. And if you remember the chart from last year, there's a big divergence where we went to primarily, or about 70% of our supply was coming from the eastern reservoirs. That's Lake Texana and the lower Colorado River. As you can see, the projection on this graph is maximizing those eastern supplies throughout the next 2 years unless the western reservoirs recover. The darker blue lines at the top are the western supplies. As you can see in the May 27 timeline, June of 27 timeline, that's when the western supplies are essentially emptied. And again, utilizing the data, it's minimum stream flow, minimum rainfall. You know, we thought that the dashboard in 2025 was extremely conservative, but actually in 2025 we got less stream flow or inflow into those western reservoirs than the dashboard depicted. So I just explained the importance of the eastern supplies, and the workhorse in the east is Lake Texana, of course. So we're very concerned with Lake Texana. They are drastically approaching a 50% reservoir percentage. So we have initiated monthly calls with the Lavaca Navidad River Authority. They manage Lake Texana. We have also requested weekly updates on where when they envision in their projections when that lake will be at 50% or below 50%. And why is that important? Because once that reservoir drops below 50%, it triggers curtailment for all their customers. It's a 10% pro rata water use reduction. The graphics are some of the information that is provided by our partners at LNRA. The information on the right, that is what is provided to us weekly, and that shows the date of that reservoir dropping to below 50% is April 3rd of this year. So that's coming up very quickly. That date accounts for no rain or no inflow into the lake until then. So it's not accounting for any historic rainfall or any rain. These are actual measurements. Now the good thing is that historical rain period for Lake Texana, in the eastern watershed, it's typically in the end of March, early April timeframe. So we are watching the weather closely, and hopefully they get that rain to rebound that aquifer percentage in March. Again, LNRA is projecting that the Lake Texana will drop below 50% reservoir capacity April 3rd. The chart at the bottom, this is also information that they provide us. On January 12th, the reservoir capacity was 64%, and it shows the 2020, the previous year measurements was at 74%. All of that is extremely concerning, and the call that we had this week, it was with LNRA, hosted of course, and then it was with the city, CCW, and Formosa. Again, the city of Corpus Christi and Formosa Plastics were the largest users of the water from Lake Texana. The Evangeline Groundwater Project, all of that sets up how important our new projects are. So let's start getting into the new projects. The Evangeline Groundwater Project is a water rights purchase agreement for 24 million gallons a day. The production permit for that 24 million gallons a day was originally approved by the San Patricio Groundwater Conservation District in May of 2019. And then that same permit to produce 24 MGD from this property was renewed by the San Patricio Groundwater Conservation District in January of 2025. The Evangeline Laguna Group, in accordance with our contractual agreement, they have submitted 22 drilling permits and 1 transport permit. That was submitted to the district on December 12th, 2025. We have not heard yet that they have been declared administratively complete. However, it is our understanding that at the board meeting this Friday, the attorney for the San Patricio Groundwater Conservation District, it's his intent to declare them administratively complete. What that does is that initiates a 10-day notice period. A notice will be placed in the local newspaper, and there'll be a 10-day period for the public to review the permits, at which time a public hearing will be held. That public hearing is forecasted for February 6th. That's not confirmed yet, but that's the forecast. And the February 6th date is it's a critical date for all of us. We need the drilling permits approved by the end of the day on February 6th. Otherwise, it will affect our timeline in executing the Evangeline project and providing partial delivery into the Mary Roads pipeline in November of 2026. Couple of key points. First, I do want to, the graphic on the right, I want to credit that to our consulting engineers, Hanson Engineers. And it's an absolute great graphic. It shows how today, of course, we supply San Patricio County with 40 million gallons of water. That water is supplied from Live Oak County. That's where Choke Canyon Reservoir is. Of course, Nueces County. It's supplied by Matagorda County, which is where where the Lower Colorado River is, and then also Jackson County, which is where Lake Texana is. But this is a great graph. It basically shows how water is leaving San Patricio County and returning to San Patricio County. We use this a lot, and it paints a very clear picture. Some upcoming actions, I mentioned it earlier, but there's a public hearing and board meeting of the San Patricio Groundwater Conservation District on January 16th. That's this Friday. The city manager and I, of course, will be attending. The Evangeline Laguna team continues their mediation with the landowners of the property. That is ongoing in earnest. And of course, the city and CCW continues to have discussions with the San Pat Groundwater Conservation District. Those discussions continued through the 2 weeks over Christmas and New Year's, and certainly have continued. We had a very good call with them last Friday. Our friends Pape Dawson, Hanson Engineers, and Garning Construction are continuing to proceed with their design efforts and their pre-construction services. And we appreciate them being here today. The one thing that we do want to put on your radar is contract amendments are expected to be presented to council in February. Those contract amendments would be for pre-purchase of equipment and construction services. We've got to get this project moving forward if we're going to meet that date of partial delivery in November. Of course, we will be keeping all of you updated on the permit status and updates prior to those decisions being made. We still have weekly meetings with the Evangeline Laguna group. Those are weekly scheduled meetings. But you know what, they're more than once a week. We actually meet with them 2-3 times a week. And then our friends at Pape Dawson continue to give us weekly updates. The Nueces groundwater program, there's a lot happening there. Of course, the eastern well field is substantially complete. We have 8 wells drilled. The current expenditures are $16.6 million. We continue to operate those wells under the conditions outlined in the bed and banks permit. The western well field, staff is finalizing the bed and banks permit. We've been communicating with TCQ. Some of the things that we've been waiting on for that bed and banks permit is an aquatic life monitoring assessment that's been completed, and we plan to post that aquatic life report on our project website. I've got a link to that later in the presentation, but that report was good. It shows that no adverse effects from the pumping of our wells to the aquatic life is evident. Of course, that's not surprising because before the Cal Allen Barrier Dam, the bay water actually was, traveled, it was 23 miles upriver in the Nueces River. So we had the bay water salinity, before the Cal Allen Barrier Dam was 23 miles upriver. On the western well field, we've got 5 wells drilled. There is 1 permanent pump installed. 2 permanent pumps are on site. We're just waiting for crews to install them. We've got 3 wells that are currently in the progress of being drilled right now. The other big component to that is power to operate our well pump and the equipment. We are working with NEC, working very closely with them, and we're appreciative of their support and their efforts. But they are expected to have permanent power available for 7 wells in February for us, which is great. That's a little bit ahead of schedule, so we're thankful for them. They're working very hard. The full well field operation is expected in May of 2026. That would be with all 12 wells operational with permanent pumps and powered by electric power. Current expenditures in the Western well field is $16.7 million. And just as a reminder, we have the state of Texas is supportive of the project as they have provided us a $30 million grant for the project. One thing that we continue and we want to make every chance we get is the phone number 361-826-1600. That is a phone number where if people have area wells located near our well fields, that would be near the eastern well field along County Road 73, the western well field near Blentzer, or any potential wells near the Evangeline well field north of Sinton. If people are willing, it's a voluntary program. They can reach out to CCW. We will help them understand their wells. We will help them take water levels for baseline data, and we also take water quality samples. That's an important program. It's a program to help us monitor our well field operations, and it's an important program so people can protect their livestock and residential wells also. We do have a number of people participating, and I won't say any names, but we're thankful to them for helping us and helping all of us understand the aquifer. With that, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Brett Van Hazel. Brett is going to give us an update on the Inner Harbor project.
Hello, Brett Van Hazel, Director of Water Supply Management. So the Inner Harbor Seawater Desalination Project, if you remember back in December, we did execute an MOU with the Corpus Christi Desal Partners, which is a joint venture between Acciona and Mastec, with a lot of support from our local Ardura group, who's heavily involved. They're working currently on developing cost-certain options that we're going to bring back to City Council here in February for consideration. We're meeting with this team weekly to discuss a number of topics, but they're really focusing in on opportunities to cut cost, find good value engineering solutions, working with both the city on design solutions as well as Flint Hills and AEP to come up with some good options for our consideration to give us a price that may be closer to what we're trying to be. So some of the things that we're doing, obviously they've been given all the work product that Kiewit developed, so they're reviewing all of that. They're looking at process improvements, so they're leveraging their experience working on desal projects and developing projects like this to find opportunities. They're obviously looking at the current design that Kiewit had developed and seeing if there's any opportunities there with a heavy focus on the intake and discharge as well as the product water line that goes from the campus in the Hillcrest neighborhood back towards our navigation pump station. So they made really good progress on that. Again, we're meeting with them weekly to discuss ideas and options, and we will continue to do so leading up to the February council date, which right now we're targeting the 24th to bring this item. And as Nick mentioned before, leading up to that, we plan on meeting with you to discuss what they're thinking. We'll sit down and we'll have some briefings to kind of go through all of that before we come to council. The other item that we'll talk about is the Farfield Advisory Committee and the general process. So first off, thank you for giving us your nominees for the committee. We've taken those committee names, combined them with what the city manager had put together. We've reached out to all the committee members with an initial introductory email, letting them know that they're on the committee, and then also sending them the first invite, which our first meeting will be on the 22nd. This will be a great meeting. We're going to actually have some of those key elements that I have listed. We're going to have our professional facilitator there. It's SWCA. They are an environmental consultant firm. They're all over the nation, but they do have a couple local offices in Texas. So we're working with the office that they have based out of San Antonio. So they're going to participate throughout the far field model process. We've also utilized Plummer Associates, who we have an existing master service agreement with, to develop the scoping document for the far field, as well as help provide technical expertise throughout the process. Again, we have a great group on this committee. It's very diverse with residents, local experts, and then we have our customer class represented. So it should be a really good committee. I think we're going to have a lot of good conversation and progress. And again, the far field model is going to touch the bay system, so Corpus Christi Bay, Nueces Bay, and the ship channel. As you see on the screen, this is the Far Field Advisory Committee. So we have our city council nominees on the left, and then we have the city manager selections on the right. Again, we've got contact information for every committee member. We've made connections with each member, and we've gotten some feedback already about being excited to participate and be a part of this, so we're excited to have them. This image right here is just to highlight the current limits of the model. So again, the Corpus Christi Bay, Nueces Bay, and the ship channel. The limits of this may change slightly as we kind of work through the meetings with the committee, and we work through with the far field modeler just to define the full limits. But I would say this is the basis of the model and what we plan on modeling. Just to give you a brief timeline of how we're going to approach this. So this month, we already have SWCA and Plummer under contract. So we've issued a task order to Plummer. We are now under contract with SWCA for facilitation. So our first meeting is going to be again on the 22nd of January. So the plan for that meeting is to introduce all parties to each other. So we'll have the facilitator there, we will have Plummer there, and then obviously the committee members. So we'll do introductions, we'll talk about expectations, and expectations is really from the committee. You know, there's a time commitment required for this. We want them to be engaged. We want the conversation to be productive and objective. We're also going to outline the meetings that we're planning to have throughout the entire process. We will give Plummer an opportunity to talk through the scoping development as well as the solicitation process of acquiring a modeler. We'll talk about the plan for selecting modelers and then presenting it to the committee for consideration and ranking. So we'll go through all of that. That's the plan. Also, in the month of January, we will have the first draft of the scope and a first draft of the list of modelers for consideration. So those will be sent out to the committee for review. And then we will come back in February after we've received comments. We've been able to incorporate those comments. We will have a meeting to discuss the comments, both for the modeler options as well as the scoping document. We'll finalize that, and then we will actually reach out to the modeler that's been selected with the scoping document that's been reviewed and finalized by the entire committee. We will get proposals back from the modeler, and the plan is to have that model contract executed by the end of the month, February, at which time we will have a meeting with the committee to talk about we'll introduce them, we'll have the modeler come in, we'll introduce them to the modeler, and we will talk about the expectations of timeline for delivering the model, talk about the type of model to use. We'll be able to discuss scope in a little bit more detail. And then after that, the plan is to have, right now I have it labeled as biweekly meetings. That could be less, it could be more. But the plan is to have updates throughout the modeling process. The current schedule, admittedly, is a little aggressive. So once we actually meet with the modeler, they may say biweekly, may be too frequent or may be infrequent. So we'll work that out with the committee's input. But the plan right now is biweekly meetings all the way up until the point that we have a final report from the modeler to present to City Council. In April right now, the plan is to have that draft model report submitted to the committee for review. We'll have a review period, we'll get those comments back, then we'll actually meet with the committee to discuss the comments, make whatever adjustments are needed, and then we will develop a final report that we will then come to City Council and present. So right now the target is to have that report ready prior to us coming with the Inner Harbor project contract with the CCDP team for consideration. So we plan on having those both ready for your review at the same time so that you can make a good decision on moving forward with that group. All the meetings are planned to be at City Hall in the 6th floor conference room. We're planning to do those in the lunchtime. We will provide lunch. We're going to try to hold those meetings from 11 to 1. And we're going to lay all this out in this initial introductory meeting with the committee members. We're hoping for full participation. We understand people have busy lives. So we're gonna do our best to accommodate. That is all I have on the FAR Field model. I'm going to turn it back over to Nick to finish out the presentation.
Thank you, Brett. And then, of course, another big water supply project is our effluent reuse. We talked a lot about that earlier today, so we're very appreciative of the support of the Valero project. Again, that contract allows for the use of 3 million gallons a day of effluent water, ramping up to adding another 5 and ramping up to a total of 8. There are multiple facets to our reclaimed water project, our reuse project. Just to review them real quick, of course, there's the Allison wastewater treatment plant. That's approximately 3 million gallons a day that is available. We are working with another one of our customers and hope to bring a contract back for all of you to consider, ideally January 27th. Again, a lot of that is ongoing, and that's what the date we're working towards. Additionally, Ardura is designing our conveyance line from the Oso wastewater treatment plant to Greenwood. That would transfer approximately 10 million gallons a day to Oso, making that water available to other users. Similarly to the FAR Field Modeling Advisory Committee, we have the Water Conservation Plan Advisory Committee, and we've taken all of your input towards your nominations along with the city manager and put together a really strong committee. We're really proud of that. The first meeting for this advisory committee is scheduled for January 23rd. All of the members have been notified, and the goal of this committee will be to present an updated water conservation plan to council in April. The number of meetings that we have is largely going to be dependent upon the board. We're going to keep them moving forward, but if they feel that we need to meet every other week and we can get the job done, that's good. Or if we need to meet once a week to get the job done, we'll do that as well. The advisory committee, just wanted to show you the list. Of course, there are all of your nominees as well as the city managers. Again, I do want to say we're appreciative. We've got membership outside of the city proper, Corpus Christi. We've got the Mathis community, Beeville. There's a representative from the San Patricio Municipal Water District, again with representatives from the Botanic Garden, the Portland community as well, the Coastal Bend Industrial Association, and then of course someone representing our landscape and nursery enterprises within the city. So those members, along with the individuals that all of you have nominated, we feel we have a very strong committee. We're excited to get this work going. The other item that I want to remind people of, just as much as that monitoring well program hotline, which is 826-1600. is our water supply project website page. Again, it's securingwater.corpuschristitx.gov. This website is your source to go to updates on all of our groundwater projects, the Inner Harbor project, and of course the water reuse project. Currently, the majority of the information on the website, the documents I mean, is focused on our Nueces groundwater, just because we have a number of hydrogeologic reports available. But that website is being updated, and we've got more documents to load on all our projects, so we're excited to do that. Additionally, there's a link on that website to my weekly water supply update memo. Just want to remind the community that that is out there. Every week, CCW puts together a memo and a status update of all of these projects and more. That memo now, for the last month and moving forward, contains a lot more detailed information regarding the status of Lake Texana, as that situation is going to be a contributing factor as we look ahead to the date of level 1 water emergency. And with that, Council, we stand by for any questions.
Councilman Kenchu.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a question on the Seven Seas water project. I saw on your update last week, they're only going to provide 1.5 million gallons a day. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, so that was a little bit of a change, but there's a lot of details being worked out. What they're looking at a project now that is about 3 million gallons a day, and the amount of water that is remaining could be made available to the city of Corpus Christi. There was a scheduled water supply workshop and board meeting with South Texas Water Authority that was scheduled for today. That was postponed, and that meeting is going to happen next week on January 20th. During that meeting, STWA is also considering a contract amendment with Seven Seas.
Because it's my understanding, what I was been told was the reason why they haven't really done anything or tell us they could provide more water to us is because we haven't been committed to that. We haven't committed to the project. Like it's like, you know, we're not doing nothing or saying anything about it. It's like in the back burner. So it seems like they don't want to.
Yeah, I would disagree with that, Councilman. We do communicate with them. We have been working under the memorandum of understanding that has been signed, and that memorandum, when it was available, required for information to be submitted and provided to us. Not all of that information has been submitted, and I know, I don't want to speak for them, I know they have had some project challenges, and I don't really know the details of that. So they're working with Seven Seas on a path forward, and I think that's probably going to get worked out at their next board meeting, which is January 20th. But we did, myself and the CCW engineering team had a call with STWA and their engineering consultants, ICE Engineering. That was before Christmas, and they were, as a result of that meeting, when it became available, they were going to share some data for us to review, potential connection points where they could connect into our system to provide water.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then also the Farfield study. So what happens next month with the desal vote? They're gonna give us a price, correct?
Right.
On the 27th?
They're going to give a price with, I'll call it like a la carte options that we can pursue.
Okay.
So it'll be a price with options, value engineering or.
Is there a vote on that next month?
Yes.
And then how about the Farfield study? It's gonna happen afterwards?
Yes, the Farfield study, the plan right now is to have a report available in April for your consumption ahead of the vote with CCDP for an actual contract.
Got you, okay.
Yeah, so the vote in February will be to move forward, to have staff move forward with developing a contract.
Right.
With that Corpus Christi desal partners.
Okay.
So once you see the price, if we say, okay, we're good with this, and it's going to take us a couple weeks to develop the contract, and that'll be the next vote. But you should have the far field information before that vote.
Okay. Did we talk, I was part in the back, did we talk about more water wells along the river? Did we talk about that in your deal? Additional water wells?
So the update involved the eastern well field, which is 8 wells, and then the update on the western well field, which is 12 wells are planned for that.
Talk about what's commonly, what is being, what some people might know about outside of, well, some people are aware that there's a third site.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Right,
yeah.
so we have.
I just want to make it public.
Yeah, I'll describe it here. So we have the eastern well field, the western well field. Those are 2 city sites. We've had 2 different landowners approach us, one in Nueces County, one in San Patricio County, that have offered to sell us more groundwater rights. And given the constraints that we're under in terms of water supply and the forecast, we're looking into that. We're looking into the details of these deals. Some are in Nueces County. Another offer was from San Patricio County. So yes.
Okay, I just, like I told you before, we told the residents in that area that we were not going to do anymore, and now we're going back to it. And I understand we need the water, I get it, but that's part of the reason why we should have never told them anything, But besides that, I do want to say thank you, Nick, and to your team. You guys have been doing a great job. I don't know if I could say this or not, but I'm going to say it. I don't care. I'm tired. But I hope that you get the position. I think you deserve it. I don't think we should look for anybody else. You've done a great job, Nick, and I appreciate everything you've done. So hopefully that puts a little pressure on Peter. But I think you've done a great job, and I don't think we need to look for anybody else for that position. So
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate everything you've done. Okay, you've been very helpful. If it's a question that we have with you, you don't run around in circles. You just say, hey, yes, no. You do a good job, and I appreciate everything you've done. I really do, and your department. And I do say, at times, some city departments do a great job, and you guys done a great job. And I just want to thank you for everything you've done for Corpus Christi.
We appreciate that, and thank you, because the staff we push them pretty hard.
Yes,
and,
sir.
They've responded. They know the situation we're in, and I've said this before, but I work with the most dedicated individuals I've ever worked with in my entire career.
100%. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Councilman Hernandez.
You'd mentioned 7 Cs. We got John Mottes here. I see him in the back there. Maybe we can ask him to come up and kind of give us at least what their side of it is in terms of what's happening. No pressure, John.
Not a problem. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sorry, I only got here kind of late, about 6:30. I was in Austin meeting with the TCQ chair earlier today, so wanted to rush back to be here because I know there was a lot of water issues in case anything came up. I think Nick captures a lot of what was mentioned accurately. Of course, there's an option for us to upscale, and we've mentioned that before, so we would be prepared to talk more about that. We are finalizing parts of our potential election that we'll take to the STWA voters as a taxing entity to be able to help finance the $60 million that STWA was awarded through Water Development Board. That would include infrastructure that could help cover the creation of Brackish desal plant and be able to connect to the city based on at least the surplus of the 3 MGD plant that we have committed to. That's phase 1. That's happening. The board is going to tweak or finalize some amended language next Tuesday during a workshop, and then we'll have a one action item vote, and that will be at next Tuesday evening at 5:30. And I already reached out to Esteban and obviously to Nick about that. Beyond that, we'd be more than willing to come back in 2 weeks to share with you any updates or where we stand, but the potential upsize has always been there. And so we have a partner that we're working with here locally that will be talking more about that in the upcoming weeks to be able to get us a better, we feel, a better location that shortens the distance between us and delivery point to the city if that's needed, for at least for the surplus water or if it gets upsized. So that's in addition to everything else that Nick has got.
Okay, so let me just verify a few things. Your current contract with Seven Seas is for 3 million gallons a day of treated water.
Yes.
The 3 million gallons. So there.
Yes.
And then so there was an offer and a discussion about expanding that for a total of 10 million.
Right.
Right. But now, is that something you're offering, or is it something we need to request?
You would, I would think you would need to request. I mean, we can upsize, right? We've had that discussion in the time that we've been here in the past. It would be
Okay, so
based on what you need, but from our
You need a
our last
formal
discussion has
request
been-
from us.
Yes, we would need to
You
know
need
a
a
number.
formal request from us for the additional upsize for that.
Right.
If not, then
It moves along 3 MGD.
moves
We'll
along
get
3
the surplus
MGD.
of what we don't use, which is roughly half of that 3 MGD.
So have we requested them to provide, to give us the numbers for upsizing their facility?
No, we haven't. I mean, as Councilman, as we've talked, they've got a lot of work to do to solidify their project, and they have to secure their contract amendment with STWA. I know it sounds like they're changing well sites. We know that, project sites. So, and then we also want to understand the potential cost of conveyance to our distribution system. That's changing. Sounds like it's changing to our benefit. Could be at a closer location, possibly, and maybe not involve further investigation into the 42-inch line. So
Okay,
a lot of
so
that has
let me-
to unfold, and we're waiting on information.
Let me just kind of, because, I mean, we're in this situation that you just described about our situation with our reservoirs, plus the concern with Lake Texana and the prospect for precipitation going forward. Okay, so I don't want to leave any stone unturned, and so I want to make sure that we're not ignoring a possibility for more water. Now, that we don't have to put, that we're not having to spend staff time doing. Okay, so if they have the ability to do that, what is the timeline? They have their workshop, they solidify their agreement, and then at what point do we say, okay, all their stuff is ready to go? What does it look like for that 10 million gallons a day?
Well, most of that will be answered by next Tuesday's workshop. Our board has to call, as you know, has to call for a special election for the May uniform election date by the second full week of February. So we're in quick order we have been reviewing a master list of projects based on cost estimates for each project. But the main option that we will deliver to the board is that we're looking at infrastructure improvements. That doesn't include the 42-inch line. It'd be to create a new line that would deliver water directly to Owen Stevens to help cover that surplus. I think that's part of our last discussion that we've had in person with Nick and with Peter and the rest of the management team. So we're at least going that far. We're at least committed that much. Now, if you feel while we're working on a project to create 3 MGD, if it's easier to ramp it up an extra 10, then we can talk and we can work that in while we're doing it. We just don't want to miss the opportunity if anything changes, if the priorities of the council changes in the next several months, that we've already moved down the road with our own cost estimates and planning projections, and then actually design and delivery of a new transmission line, smaller transmission line, shorter transmission line from the Robstown area to Owen Stevens.
Okay, I'm not really sure
You probably have more
what that
info now
means.
than the board does now at this point, what I've shared with you.
Okay, so so we'll hear more about this in 2 weeks, but I want to at least have an idea if it's a possibility that we can actually get the additional 10 million, because like I said, I don't think this is going to be one big solution, or, it's going to be probably a lot of small solutions to get us to where we need to go. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Councilman, if I could just add, that original MOU was for STWA to provide us with 28 million gallons a day. So we're still operating under that. So whatever John is him and his team work through what's available, we're not limiting ourselves.
Okay.
So.
Whatever they can get. Okay. Getting on the other question on all the information you provided us, and I mentioned this earlier in that we need to have the information on cost provided to us on a per 1,000 gallon basis, right? Ultimately, that's, large numbers like, 900 million or 1 billion or whatever, doesn't mean anything to the local population. They go by what they pay on their utility bill, right? And that's on a per 1,000 gallon basis. So we need whatever we see in terms of cost for any of these water projects. I'd like to see it on a per 1,000 gallon basis, so we're all speaking apples to apples, and there's some actual that actually can convey to the actual paying customer. Okay, so anything that you bring to us, and there's no pricing in here other than some money that we've already spent, but what the projected cost on a per 1,000 gallon basis is for each of these projects.
Yeah, that's correct. So Evangeline project, for example, Pape Dawson and Garney are working very hard to finalize some of their preliminary construction cost estimates. Once we as in the city and CCW have vetted that, then I'm at a point where I can provide that information to you. But absolutely agree. Yeah.
Okay, and lastly, I want to make sure I understand, because we were talking about these groundwater projects, and whatever that comes around, we need to have Intera provide us making sure that there's no subsidence in any of these projects.
Yeah, we are committed to a subsidence plan in both in Nueces County and in San Patricio County. Of course, subsidence doesn't happen overnight, so we're committed to long-term monitoring.
Okay, that could be modeled out by Intera, by Steve Young?
So it's modeling, but it's also subsidence monitoring locations, right? That will extend throughout the life of those well fields. That's what's important. A lot of times people talk about the city of Houston and the effects of subsidence there. Houston pumped a lot of water for many decades, 100 years, and they had to deal with that. So subsidence monitoring is not one study and you check the box. It's an initial study, figure out where the monitoring locations should be. You install those, and then there's a monitoring plan that we have to continue to monitor while we're operating the well field.
Okay, so.
Yes, sir.
Make sure that's included in your groundwater projects.
Absolutely, we are.
I'm glad you brought up that MOU, because as you were speaking, I was thinking, don't we have an MOU that we are abiding by, even in this scenario? 10 MGD, is that correct?
Yeah, so the MOU was originally for 28 MGD. I have to check the wording. I think it was up to 28. So
okay,
in my opinion, it could be leveraged anything below that.
Okay,
yeah.
so we're abiding by that MOU.
Yeah.
Okay, so. So that should answer a lot of questions. And maybe you can send that to us again in terms of, it's not about, do we need to ask for anything? It's about checking off that list of things on the MOU before anything else really happens. I mean, that's how I understood it, months ago when we talked about it.
I can resubmit that to all of you just as a refresher.
Yeah, that would be good.
And John also, we did work extensively. We just renewed their water supply agreement with the city for 3 years. So we've been working hand in hand together over the last many months. We do. STWA is a partner. They're a partner with us.
Right. I just feel like we need to allow it to progress, their work, before we schedule briefings and this, that, and the other, and there's really nothing to brief. Because, again, we're working off of an MOU. So until certain things are done, I hate to put y'all in a position of, coming here and there's not, y'all are still working. So anyhow, and
We can give all the information to Nick and to
Yeah.
Peter and let them decide
Sure.
what's ready to come and at what date, unless you or your council decide
That's
to move
great.
forward. But we are working on this, and so we will have some updates within the next week for sure. So
Yeah.
if you feel that's a time to bring it up and have discussion, but
Right.
the SCWA board will need to call for a special election in
Mhm.
in early February. So at that point, there will have to be some structure to what the project plan looks like to deliver to the voters so they know what
Right.
they're voting on. So that's happening within the next few weeks. So that ties into kind of everything that's being proposed, whether it be 3 MGD or more.
yeah, great, thank you. Councilwoman Campos and then Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, Nick, just so that we're clear, that on the far-field modeling, according to the dates, it doesn't look like it'll be ready until April, right? The far-field will be completed possibly in April.
I think that with the amount of work that's got to get done, I would say that's the earliest, yes.
Okay, but yet we will be scheduled to vote on the Inner Harbor in February, the end of February. Is that not correct?
So
Okay.
I'll turn over to Brett, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so Councilwoman, there's two votes, right? The first vote in February is when the Corpus Christi Desal Partners presents the cost option that they come up with for consideration. If council says, we like the option, we want to move forward, staff will then go back and draft a contract with them based on that new option. Then we will bring it back in to council in April for review and approval. So the plan is to bring the contract as well as have the Farfield's report to you prior to that, so that when you make that decision on the contract, that you have all the information.
Okay, so we'll just be voting in February to just say, yes, we want to move forward, but we still will consider the far field.
Right, there'll still be one more vote before you actually enter into a contract with them.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, as far as, how much water we need to make up for with our western reservoirs, literally drying up. I mean, we're below 10% now. Can you just remind us again how much we are getting and making up for that number? Are you able to let us know the amount of water that we are making up with all these projects?
So, yeah, sure, Councilwoman. So a couple of, I'll go through the numbers a little bit. So the Mary Roads pipeline is 72 million gallons a day, and that's a combination of Lake Texana and the Colorado River. And one thing I just want to remind everyone, that is one pipeline, right? And that is one way in to Owen Stevens. So there's some considerations that got to be made. But when you talk about the new water supply,
To make up for the losing water from the western.
so the eastern well field is approximately 10 MGD.
Yeah.
The western well field is approximately 17 MGD. And then you've got effluent water. That is the effluent water, when it's all built out, approximately 16 MGD, and that is an offset of demand. And then the Evangeline project, Councilwoman, full build out is 24 million gallons a day. The Inner Harbor, and I'm gonna write them down just as you are too. So Inner Harbor, the initial design is 30 million gallons a day. The Acciona and the Corpus Christi desal partners are going to present options for us to look at on February 24th. Now, whether that number is still 30 MGD or is there an option for something less, we'll present that on February 24th. But the plant is permitted for 30 million gallons a day. And again, Inner Harbor is the only desal plant that's got all its permits. It's fully permitted.
But what about the other, I guess you're not able to discuss the other possible wells that we are looking at or getting at? Because we are making up for some of that already, the wells.
Right, so
you didn't, yeah, the groundwater, the additional wells that we also are.
So there's no agreement, right? It's just like if you look at that dashboard, you know, we have the eastern well field shows on the dashboard. The western well field is not showing because they don't have the permits. They're not operational yet.
So you can't, yeah, you can't show it.
Well, I don't think it'd be prudent to show it,
Yeah.
right? Because it's not a, it's more of a, it's not a confirmed situation.
Yeah, well, neither is the Evangeline. It's not really confirmed.
Well, that's not shown on the dashboard either.
Okay.
But that's the project goal is 24 MGD. Thing about the Evangeline is the production permits are approved. So there are approved production permits for 24 million gallons a day.
I guess what I was trying to get at was the making up, I think I remember writing down 53
Councilwoman,
million gallons.
the number you're looking for is a range between, depending on what time of year it is, 40 million gallons to 60.
Okay.
Yeah, so the peak summer, like if it's a summertime, when you bring in 70 from the Mary Roads pipeline, you need 60 to
Yeah.
make 130. So that's it. So the goal is to, as
To
the
make
lakes
up the-
dry up, right, 40 to 60 million.
That's what I was getting
That's the
at.
number you need.
Yeah.
So, right.
And I wanted to make sure that we were assuring the public that we are achieving that or getting, you know, closer to achieving that. So that's why I was writing down,
Yeah.
you know, these,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, so the numbers, for the numbers to achieve the November push-off of curtailment is 10. We have 10 for the first well field, another 17 by May. Evangeline begins at, you can put 12, but as I mentioned back in the room, it's going to begin at 5 and gradually get to 12. And then the 16 for the effluent, there'll only be 3 or so by November. Is that right, Nick? About
Correct,
3?
yeah.
So just take those numbers, 10, 17, 12, and 3 is
So that's 30.
27, see, it's 32, right? So we're
Yeah.
still short.
Okay.
That's why we're seriously listening to
Yeah.
2 sellers that came to us unsolicited and said, we want to sell you more groundwater rights. It's not funny, one in Nueces County, one in San Patricio County.
Right.
Because you can see we got a deficit here of 8 million gallons. And
Right.
it matters even to persons left in the back. This water is for the region. It's for Nueces County, no matter if you live in the city or not. And people that live in the unincorporated areas of town come to the city for services and products and flying and fuel and all that.
No, and that's why I'm looking also at the conservation, if there's a way
right. Well,
that we can, you know, strip or pull back some of the production if possible. I mean, you know, every little bit is going to help, you know, the whole region. So that's why I'm looking at, you know, the 10 top water users. If there was a way that they could each cut back at least 1 million, you know, that'd give us,
Right.
yeah, 10 right there. So that's what I'm looking at, just make sure that they are included as part of this, you know, all of us together working and you know, conservatively, you know, just all of us working together. So I am just making sure that everybody is listening and making sure that we're all doing our part. So again, I look at the 10 top water users and I see that they're at least making an effort, you know, as far as the effluent. We already have one and I know we're about to discuss another one, I think in 2 weeks. And maybe we'll have another one. I don't know. So hopefully, you know, the door is open and we can be able to count on that water for us, for the people. So.
Yeah, one thing I can say is we are working very closely with all our partners. It's been a very cooperative spirit and atmosphere. The city manager and I met with other area city managers just yesterday to explain these projects as well. The one thing that I really am intent on is diversifying the water supply.
Yes.
To make this system sustainable in the future.
Right.
You know, we're trying to put ourselves on a good basis going forward.
I do applaud you for that. I do appreciate all your outreach to, you know, the counties or the areas around our, you know, our city. I mean, we're all, if I can only imagine if we can all just work together. The port, I mean, you know, I know South Texas Water Authority is doing their part, but I'm just saying, you know, I appreciate what y'all are doing and grateful.
Thank you. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Quick, you got me on? We could get the 10% from them, by the way. I'm concerned because April's going to be here before we know it. So that 50% capacity that we're worried about with Lake Texana, you're saying 10% reduction in water usage. How does that work? Is it for everybody? Do you get it from the industry? What do you do?
So it's a 10% reduction of the draw of LNRA's customers of their draw from the lake. So all of their customers will cut back 10%. That includes Formosa and, of course, CCW.
All of them. So what's going to happen, though, when we lose that? We won't have anything. When are we going to get to the point where we're going to have to go to another stage? That's what I'm concerned about.
Next stage is curtailment.
I know.
It's the emergency one. So if, so Lake Texana it's a little bit of a mixed bag. The general manager, Pat Bukowski, said they're not in a drought, they're in a dry patch. And he's worried, but he's hoping that the rain will come in the 2 months, February, March. But if it doesn't, then we're going to have 10% less water. So what we'll have to do if we don't want to go into curtailment sooner is draw the lakes down quicker, you know, We'll just use the remaining quicker, maybe in a you know.
And that was my question, where are you going to get it? If it's 10% less, where are you going to get it?
There's 10% left, so we'll just have to draw it quicker, and then eventually we'll hit curtailment sooner than November.
Yeah.
If that's the case. If everything that we're doing doesn't come to fruition.
Yeah.
So it's an important reminder. The team that's sitting here, that's been here all day, from Pape Dawson, Garney, and who am I missing over there? And Hanson.
Yeah.
Are working every day. They worked around Christmas to bring on this Evangeline water. Bruce Hill and I have been communicating through this meeting. We're going to be talking to him at 10 o'clock tomorrow to get ready for the final steps in mediation. We're going to the Groundwater Conservation District Friday. So anyway, we're working on numerous projects to bring them on so we don't get there, but it is important to give council the caution and the risks that are out there so that you're not surprised if we don't make it.
Yeah, we have to be prepared. And
Right.
thanks for all y'all done and for working over the holidays.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank
And
you.
thank you, Nick, and your department too, Mr. Sinoni.
Yeah.
I'm done. Can we go home now?
Thank you. Thank you.
We got to go
Thank
on the
you,
radio
Nick.
in the morning.
Thank
so.
you, gentlemen over here, our team. Thank you all very much for being here, and everybody in the back that's here. We appreciate you. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
I didn't even know you were there, man. I didn't want to go over.
They're serving. So we're excited about it.
Wonderful. And I think the crew is also excited as well. I'm sure they're counting the days down.
We're counting the days for sure. We're just about a month away, a little bit over a month, and we should be able to back that fire truck right into that station. So it'll be exciting for us.
And speaking of the community and being involved, I think one of the